I was Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, one and all. Welcome to the City of Delray Beach's annual goal-setting session involving the Mayor and City Commission. My name is Terrence Moore, Office of the City Manager, and I'll offer that introduction by way of recognizing members of the public and other interested stakeholders who are participating in today's exercise. Annual goal setting is a wonderful opportunity for any organization to engage with its executive leadership team, board of directors, to do as much as we possibly can to achieve a common interest and alignment relative to goals, objectives, vision, and focus for any given coming year. And in this particular case, it's quite meaningful for the reason being we have several new elected officials. Everybody will be introduced shortly. Not to mention the opportunity to connect with executive leadership team members, i.e. the Office of the City Manager, department directors representing municipal operations, so that we can offer recommendations that are consistent with the expectations that are set in an annual goal-setting exercise. With several new elected officials, it's really important that we do as much as we possibly can to listen and learn relative to expectations so that staff at all levels of the organization can receive appropriate direction. It's great when we engage with the City Commission during regular City Commission meetings and workshop meetings to achieve policy direction as well as other guidance deemed appropriate. However, a solid, productive goal-setting exercise makes those opportunities extremely more efficient. To accomplish our goals and objectives for today's exercise, we've entrusted the support of a capable facilitator. Ms. Michelle Ferguson of Reftelis Consulting, this is your second consecutive year working with the City of Delray Beach to this effect. Your organization provides a variety of consulting services, and what I appreciate about your background is the fact that you've been in this place before in different parts of the country. A native of Chicago, Michelle Ferguson has a bachelor's degree from Loyola University of Chicago, as well as a Master of Public Administration, Local Government from the University of Kansas. Previous professional experiences include upper echelon positions with local governments that are quite notable, such as Overland Park, Kansas, as well as Arlington County, Virginia. Therefore, when we had an opportunity to connect with her, we were very impressed with that background and knowledge base because of her previous record of achievement. She's able to connect with an organization like the City of Delray Beach. With that, ladies and gentlemen, other highlighted opportunities do pertain to major goals and objectives that have been expressed by not only elected officials, but also members of the community, the golf course, other municipal facilities, other opportunities to bring us forward with respect to last year's bond issuance and the referendum authorization. Many opportunities to achieve in this regard, and frankly, the ability to secure your direction and guidance so that we can be productive and be on the same alignment with respect to expectations is the order of the day moving forward. With that, Ms. Ferguson, I'll turn the floor over to you. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think it would be appropriate for you to be given the opportunity to allow for additional introductions as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, good morning. One of the things I remembered from last year is how well the city manager last year described the value of having an opportunity to have conversations like this among the elected officials. As the manager said, you all spend your time together sitting up on the dais, reviewing agenda items, making policy choices, decisions for the community, but you don't always get the opportunity to actually have a conversation with each other about what's important and about the strategic direction for this community. That's what today is all about. Today is about conversation. I heard the manager talk a lot about listening and hearing the direction, hearing the thoughts and ideas that the commission has in a different kind of setting. We're not taking votes today. You don't have specific action items in front of you, but you do have important policy issues that the staff needs your guidance on. They need to hear what each of you thinks about these issues so that as the staff goes through the budget process that will come before you in the not too distant future, that the priorities that you set are reflected in the budget recommendations that come before you as a body when you do have to make those votes and make those decisions. So this is a unique opportunity. It is something that we view as a best practice in local government. Not every city commission does this. And I think it speaks very highly of the level of engagement that you all want to have with each other as well as with the staff in purpose of serving the community. So I think today is an exciting opportunity for you all to have that conversation. Mayor, I'll ask you if there's anything you wanted to say before we talk about the agenda, and then we'll do some introductions.
I think both you and the city manager covered it. What I would have said. I mean, this is such an important thing for all of us to talk to each other, for staff to hear what we have to say, and by the way, for us, and if there's input back, there's also the input back, and also the members of the public to participate, because we're all should be about citizen engagement, and this is a great opportunity for the entire community to know what we think, let staff know what we think, and let each other know what we think, because with the sunshine laws, we can't talk to each other. We can talk about inane things, which we do, but this is actually policy is actually important too for us. So I'm just so glad everybody could make it this morning, and away we go.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So you all have a copy of the agenda, but I always like to have it nearby so that we can refer to it during the time that we have together today. So in a moment, we're going to go about doing some introductions so that everybody around the table has an opportunity to get their voice in the room, but also to do some introductions, because as the manager said, this is a different body. This is a different commission than a year ago, and this is your staff. These are the folks who carry forward your policy direction, and so it's a great opportunity to have some time together. So we'll do introductions. And then I always think before you start thinking about the future, it's really important to reflect on the past. And so we'll spend a little bit of time this morning talking about some common history that's made Delray Beach what it is today. Last year, in this same room, we engaged the commission at the time in setting some key focus areas. What were the important areas of focus that were important to the community and important to the commission at the time? You have a list of those in your agenda. Today's an opportunity to reflect on that list and determine whether or not those are the appropriate key focus areas going forward. And so we'll spend a little time talking about those and making sure that those focus areas are the right focus areas for this commission going forward for these next couple of years. We'll also talk specifically about what success looks like for each of the focus areas that you choose. It's great to say what the important areas of focus are, but it's even more important to articulate what success looks like to this city commission. Because certainly without defining success, we also know anything will get you there. And we want to be very specific, again, so that staff has clear direction about your policy choices. Speaking about policy choices, as the manager said, there are a couple of very specific policy-related issues that staff wants to get the commission's input on. And so we'll spend a good portion of our time talking about those three items that are on your agenda so that you all, again, have an opportunity to hear among the members of the commission your thoughts and ideas about those policy issues, and that certainly staff can ask you questions as well too and help get clear direction about your interests in those areas. And then we'll end certainly with kind of recapping the day and talking about next steps. I promise we will take some formal breaks during the time that we have together. Lunch will be served, I'm told, around 11:45, so I know never to stand in the way of a meal when we're working with a body, and so we will make sure that we take some formal breaks so you can get up and stretch your legs. But by all means, this is intended to be more of a relaxed environment. Yes, we're mic'd and on TV. However, if you need to get up and stretch your legs, please do so. I think that's important. Whenever we work together, I always like to have a couple of key norms, and these are also generally in your agenda, but these are just ways in which we hope to have our conversation today. Again, I'm going to stress the conversation part of this. This is really an opportunity for you all to engage with each other as a new commission, as a new body. about what's important to you all. I know you do this already, many of these things, but I think it's always important to highlight those. Number one, during the conversation today, we ask that you listen to each other with respect. One person talking at a time. I always think it's important to remind people. Sometimes we forget that we have mics on in front of us. Many of them are hot mics, so be sure that the green light isn't on if you're having a side conversation, although we ask that you don't have any side conversations so that you are attentive to the speaker. So listen to each other with respect. You may hear some things today that aren't necessarily a position that you have. You may disagree with some of the ideas and opinions that are expressed. That's okay. I mentioned earlier, we're not taking votes. This is an idea to really explore ideas and hear from each other. And so if you hear something that you don't agree with, I ask that you disagree agreeably. And it's important to make sure that we hear from each of you about your perspectives. Since I said we're not voting, we ask that you strive for consensus. I really do believe, having worked with many elected officials over my career, that there are many more things that we agree on than we disagree on. And yet those things that we disagree on are the ones that get the most volume and have the most airtime. And yet if we focused more on those things that we agree on, there's a lot of things that we can accomplish for our communities. And so striving for consensus is part of that, looking for those areas of agreement so that you can build that foundation for success. I ask that in your conversation today that you be positive and realistic. I appreciate I had the opportunity to speak with each of you before today to get your input into today's agenda and how you wanted today to go. And one of the things that I heard from each of you was a sense of excitement about being able to have these conversations, really a sense of positivity about the future for this community. And so I want to build on that today and ask that you be positive. I also heard a couple of comments of how much more can we give staff? And as I was joking earlier today, that certainly staff's job is to take the direction that you all give, but we also know that there's an upper limit when it comes to capacity, so we need to prioritize those things that are important. We also know that if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority and nothing gets done. So part of today will certainly be prioritizing to this commission what's most important to you. I ask in that conversation you be candid and honest about the things that are important to you. And finally, to be bold. This is an exciting conversation. It's an exciting time in the history of Delray Beach. You have great opportunities to make a strong impact, to plant the seeds that will come to fruition, perhaps even after your term in office, but that make this community an important and livable and exciting place for so many people. And so I ask that in that conversation, you be bold. You throw out some ideas that maybe nobody's thought of before. That's part of what visioning and strategic planning is all about. We see what sticks, and that's what can make for some great conversation. So are you all willing to live by these norms, at least for the next handful of hours in this conversation today? Great. So now I want to get everybody's voice in the room, and I will always give the mayor the option of going first or last. We'll go around, do introductions, and I'll ask you to share an expectation that you have about today's conversation. You get to go first or last, Mayor.
I think I'll go last.
Okay, well, that means that you volunteered the person sitting to your left to go first. So,
Commissioner Long, would you like to go first?
All right, of course I would. Who wouldn't? First of all, thanks to our wonderful team here for being here today. I really look forward to hearing from all of you. Thanks to Michelle. You did an awesome job last year. Look forward to you facilitating a great and productive goal-setting event today. And thanks for all the folks who've showed up so far to kind of listen in and be part of this. It's really important to have the community here. Last year, it was funny. I think I made the comment, I've been campaigning longer than I have actually served in office. And I didn't see the wisdom in doing this so soon, but afterwards I got it. And so my expectation is that we're all going to get a chance to see where we stand on certain issues right out of the gate. And I think that's super important because this is a different forum than what our meetings are. We often don't get to discuss broader, more long-term issues unless it's already on the agenda for some reason. And so this is a great chance to kind of size each other up a little bit, see where we stand on things, see where we have common ground, and start to prioritize things early on. And so I think we did get that out of last year and allowed us to effectuate some great goals and get staff kind of to understand where we were at as a body. And so that's my expectation, is that we all walk away and know a little bit more about where we all stand on things, and that staff has at least a little bit more direction, and we can kind of map out the rest of the year. But I really look forward to hearing from all my colleagues and from all of you guys. And again, thanks for everyone for being here.
We're just going to go around the U. So, Lynn, you're next.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Jellin. I'm the city attorney, and I'm looking forward to hearing the new ideas from our 3 new commissioners and some of the older ideas from our older veterans sitting up here.
Good morning. My name is Dwayne DeAndre. I'm the Human Resources Director, and my expectations are to be able to learn from all the elected officials and my peers what's important to them and how the Human Resources Department can help execute those visions.
Good morning. I'm Ken Edwards, Sustainability Officer, and I'm hoping that sustainability and resilience are principles that are in every project that we talk about.
Good morning. My name is Kateri Johnson. I'm City Clerk, and what I'm hoping to hear today is what the expectations are, and so that my department can best serve each and every one of you that I work with. So I'm looking forward to today.
Good morning. Sam Walthour, Neighborhood and Community Services. Just looking for clear, actionable direction on the priorities from the Commission.
Good morning. Sam Metop, Parks and Recreation Director. I think I mentioned last year that one of my things I was looking forward to this most was that we started to have consistency throughout our staff, our leadership, both on the dais and in the ranks, and it's just continuing, right? And I think what's exciting about this and what I'm looking forward to is not just how do we move forward, but what do we move forward on next? And I think that really helps us in a really big way, and it's exciting to be working on policy stuff and projects rather than just how are we going to make this work until we move to the next stage to where we can get to this. So as we continue, this has been enjoyable, and I look forward to it.
Good morning, Missy Barletto, Public Works Director, and I'm here.
Yes, you are.
Good morning, Travis Franco. I'm the Acting Fire Chief. Eager to see what the goals and objectives of the Commission are and what role the Fire Department may play in accomplishing those goals over the next year. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Laura Simon. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Development Authority. So I am a partner of our city, and I'm very excited to be at the table with you all again and with our new commission and mayor. I really appreciate being a part of, and the Downtown Development Authority part of this process. It's a really important process for our city and for the future, as well as our past. And our expectation, I think, is really just to understand and listen and hear from you all what your expectations are and your vision for our downtown.
Good morning. My name is Russ Major. I'm the Chief of Police for the Police Department. I will tell you, I sat through this last year, and I will tell you that what was so impressive is learning a lot about what everybody does. I know that I come to all the meetings, and I know what everybody's title is, but it's so interesting to hear what everybody actually really does and the nuances and the education that everybody brings to the table. It's an impressive group of people in here. And I walked out of here, I was humbled by the amount of talent that we actually have in this city. So super impressed, and kudos to everyone. Strategic planning with law enforcement. We wear a lot of hats in police work, and the dynamics of just law enforcement has changed so much. We're mediators, we're social workers, we're law enforcement, we're the moms and dads of families that don't even have adults in the house. So the expectations are humongous. But we welcome it. We change with it. It is a necessary entity that we do in the police department as far as law enforcement strategic planning. But I look forward to hearing from everyone and getting the expectations from our supervisors of the city. And this is a good day, so I appreciate it, and thanks for being here.
Good morning. Jay Stacy, the IT director. Of course, I want to hear about the big picture goals of the commission. We get very few opportunities to get to hear that vision. And I don't expect that we're going to hear technology referenced directly, but in today's world, there hardly isn't a technology aspect to any big picture goal. So the IT department is here to listen and figure out our role in helping achieve those goals.
Good morning. My name is Hugh Dunkley, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer. And similar to what Jay indicated, I'm here to hear the short and long-term goals of everyone in here, and primarily from a financial standpoint to see how we can manage those expectations. Because from my standpoint, the common denominator of everything, not to sound a little bit selfish, is it breaks down to dollars and cents. We have to be able to serve the public at a cost that is that they deem as fair and manageable. So my goal is to hear what you have to say from a short and long-term standpoint, and how we'll be able to manage those expectations from a financial standpoint. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janai Bowens, and I'm the Education and Workforce Development Coordinator. I'm really interested in engaging in dialogue regarding the city's direction pertaining to education and workforce development and how it ties into overall economic development and growth.
Good morning, Hassan Hashimiri, Utilities Director. My expectation today is to hear commissioners' new ideas and their perspective on ongoing main issues that the city is facing. I personally have an excellent experience from this setting. 3 years ago, I was here and brought up a couple projects, and commissioners put the water plant at the top of their priority. Now we are in the design phase, so a lot of things can happen as a result of such meetings, and I'm extremely honored to be here.
Good morning. I'm Gina Carter. I'm the Director of Communications, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what all the departments are working on, what the priorities of the Commission are, and how the Department of Communications can help get that message out.
Amy Alvarez, Development Services. I'm here until our director is able to attend. But our expectations for development services would just be a clear understanding of what your priorities are for development services, projects to work on, understanding that we already have some that we've already started. So we don't necessarily want any conflicts, but we would like a clear understanding of that, of your priorities.
Hi, Renee Jadising, Executive Director of the Delray Beach CRA. So we're not a city department like the DDA, we're a dependent special district, but we're here because there's a lot of projects that we share with the city in funding and get ideas from. I think that our CRA has done, well, I know it's done a fantastic job of building our city and the downtown, but it's because we've been responsive. So I think my goal today is to talk to you all and hear and listen and how else we can be responsive in the future for projects. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Terrence Moore, Office of the City Manager. To reiterate the introductory remarks I offered during the beginning of the meeting, to achieve common alignment relative to goals, objectives, implementation of projects, programs for the betterment of the community. And again, an excellent opportunity to achieve in those regards across the board.
Good morning, Jeff Horace, Assistant City Manager. I closed out with a last statement last year of just tell us what you want and we'll do it. So I will say my expectations for this are so that we can do that. I can say that same thing at the end today is if the commission is clear on what they'd like to see in their priorities through the help of staff, then we will clearly be able to have a good grasp on what it is you want, and we'll be able to do it.
Good morning, Julie Casal. I'm super happy to be here, back here with all of you. And when I look around the room at all our department heads, I say we're so fortunate, and Michelle noted that most cities don't do this as a practice. We are unique in so many ways. We have amazing leaders in our departments, and we have accomplished so much under certain circumstances. The water treatment plant, unexpected, monumental expense. We're getting it done. I mean, Missy, you accomplished so much in your department, and Thea, everybody. I don't want to start singling people out. Sam, Mr. Hajimiri, Gina Carter, what you've done with the city and how you present us on social media and in your newspaper, amazing. And Renee. So I'm thrilled to be here. My expectations are that we keep going. I think that Mr. Edwards said that we should think of everything from the perspective of sustainability and resilience. I share that with you, and I think that should be our goal. And Mr. Walthour said we want clear direction, and I think that's imperative, that you not be getting different direction from different people, that we come together and decide what we want and work towards that. So I appreciate all of you, and what I really would like to do is go back, because year after year you see some of the same things come up, and they're not really a top priority, but they've been lingering for a long time, like the golf course. And I'd love to see us just check off the list of some of the things that have been out there that really need attention, because I think, generally speaking, we're doing a great job, and I appreciate every one of you today. Thank you.
Good morning, Angela Burns. I'm just happy that we're all here together again. I learned a lot from the session last year, and looking forward to working with the new commission to hear and understand what your priorities are. We don't get the chance to meet together, as everyone said. However, my expectation is that when we leave today, that not only staff have a great understanding of what it is the commission wants, but that we understand what we listed 10 things last year, and I didn't really leave with a clear understanding of what our top priorities were. And I think it's important that we leave here knowing that, and then also our community residents understand what it is the city considers as top priority. I mean, I know we will have a plethora of things that are important, but what are the things that we plan to tackle first, and so that we all understand that. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tom Markert. I've got nearly 30 days of experience in the politics world, so I'm right there. But I spent, as most of you know, I spent the last 35 years working in some of America's largest companies, Nielsen, Office Depot, board director at True Value. And this is my favorite day of the year. I love strategic planning. It's a time where we all come together, we all put our opinions on the table, and we formulate where we want to go as a company or a business. There's nothing more important than that. If you don't have a plan, you're never going to get where you want to be. And today we've got a chance to pull all that together. And I feel like a kid in a candy store today. This is the best day of the year for me, so I'm super excited. So I think we're going to have a great time today. I think we're going to hash out some of the really big issues that we have as a city, and we're going to figure out a path forward. And there's nothing better than doing that.
I'm going to use that quote like every time I work with elected officials now. That this is the best day of the year.
It's the best day of the year. It's a kid in a candy store moment.
And Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Everything I heard here today is really a common theme. It started off with Commissioner Long talking about exactly what is our common ground. And then as we go around the table and we learned there was an election, new people, maybe new direction, maybe things that you started and made have to shift. I know you talked about consistency. Sorry to break that up. I was happy to get elected. But we have a great opportunity in strategic planning to do exactly that. I've always said, staff and commissioners are only as good as, A, the information they receive, and secondly, the direction that they get. Because I'm confident that everybody in this room not only is capable, because I've always been a big, loud voice in favor of staff here, and I think most of you know that. But it's important for us to give you all the right direction. It's important we get the right feedback from everybody so that we can make the right decisions, which is why when we have an opportunity to talk like this and see where each other think, we can maybe develop ideas. I mean, no one has the best. We can fashion solutions that we can all compromise to fashion solutions that all of us can agree to and everybody in this room can agree to, which is what I hope we do. I hope we really do what you said in terms of coming to some kind of a consensus of where we want to go. And I do think, however, that we do need to understand, as Commissioner Burns said, really what are the priorities. We have a lot of priorities. There's so many, and listen, there's a lot of great things that we need to do, but we really should try to focus on which are the biggest priorities and then work our way down the list. And what Commissioner Casal said with respect to going through the last year, I actually went through the last year's thing, and I actually went through the last. You've heard me talk about the visioning process, and there's the Visions 2020 report and the Visions 2010 report. And so, I go back and I read all this stuff to see where we are as a city and where we're trying to go as a city. And this is a great opportunity for us to explore all of those ideas. And I'm just happy that everybody is here.
Well said. Relax.
He's excited. It's the best day of the year.
Yeah, you stole that. That's a great line. It is the best day of the year. We're going to have a great time today. No, I'm at the candy store. Well, there's that.
Yeah.
There's that. I'm kidding.
We need to have sugar. That's just clearly a part of an important day.
Yeah, none of this blue, yellow, and pink stuff. I want the
real stuff. The real stuff. Well, you all have set the bar very high in terms of expectations, and I think, as the mayor said, there's some important themes that I heard as you all went around the room and shared your expectations. One of which is, I think first and foremost, the commission hopefully hears that you have a staff that is standing at the ready to do those things that you all identify as the priorities for this community. What I also heard is they can't do everything. So part of your role is to not only identify what is most important, what those focus areas should be, but also to prioritize. And I'm sure I said this last year, but I think it bears repeating for a commission is as you all set those key focus areas and you prioritize, really identify what are those areas of focus that are most important for the next 2 to 3 years. There is nobody else in this community that can do that. That is your job, is to help with the prioritization. Everyone else in this room around this table, they're the ones who are going to carry forward the action. They're your experts who can do that work, but you have to give them that direction. If you don't, nobody else will. And so I think that's really important as you think about the strategic plan and think strategically about those focus areas. I so much appreciate what Commissioner Burns said. It was a big list last year. And it's really hard to make progress. You have a big staff. Let's be fair. You have lots of different experts that are part of the team, and they don't just do one thing at one time. But being mindful of capacity and ensuring that, as was said, sometimes there are things that linger because maybe the direction wasn't clear or the direction shifts from time to time. So how do you identify that and really use this opportunity to create clarity around the direction and the focus for the next 2 to 3 years? So I think that hopefully those are some of the really important themes. And also that you have a great team, that collectively it's a great team to really use this opportunity to make significant progress on those things that are most important and that will be most impactful for the community. That's really at the core of what all of you do and why staff does the things that they do, is really about in service to the community. So as we begin to shift the conversation and start thinking about the future, I mentioned I think it's really important to spend at least a little bit of time reflecting on the past and really identifying what are some of those things that have made this community what it is today. And so I'm going to ask you now to share, and this will be open for the group, not just the commissioners. But I want you to think about. We're going to think about Delray Beach over the last 50 years, over the last 5 decades. And this is going to take, for those of you who may be newer to the community, this will be maybe a little bit of a challenge. For those of you who have lots of history here, this will be hopefully a walk down memory lane, perhaps. But I want you to think about Delray Beach over the course of the last 50 years. And we're going to talk about the community by decade. And this is going to test memories a little bit. But I'm going to ask you to think about what were the important people or events by decade that had an impact on this community. So I'm cheating a little bit because if we go by all the decades, we'll be here for a couple of days. So I want to start with time before this is where I think the humidity starts to work against me. Before 1984. So I want you all to think about what were some of the significant events. It's a long period. It's more than 10 years at this point. But what were some of the most significant events or people in Delray Beach's history before 1984?
Miss Burns would know. The gentleman's name, it's escaping me. It begins with an O, his last name, who was the first. Yes, Ozzie Youngblood. That's right. Thank you. I was introduced to him at the Historical Society in a booklet.
And what was it about Mr. Youngblood? Yeah.
Oh, well,
Google can be your friend. It's okay.
I actually opened a business in Delray in 1985, so I do have some names.
Yeah.
I have.
We have Laura Simon over here. Her father and 2 uncles were really the principal architects. With Sam Ogren was here as well, of course, but they were principal builders of the city of Delray Beach. You had Spencer Pompey, who I got to know very well when I was on the Housing Authority 100 years ago. And, he was such an integral part, great with sage advice all the time. You had the Ellingsworth family. You had the McMurrian family, some of the old farmer families that were really out west that were so keen in trying to build the city. And crime was a real issue back pre-1984 that people may have forgotten, because when we first opened up our office, we opened it on Linton in 1985. But people would not. Atlantic Avenue was boarded up. People would not drive. There was serious crime in the area. So great progress was made since then. But the people who I just named were largely responsible for putting together the coalition, so to speak, that began in the late 80s. That really was able to build Delray to what we see today. And there was a lot of, I'm not even talking about the race problems they had in 1962 of not being on the beach. The problems were very, very serious in the city. Yeah. And when you take a snapshot of where we were then and where we are now, it's a totally different city. And, something I said the other day is people take for granted where they are now, but they really got to understand how hard people fought way back then to get to where we are now. So that's my 2 cents.
So pre-84, you said there were some key folks, but you had a community that you said high crime.
There was a lot of crime.
So pre-1984, I would say there's significant leadership from the Chamber of Commerce. Was a very strong force of business owners, property owners that really rallied and developed a lot of the organizations such as the Downtown Development Authority and the CRA and a lot of the commission leadership there. The Downtown Development Authority was formed in 1971 formed out of a need to really save our downtown and revitalize our downtown. There was a push to change zoning, and parking was a challenge, so our organization was formed to, at that time, assembled all of the public parking that is currently in our city today, and develop rules and regulations around really commerce in the downtown. And that was 1971, really through 1984 and 86 did a lot of the development at that time. And I would say even the Historical Society was formed in 1964 around really preserving our history. And our beach restoration, I think, started around that time as well, before 84.
What was the big industry back then?
Agriculture.
Mm-hmm. Other thoughts about the pre-84? Yeah, Sam.
It's like kind of cheating because most of my parks are named after all these amazing things. So I can just name all my parks, but one that's not, and I think it's hard to tell our story, was without the Odom family.
Yeah.
Devon Odom.
Odom.
Yeah, Odom family.
Maybe talk a little bit about that.
Well, I mean, many people in the room actually know of Yvonne's story, but she's a legend in her own right in every way. But her husband even has just an integral role at Pompeii as starting the Little League program that's still in existence today, providing those opportunities to the children in that community. And then even the grandchild today, right? We all know Coco. So, I mean, they've just been leaders in our community doing really, really good things for decades.
So, Sam, you just reminded me what we just celebrated this past weekend. So, the unveiling of the Sack Strong Memorial. He was instrumental in integrating the waterfront environment here in the city of Delray Beach, Florida. So that was a tremendous highlight. Many of us were there to enjoy the celebration, offer a few kind words. It was a great event. And that was quite significant in turning the tide, if you will, relative to segregation that was widely experienced throughout the community at the time. So this would have been in the 1960s, of course, but the celebration and the legacy continues to be acknowledged to this very day. And this past Sunday was a significant opportunity to do so.
He was an active activist in the city throughout.
Yes, ma'am. Right. Mm-hmm. That was a hallmark event, and since, yes, ma'am.
All right, now we're moving along. Next decade. 1984 to 1994. What were some of the significant events or people during this time frame?
Well, the CRA was created in 1985. Plug for CRA. Started before, but yes. Thank you.
I was also created in 1985. So I was at least alive during this decade. I wanted to mention Francis Bork, who was one of the founders of Old School Square.
I'm sorry.
Francis Bork.
Bork, B-O-R.
B-O-R-Q-U-E, I think.
Yeah, that was 1986.
And I'm sorry, what did Mr. Bork? Miss Francis.
She was one of the founders of Old School Square.
Thank you.
The city adopted its historic preservation ordinance and created 4 of the 5 existing historic districts that we have now during that time.
You had a group of very active city commissioners. One of them is in the room there, Dr. Jay Alpern, who in the early 90s decided because we had a lot of turnover in our city commission, city managers, lots of issues there. They really did get a consistent government together. They were the first ones to do the visioning program. They did a Visions 2000, which came up with little ideas like Pineapple Grove, West Atlantic, East Atlantic, the beach, all these other areas of redevelopment that were part of that Visions 2000 program. Tom Lynch was the mayor then. Dr. Alpern, I guess, was a commissioner, and there were some others. But that really was the turning point for Delray with that visioning program that they had, the first Visions 2000, was to really map out how we wanted the city to evolve. And I've looked at these other visioning things. I said I have 2010, 2020, but the 2000 visioning program really reached so many of its goals that it really gave us the foundation of where we are now. Because without, and the CRA was instrumental with developing Pineapple Grove. It was then called Main Street. They spent tons of money and time to get that up and running. The downtown development was very active in helping to do the businesses then in the early 90s. So it was all part of that time from like 1990 to 1995 where they really put together so many ideas that gave us Delray Beach.
Vision 2000, it probably feels like a really long time ago when you think about that, and yet it had such an impact, 25 years.
And Dr. Alpern's still a young guy.
In 1993, the joint venture was established, which was a collaboration between the city, the CRA, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Downtown Development Authority. And that started a lot of our events that take place in the downtown to really revitalize the downtown. And because the streetscapes were changed, the decorative lighting, the decorative pavers, the landscaping, everything was done, but there was nobody in downtown. So the goal was to bring events to our community, bring our community back downtown, by having events on the streets. So a lot of rules relaxed. Art and jazz started at that point. It was really bringing back our community to the center of our community. So.
Gladiola Festival.
Gladiola Festival, Art and Jazz on the Avenue. The Christmas tree, they brought the 50 feet for our centennial, which actually happened. And we had I think it was 96. There was a 50 feet of the Christmas tree started, and then when they added another 50 feet for the 100th anniversary.
We don't want to forget Mr. Powers and his green pig for St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day Parade, yes. Arcade Tap Room, yes.
During this time, excuse me, the Education Board was developed. I believe it was 1991. And this is significant because the commission and the mayor at that time was very, well, from my research, was very active in educational-based policies that were going on at the time. I think this was the first really pronounced conversation between the city of Delray Beach and the school board of Palm Beach County regarding educational initiatives and pushes that still impact our schools today.
What else? Anything else anyone wanted to add about this decade?
The city won its first All-America City Award.
I was just thinking that.
Do you know what year that was?
1993.
1993. Yep.
Now, moving into the next decade, 94 to 2004.
Delray Open. The tennis tournament came to Delray. The Delray Open, it's known as now. I don't think it was called, I don't remember what it was called in 90. I think that happened in 99, I think was the first year I went.
Y2K. That seems like a really long time ago too, doesn't it?
Not to mention that. I have a thought and observation, and it was during this time in which I first truly became familiar with the city of Delray Beach, Florida, in terms of operations and its municipal scope. I was a very young assistant in Deerfield Beach, Florida, between 1995 and 1999, and I was involved in benchmarking issues and challenges in that community vis-a-vis those in other cities. And Delray Beach experienced a lot of the issues and challenges that were faced in Deerfield Beach, Florida. So I had an opportunity in 1997, June 1997 was the more specific time frame, to interact with city leadership at the time, learn about the redevelopment focus and what was in store for the community that led us to now being where we are at this point. And it was interesting because when I was a candidate for the opportunity to become city manager back in 2021, I was able to intimately talk about my knowledge of Delray Beach, Florida, based on the experiences I've had as a kid in the 1990s while serving the city of Deerfield Beach, Florida. So a lot was shared, and it was fairly easy for me to make that transition and connect with the realities of the day.
So we, the CRA moved our office in 1996, I believe, 95, 96, from West Palm Beach. We moved a few houses, actually, but 1995 and 6, so our historic preservation efforts were very strong, or still are, and also the Green Market started. (1996).
Many of the city's redevelopment plans were adopted during this time, and probably, I was going to say most importantly, but they're all very important, the downtown master plan
Was adopted.
was adopted during that time. That was a very large community effort.
Chief?
Technology for us in the police department, which I started in '96, and we were using paper for everything. That was a big introduction for us in law enforcement with regard to technology, laptop computers, and making the police cars evolve to rolling computers, if you will.
Can you imagine working without them now?
No. From mapping programs to, laser radar units in the car to laptops, and it changed. It was a game changer. Even printers. We went with printers in the vehicles during that era. It was amazing.
I'm curious, staff that's here, how many of you were in the organization sometime between 94 and 2004? Just the chief. Yeah. Anything else in this time period?
I was actually on the Housing Authority board then, and that was the first that the Housing Authority started taking off. It was right around the late 1990s, and it really started to take off. They had a lot of problems before that, and they finally got real professional staffs in, and it started the groundwork there. And I think in I'm trying to remember, was it 2003 or 4? The first idea sprang up for the Community Land Trust, then called the Delray Housing Group, but it morphed into what became the community with the land trust there, which is now still active and doing great things. But that was right around that time period, 2003, 2004.
Moving along, next decade, 2004 to 2014. What were some of the notable events or people during this time frame?
In November of 2007, the Green Task Force formed. And the people that were on there were Nancy Schneider, Dan Sloan, John Koenig, Anna Carmen DeMello, Sarah Martin, Yalmaz Sadiq, and Joe Snyder. And they wrote a report, the Green Task Force report, that came out in January of 2009.
I think it was in, 2005. I'm over here. Sorry, Laura.
Oh, sorry.
2005.
You're coming from behind my
yeah,
head,
sorry.
so it's weird.
Atlantic High School was moved, right, in 2005? Was it the last class? So that was when okay. So 2005 it moved out from Seacrest to where it is today.
I believe it was 2012, the retirement of David Harden, who was the longest tenured manager in Delray Beach's history at about 22 years.
And Delray's centennial was 2011. Centennial celebration. And I guess Mayor Perlman was also in office in 2005.
Now, who among staff were here during this time period? I'm doing this just so that you all see too from the commission about the turnover certainly that happens naturally, but also the continuity that you have over these decades too among staff and where those changes occur.
We also had 9/11 during that time as well, which is a big shift in safety, right?
That was the prior category, 2001.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, along with the technology changes too. Certainly, there was more resources that came available, from the feds after 9/11 too.
I will say it was a 2013, started in 2012, but finished in 2013 when the last visionings process was held at Delray Beach, and that was the Visions 2020. Others in this room have heard me say that I'm really anxious to do a Visions 2030 because a lot of good stuff came out of all the visioning processes, just like hopefully a lot of good stuff will come out of here. But that was the last time we did it, which was over 10 years. And I happen to think like every 10 years you ought to do something like that to get the community engaged with lots of different facets of the community. So that's when we did 2013 was the last of the visionings.
Probably a lot has changed since 2013.
And a lot hasn't.
Yeah. We had a lot of hurricanes during that time. I guess 2004 we had really significant increase in hurricanes. And weather. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What did you all experience here in Delray during that? Yeah.
We also during that. I'm sorry. Anybody? I think we were dealing a lot with the recovery issues during like that 2012 to probably later to 2016. Really struggling with our recovery issues. With
Financial recovery? Is that
mental health and substance abuse. Good. A lot of negative publicity, I guess, we dealt with.
Were there something else, other things during this time period? Anything from the city facilities or infrastructure side? We haven't really talked much about, you mentioned parks earlier and some of the important parks, but in terms of facilities or other infrastructure related events?
The first EV chargers were installed in 2011.
I would add that probably many of the issues we're going to talk about today and the things we've been working on for the last few years is trying to now address maybe a period where those facilities weren't part of this discussion for whatever reasons, almost citywide, right? And it's a lot of what we're talking about, Hassan's water treatment plants and utilities, parks, our city buildings, the tennis center, things like that. So I think there's probably the back half, I'm assuming, of this decade and into the next one where there's almost like a gap. And that's many of the questions we'll talk about throughout the day.
So to the list that he put, I would add in there deteriorating seawalls, roadways, water sewer network, all of it.
During this time period in particular, you were seeing a lot of that.
From the 1984-94 decade of excellence that the city experienced all the way up to 2015 when a lot of us started here at the city.
I'm not sure during that period, didn't we do the old school square garage? We put in place the starting of the Federspiel garage, these are the downtown, parking garages. We put those into place in that time period.
There was some infrastructure improvement. Most of those were associated with CRA projects. A lot of that wasn't necessarily city initiated. So, I was thinking more roadway, water, sewer.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, when she said what facilities were done, I was thinking that we did do, some major garages during that period.
Yeah. Old School Square was in, I believe, 2005. The garage. The bond.
Anything else during this period?
I think it was 2008 that the first tree ordinance was passed. Is that right?
When did the library, I think the library moved also from the downtown 4th Avenue to its current location as well, right?
Yep.
The library.
All the volunteers carrying the books,
Yeah.
the long line from the one facility to the other.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Also, the Chamber of Commerce moved into the garage during this time as well, into the Old School Square garage from that area. And I think there was the start of the CRA's project with that area too.
There was also some impacts to public safety for the fire department because of the tough economic times. There was a determination made that we had to brown out or shut down a rescue truck at our Station 2 for 12 hours a day for about 6 months until we were able to secure some funding in order to get that truck back in operation 24 hours. So those economic times impacted everyone.
Okay, the last decade, 2014 to today. What are some of the most significant events or people in the last 10 years? Present company excluded, of course.
The Stoneman Douglas shooting that made a big impact in law enforcement and kids' safety in school systems. You had COVID, which was a game changer for everybody.
Coastal Conservation Plan, Missy. This is a big deal because at the time I think there were only 5 in the state, all promoted by counties versus the city. And we got the Blue Flag program. All the money that you got for infrastructure.
Yeah, in this time frame, we did really start to address the infrastructure needs of the city.
Right.
Performing a stormwater master plan, seawall vulnerability analysis, making sure that we're positioned to address the climate change issues that are impacting the city, putting together those plans, even pavement condition indices to know what order we need to repair our roadways in.
Right.
We initiated a roadway reconstruction program, a sidewalk improvement program to assist with transportation, mobility disadvantaged individuals to make the city of Delray Beach a more walkable and bikeable city.
Right.
In addition to implementing new parking programs and a number of things to address the infrastructure issues that had been facing us for a while.
Right.
Bring us into this century and a little bit ahead.
Green building ordinance. That was big.
In 2015, the first one.
Right. Pompey Park. Substantial.
And we really can't forget that we went from ad valorem revenues of just about $100 million to ad valorem revenues of $180 million over this 10-year period, which is, created a lot of the opportunities for the city because the revenues gained. Something I forgot to say, but it's still 2014 because when it's finished, is the last actual true beach reclamation program we did started in beginning of 2013 and ended in 2014, which was the last one of those efforts. But
right.
the driving force was the revenues that the city was making, which it had never seen before, and it really allowed the city to do a great many things because we had a 90% increase in our revenues because of property taxes. The property taxes went through the roof. Property values went through the roof. So the city enjoyed, great opportunities with the increased revenues.
Yeah, I think piggybacking off of that, I think this is the time up till now. I don't know how you quantify it, but it's become maybe one of the coolest cities in South Florida to be at. Everyone wants to be on the avenue. Everyone wants to be at our beach. Everyone wants to move here. We get lost in the shuffle sometime of the things we're trying to work on and what we don't have. But if you talk to anybody, your friends and stuff on the weekends or whatever, and everybody's like, Delray's amazing. And I think this is the time frame where we've kind of shifted into that role in South Florida.
The most fun small town in America.
Mm-hmm.
What do you attribute the change to?
I think it's the collective of all this, but mostly the downtown and the beach, right? So when you have that amazing beach and then the downtown that goes with it, and then the community support, and then you start adding all those things together, and they just build on each other.
Mm-hmm.
The events, right? They help everything. Yeah. So there's probably a million layers to it, but it's.
The manager wanted to get in.
Simply wish to highlight the March 2023 Parks and Public Safety Bond referenda approval. Thought that was tremendously significant. It spoke volumes in terms of the overwhelming support that was achieved as a result of moving forward.
So, I think you asked about what attributed to that. I think it's really also everyone here, because I started, 6 years ago is unbelievable, but the communication and working together from the staff of the city to CRA and just the collaboration, I think that has a strong play. Besides, obviously, we're getting good direction from the commission. I think everyone here works together really well, and it wouldn't happen otherwise. And a few CRA projects I'll just throw in too. Osceola Park, this is a good example. It's a complete neighborhood project. I think not many are even done in the country. So that's Missy's team got that done, and we have 2 more underway because of Public Works. We also moved a house in 2019, another house, which is now our office, Well Rock House.
But your question was, it is accumulation of all these things. We did a lot of things right in this town. Let's be honest. I mean, we had the blessing to get some money at the end, but we did a lot of things right in this town. We controlled our growth to the extent we could. Yes, we made some mistakes, and maybe we could have done things differently. But the overall snapshot is what Mr. Mitat was saying. I mean, we did a lot of things right, and Delray really became the place. And so, because they bypassed other places to come here, and there was a reason for it, and we were good for business. We were good for the residents. We were good to the tourists. We did a lot of things right, and a lot of people in this room are responsible for that.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes, just want to add the set transformation plan. That was 2016, 2017. That was a neighborhood plan.
Yes.
And in 2020, the city adopted a completely new comprehensive plan. That was another large community effort, and we added new elements to our comprehensive plan that address education, that address, there's a new historic preservation element. So it really showed the important aspects of the city and what is important to the residents. And it's actually something that maybe we should look at as part of the mayor's visioning goals, because there's a lot of projects in there that the community wanted to see done.
I was also going to say, piggyback off what the mayor talked about with increased revenues coming into the city, the increased need for city services, and we adjusted our staffing levels to maintain that level of service across the city by creating more FTEs for city employees.
I wanted to get back, Chief, you said earlier staffing issues. So I'm assuming this is vacancies?
Well, yes, there was recruiting problems. There was people vacating law enforcement during that time. It was a national epidemic, but we, as on a local level, were experiencing issues with regard to staffing.
So created the FTEs to meet the demand for more increase in services and dealing with the challenges that weren't just unique to Delray. Obviously, community, globally, really, staffing shortages.
Also, it's over here. Just some back to downtown. There is a lot of growth during that time in the downtown area. A lot of some change of use, redevelopment. The Federal Highway project was completed during that time. That was a CRA city project. The narrowing of Federal Highway for 20 blocks almost. Was significant. It's a significant change, as well as we have really still some big development happening in the downtown that started during that time, mid-time, as well as the changes from the leadership at the time to change the issues that were happening because of the substance abuse and the recovery. There were some changes to ordinances during that time to make things more manageable, I would say.
Which ordinances?
It was really around the housing rate, Anthea. That's around. Hi. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, thank you, Amy. She jumped in for me. I appreciate it. So we have taken steps to make sure that we have a quality recovery community. It had not been that for a while, and it was a careful thing to manage. And what the city brought forward, I think, became a model for a lot of other cities on how to manage the same issues. And then I think going back to the mayor's comment, like, how did we get here? I actually have a unique perspective. So while I'm a relatively new city employee, I actually was a consultant for the city back when they did the downtown master plan. I was on that team. And I will tell you that even Renee's predecessor, the partnership between the city and the CRA, they adopted these visioning plans and then, like no other city, methodically went about doing them. That is why the city looks the way it does now. That is why we are on every glossy magazine, Because when we did the downtown master plan back in, I'm trying to think of when it was, 2020? No, I'm sorry, 2000, right? I mean, that was when Swinton was a blinking light. Everybody just tried to get through downtown to get to the beach without stopping because it was dangerous or whatever. And all that growth we're describing, the reason it took the form it did with lining the buildings, putting the parking behind it, kind of building on what Atlantic Avenue was because the city established a vision and then went about implementing it. It was not by accident. It was very purposeful partnership between the city and the CRA to do that.
And the
residents.
And the
DDA.
And the residents. They
Yeah.
were very involved with all the
They
engagements, all the
drafted
charrettes,
it.
everything we
Yeah.
had. It was truly a collaborative effort.
Anything else? 2014.
I think I'm going to add in something that I'm stuck in the middle of right now. The changeover of special events in the city to more of city-run or cities much more active in many of them, and certainly we have that struggle to make sure that we maintain a quality balance of bringing in outsiders and quality of life for residents through those special events. But that encompasses changes over at Old School Square, the Christmas tree, St. Patrick's Day parade, all those sort of things that have changed over in leadership through that time, mostly ending up with the city and turning into things that are of great concern to us with staffing and other issues, as well as how we handle that through budgetary means and others has had real impact on the city.
You've created this great place. Now they're coming. How do you manage all that?
Last thing we want to do is be a victim of our own success.
I think the other thing that happened in 2015 is that downtown was coming out of the ground, but there was some concerns that a series of waivers were being processed all the time, that the architecture wasn't as reminiscent of the Village by the Sea vision that we had. And so the code was revamped again to do a couple of things. One, it required more civic open space, a quantitative amount of plazas and parks that have to come in with bigger projects, and it adopted architectural design guidelines. Now, architectural design guidelines are only as good as the board that evaluates them. So we still had some issues with that, and we most recently took some of the styles that have provided the community with more concern out of the lower board's purview and moved it to the city commission, because the idea is to make things that everyone wants to see easy, and then make sure there's a longer public process for waivers or deviations. And so that all came in 2015.
I have one more thing. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. I apologize. But really, we've developed, or actually private sector, we have 6 new hotels just in the downtown during that time, which is pretty significant.
So I want to go back now, having had this little trip down memory lane by the decade, and ask you to reflect on what you heard by the decade. And if I were to ask you to capture in a phrase or a headline what that decade meant or what that decade was, what would it be? So we started this pre-84 era, more than a decade, when you talked about a handful of individuals or families who were instrumental in building some of the city, some of the original planners. The Historical Society was created, the DDA was created, the Chamber was active. You had a lot of farming families. This community was primarily agricultural based back then. You began to assemble parking. You started some beach restoration, but there were also a lot of crime issues at that time. So if you were to write a headline for that period in Delray's history, what would you call it? Growing pains? Diamond in the rough? Transition?
Settlement?
Settlement?
Hot mess.
Yeah, every decade isn't necessarily a good decade.
That was our incubation period. Yeah. That's where we really started to form what we wanted to, people holding the town together, people seeing where it could go, and all the other things as well. I'm just saying, but this really was the time when a lot of ideas were being thrown around, and they were seeing what would stick, as you said.
So you move from your incubation period to the next decade. When you create the CRA, you have an active commission that created the Vision 2020 plan. You began to focus more on the downtown with the joint venture. It was the first All-America City Award. The Education Board was created. So what would you call this next period?
Path forward.
Yeah, contemplating the future.
The awakening.
I think that's the decade that the city called itself the decade of excellence.
So I heard path forward, I heard the awakening. What would you all call this, given now being able to reflect back on it?
Inclusion.
Inclusion?
Mm-hmm.
Renaissance.
Mm-hmm.
I can't spell that. That's a really hard
I can't help you.
Yeah.
Could you
Big
give
French
me
word. He likes
Revitalization. That was the true
French is very
revitalization
French,
period. I'd say revitalization.
I can spell revitalization, but you all know I meant Renaissance.
It was the pivot. It was really pivoted.
It's also that, I heard that path forward. So you've kind of moved from incubator stage to beginning to revitalize. And then, humidity is not my friend with these Post-its. 94 to 2004. The tennis tournament came. CRA moved. Green market started. Big technology focus in public safety. 9/11 happened. Redevelopment authority. Redevelopment activities and plans. That was a big period where a lot of your plans, like the downtown master plan, was adopted. The housing authority was started. Community land trust. What would you call that period?
Evolutionary progress. Yeah.
So we went from incubation period to a revitalization period to a manifesting evolutionary progress period. And then you hit the next decade, 2004 to 2014. The Green Task Force was formed. Atlantic High School moved. Your long-standing city manager retired. You had your centennial celebration. The last visioning process occurred, Vision 2020. You had the housing crisis, or we all had the housing crisis, the financial crisis, mental health and substance abuse issues, hurricanes, deteriorating infrastructure. Library moved, chamber moved. You did some parking, assembled some parking, brownouts in the fire department. Maybe not as rosy.
Correct.
A period of some sense of instability.
Growing pains. We did really well, then we. Fall back and consolidate.
Say transition.
Growing pains, transition, instability. Okay. And now, these last 10 years. Certainly, COVID, school shootings were significant issues that this organization, this community, this country dealt with, deals with.
Resilience.
But you've got strong growth in ad valorem taxes. You have the parks bond, a lot of investment in infrastructure, new plans for infrastructure.
Overdrive.
Overdrive.
It's managing success, managing our growth. Oh, I thought we were on to the next decade. I thought she was right.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Last one. Today.
Yeah.
My favorite catchphrase, we're working on it.
Managing success and growth. Overdrive. So as you think about the past, and we begin now to transition our conversation to the next decade, maybe not the whole decade, but at least the next 5 years or so, I want you to be thinking in the back of your mind when new people are sitting around this room and they're doing this exercise 20, 30 years from now, and they think about this period from 2024 to 2034 in Delray's history. What do you want them to say about that period? When they start writing things about what was important, what were the big events, what were the important investments, what were the important focuses for this time period, I want you to be thinking about what you want the headline for these next 10 years to be for Delray, because you get to write that. Hopefully, as we walked through your history, you heard and felt how there were intentional actions that had to occur way back when in order to get you to this period where the word success even shows up in how you think about this time period. Mm-hmm. Not every time period had that same level of success, or maybe even that intentionality. But as you think about your focus for this community over these next few years, what are those things that you want to focus on, that are the priorities for this commission, that are going to have the impact that you want it to have, that are going to be part of the history that will be written for the next 10 years? Think about that. Did you have a comment?
Yes. Are we expected to offer comments at this particular point
you're
in
welcome
time?
to, and then we're going to take a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in response to your question or direction to define what this decade would look like 20, 30 years from now, I would like to think of it as a true decade of success, a true decade of record of achievement and accomplishment. Yeah. We would like to have, I would love for us to have that reputation as a municipality in the future. And every opportunity to that effect exists given the myriad of projects, programs, and opportunities that align. And therefore, that should be achievable, I think.
And how do you build on some of these things that have already taken place? Some of the investments that have already been made, some of the partnerships that have already been created. How do you leverage those when you think about success and creating success for the next decade?
The record of achievement enables us to continue a positive and productive trajectory. Mm-hmm. Therefore, much of this is possible as a result of the positive synergy that has been executed in recent years. Therefore, outlining or laying the foundation for the City of Delray Beach to achieve across the board.
And you're not starting from
Correct.
nothing. You
Correct.
have a strong foundation that's taken all these decades to build, too.
Yep,
Didn't
and
just happen
reputation,
overnight.
et cetera.
I think we're entering a decade where we need to manage our maturity. You know, we're starting to see things like our water plant, needing to be changed out. We've got traffic and congestion issues. I think we're entering a really important phase of our development, but I think it's around managing maturity. We don't have a lot of empty dirt left in Delray. Our infrastructure is kind of taxed out in a lot of ways. So I think this is going to be a very important 10-year period for Delray.
And just to add to that, if I may, in terms of the growth evolution of Delray Beach, Florida. So Delray Beach is probably about 90% built out at this particular point in time, on a permanent residency approaching close to 70,000 permanent residents. The calculated build-out is 77,000 permanent residents, given the existing boundaries of the community, the corporate limits of Delray Beach, Florida. So it made me think about that as Mr. Marker was offering his comments in terms of managing our maturity, if you will, because growth rate or build-out rate is a factor or a metric to help determine what that might look like.
I just wanted to say this was a pretty cool exercise to really get an overview of what's happened in Delray over the decades. And by the way, I think between Laura Simon and Mayor Carney, you guys could lead like a lecture series on Delray history or do a podcast or something. Really, it's really impressive. Just hearing all this historical insight. It's humbling in a way, but it's exciting that we could hopefully be a part of that. Hopefully someday, like you said, there's a commission a decade or two from now that's referencing things that this commission was able to accomplish. So I think it's a great way to start out the day and create that context for us.
In my day, we walked 7 miles to school on the beach.
With no shoes.
No shoes, exactly.
I was about to say that.
I was in the snow.
Holes in the shoes, no socks.
Any other comments from the commissioners about what you heard? All right, let's take a break, and when we come back, we're going to transition to talk about the focus areas that were elevated last retreat that the commission had. It is just a couple minutes after 10, so I'll give you 15 minutes. Let's come back by 10:20. So I will remind you all to try, and I know it's hard, some of the folks are sharing, but try to use your mics when you are speaking so that others can hear you clearly. And we also ask that the side conversations be minimized, both among the folks here as well as the folks out joining us, so that you all can hear each other effectively. So thank you for that. Thank you for being mindful of that. So now I want to reflect for a few minutes on the focus areas that were identified by the commission that was sitting here in these seats a year ago. Some of you were here, some of you were not. From staff's perspective, some of the staff was here, some of them were not. And you had in your agenda, and hopefully you all have seen the report from last retreat as well too, but you have in your agenda, and I wrote them up on the board here, the focus areas that were identified last year. And as Commissioner Burns pointed out, there's a lot of them on this list, and none of them are insignificant in terms of the work that it takes to implement or to achieve success in these areas. I think I counted 9. I'm counting, or 11. 3, 6, 11. There's 11 focus areas that were identified last year. And as we begin this conversation, I think it's important to note that none of these things are not important. All of these things are important to different aspects of the community. But as a few of the elected officials have said, if you don't prioritize, then everything is important and nothing is accomplished. And there are certain things, as you heard and as you know from your interactions with staff, there's a lot of work that's already happening today in this community, in the organization. And just because you don't say it doesn't mean it's not happening. So I'll just, as an example, there's a lot of things that are going on in the organization right now that aren't listed here. Doesn't mean they're going to not happen. So I don't see, for example, with the chief sitting here to my right, public safety wasn't a specific call out last year. It didn't mean that public safety is not important or that the police department and the fire department get to take a year or two off. That's not the case. So again, things are important. The idea is for this commission, as you think about how you want to start thinking about these next 10 years, what do you all believe are the most important priorities that are going to have an impact on this community that you also believe are achievable? And so I want you to reflect on this list. And what we want to do now is have some conversation among the commission about which of these focus areas are important focus areas for you all collectively that you want to spend some time on today talking through and defining success. And perhaps there may be things that are not on this list, certainly, that are important to this commission that you also want to spend time on today, really articulating success so that you have some direction, or you are able to give some direction to staff. I also want to note that we do have 3 specific policy issues that you all will have an opportunity to discuss after we go through the focus areas, those being the golf course, Old School Square campus, and public engagement for park improvements. So those are areas that you will spend some time discussing after this conversation. So I didn't want to lose that or not mention that. So back to this list. The question is, are there focus areas on this list that you all want to spend time on today, really delving into and defining success? And then are there things that aren't on this list that you want to make sure we spend time on?
I like the list. Some of this is we do almost without thought, right? Community engagement. The City of Delray Beach is amazing at engaging with the community and the CRA as well. A lot goes into every decision. And so I feel like we do that almost naturally, and we don't necessarily, just like safety. It's not something we need to maybe spend a lot of time talking about, but something that I think is glaringly obvious that's missing is protecting our historic districts for the future. Our comprehensive plan that we did implement in 2020 emphasized a historic element, and I believe that was the first time we ever had that in our comprehensive plan. It's such a small percentage of the city, and I feel like we should take some time talking as a group about what our intentions are with respect to that, since we're the ones typically making determinations that affect it. Also, I would add that city facilities should be combined as city facilities and maybe infrastructure as a whole. But then again, we're really doing an amazing job with that, so I don't know if we need to keep it as a key focus area. If something is happening naturally because our staff is amazing and they're doing their job, does it pull off the list to look to replace it with something more important, or do we keep it going because it's in the forefront? That's for you to direct us.
Well, and I think that's a really important question, because the idea is that there would be some action behind those focus areas.
Correct.
So you all need to then be very clear about what the action is that you're expecting. So again, to your point about community engagement, if you all believe that what's being done currently is appropriate and acceptable, then perhaps you wouldn't change the status quo or the current initiatives. However, if there were specific elements that you wanted to highlight, then that would be an opportunity for you all to have some conversation, perhaps direction. And there may be some of these focus areas that the staff may have some questions about too, if there is a lack of clarity among any of those, and that's where I would defer to the manager on that.
If I could ask, if you just help me define, because I wasn't here, if you could just go through that list and define what you mean by mobility, what are you referring to with public spaces? I mean, economic affordability is kind of that's an easy lift, but there are some things I'm not exactly what you mean by mobility. I don't know is that like traffic?
Yes.
And is public spaces parking?
More green space.
I don't know what the line item is you're actually trying to specify.
Sure. So I'm happy to do that. And I will certainly rely on the commissioners who were here last year to add any color commentary or flavor, since these were the ones that they were part of discussing. Mobility was about reducing reliance on cars, looking at alternative modes of transportation, creating a more walkable community. That was how the commission last year talked about mobility, considering different options, moving away from cars. Let's see, public spaces. Really focused, there's a lot of conversation around beaches and parks being places for people to congregate, to enjoy. Really, they were amenities that were talked about as being family friendly, open for all, being calm places for people to enjoy in the community. Economic affordability, really diversifying the tax base. I think you said that's probably pretty self-explanatory, but I think worth noting. Creating more of a lunchtime crowd, reserving spaces for commercial and business use, reducing reliance on property taxes. Really, again, diversifying the tax base. Downtown really being the hub and heart of Delray Beach, maintaining a balance of charm and vibrancy, making sure that it is connected and walkable, and diversifying the base in terms of office spaces that support the perhaps lunch crowd or restaurants in the downtown. The set, a community opportunity, inclusion, identity, implement the 2020 West Atlantic Development Plan, and complete the public improvements that were planned for Village Center and the high school. Community engagement and civility, really creating a healthy city culture as well as community conversations, using some of the natural points that you have in the community, like your HOAs, to create networks of ambassadors out in the community, to be authentic about your messaging and your branding, and having proactive conversations involving the community in conversations like town halls and things of that nature. Staff development and retention, maintaining stability in staff, being able to set the tone from the top, empowering staff and making sure that they have opportunities for personal growth and training. and modernizing work practices as well as spaces. Sustainability and resiliency, focusing on our green goals, coastal impacts, educating residents about the initiatives that are in place to achieve those goals, using a sustainability lens to view all decisions. There was talk about the disaster management plan, things of that nature. Education, creating 21st century education for all. The city should advocate for and showcase our schools, considering the generational impacts that education has on the community, looking at adult education in terms of workforce and tech training, and looking for public-private partnerships for education. City facilities into the future, assess alternative approaches to the city facility needs, completing the bond projects, a plan for City Hall, and certainly being mindful of relocation expenses in the planning for any moves. And then the final area was arts and culture. That was a new focus area that was added to represent the vast array of arts and culture initiatives that were taking place in the city.
Right.
So if I may, Mr. Long, if you don't mind.
Of course.
I've had individual discussions with each of you all relative to today's engagement for goal-setting session, as did you, Michelle Ferguson, to get everybody prepared and squared away. And this is really an opportunity to offer some specific thoughts based on individual key focus areas. For example, Mayor Carney and I, we had a discussion yesterday about the pending or standing agreement with the school district of Palm Beach County.
We did.
Relative to monitoring performance, evaluating the metrics in terms of effectiveness. That falls under the category of education. So if I may, Michelle Ferguson, it's an opportunity for the elected officials in terms of their thoughts and guidance to connect with the general focus areas in that regard. Education being one of them. You and I had our conversation yesterday. It was a very productive discussion. I was able to follow up with Janai Bowens in terms of being prepared to accept any direction that may be plausible from the board at this time. That would be appropriate as your role as facilitator, correct? If I can get a witness to that effect, I think that would be helpful.
Great. And that's a great segue into some of the things I want to bring up real quick, which I think are continuations of things we've been working on since last year and this list that we came up with. So I just want to go over a few items that I hope would rank among our priorities and kind of how they fit into this list. And I'll be quick, as I'm sure my colleagues all have similar lists. And hopefully we have a lot of the same things on our list anyway. I know the Vice Mayor already brought up the golf course, which, speaking of public spaces, we're in one right now that, I think we are the commission that could make a decision on this. We should be the commission that makes a decision on what to do here. It's the thing I probably hear about the most in a given week, and I'm hoping that can be a big priority to figure out the direction of where we're going to go with the golf course right now. So as far as city facilities go, we just passed this historic GEO bond in 2023, and our CRA's architect, Curry and Sowers, came up with a great plan of what to do with our police station and fire station. And I'd love to see if this commission is still on board with that plan so we can continue to move forward as those funds are released. And we can really, I think it's critical that we move forward on that, as well as what we're doing with the parks money that came in as well. I think we as a commission need to figure that out too. I think that should be a priority. Under arts and culture, Old School Square. The last commission spent about a year going through an RFLI process, and I'm not sure what happened with that. I'd love to kind of figure that out and where we're going with that. I think the community lacks clarity on it. I've been hearing about it quite a bit. So I'm really excited to talk about Old School Square and where we're going to go with that moving forward. I think everyone wants to know. Mobility. We talked about wayfinding here last year. We've talked about it a lot since. I know there's been a kind of a bottleneck in our procurement department regarding signs we've been waiting on, signage downtown. That's a major issue. I'd love to see kind of where we're at on that progress. And the last one is the set. I'd love to talk about the set transformation plan. I know that was held up based on some governing document updates within the CRA. I'd love to see where we're at on that progress. And we have this new RAC board coming online, which is more of a committee. Be great to maybe have them start to look at the set transformation plan as well, possibly concurrently. So I'd love to chat about that. And that goes under the set and probably under community engagement.
So let's talk about, if you all are comfortable, let's walk through these 11 one by one, so that you all have an opportunity to respond to each other and to engage in some conversation where it's appropriate about each of these. Is that acceptable in terms of a next step?
Sure.
So let's start with the first one on the list was mobility. You mentioned wayfinding. I gave you some of the definitions, or at least some of the topics that were talked about last year. What are your thoughts around the concept of mobility and what some of the important elements may be in mobility for Delray?
Ease of transport. So not just how you're getting there, but how easy is it to get there? And I think we're going to find, maybe, I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but we implemented some new software. How long will it be before we see if what we're doing is actually working? I don't know. I think this is going to be a priority for us at all points in time, but in terms of a commission initiative, really I think right now it's time to see if what we're starting to implement is actually effective, and then where we go from there.
And when you say, just for my clarification, when you say ease of transport and you're implementing some things, can you...
Software that will direct people to available parking. So basically potentially pulling people to their destination more quickly so they're not circling around the block over and over again waiting for a space to become available. They'll know where they can go.
So this is about, just again, I wrote ease of transportation, but you're really being specific about availability of directing people to available parking.
Correct,
in the downtown.
Right, because then that reduces some of the traffic.
Having recently come off the campaign trail, I will tell you that traffic congestion and parking are high on a lot of people's list in this town.
Yep.
And there's so many things out there that are possible. Technology is a wonderful thing, and we're learning more every day what we can do. I was actually on the phone yesterday with the county commissioner to see if the city of Delray could participate because people don't realize, but the counties kind of own all the traffic light systems. We don't have control of our own traffic lights. So while we can yell and scream at the city manager or your missy or whoever about the traffic problems, we don't own those traffic lights. But, I mean, Boca does, and that's something maybe we can discuss if we want to take it over, but that's a separate conversation for another day, and that's a long conversation. But, you know, the county is going to be implementing in the north part of the county these smart traffic lights. So I spoke to them yesterday. I said, why, Delray is we are really, because we're so compact, we are really in a perfect position to be included in at least the discussion of whether or not we should have some of the county's smart traffic lights here. You know, the kind that they look, you get to the city, they either side, there's nobody there, they turn the light. All of it's designed to relieve the congestion. We're victims of our own success. That's why we have such congestion. So now we just have to reach out to see how to make that congestion easier. So a lot of these things are coming now. The city's new plan with respect to the parking, to which Commissioner Casal just referenced, is a fabulous plan. Once implemented, I think it's going to be a game changer for the people here. So
I wanted to. I don't know if the signage would go here as well to see where we are with clear and simple signage for our residents in terms of where to park, which lots are private, which lots are not, different colors. I know that we have something that we're working on. Just would like to know the status and where we are with that.
These private parking lots, people don't know.
I would like to ask you, Michelle Ferguson, in terms of the continued facilitation, if there's an opportunity for respective department directors to offer specific updates with respect to matters that relate to the different focus areas, they should be empowered to do so that we can have a productive experience.
I've heard several questions that commissioners have asked, and so this is really an opportunity for staff to be invited. This is conversational. This is not, they're not up on the dais. Robert's rules don't apply today. So certainly if you hear places where you can add some assistance to the conversation, please, you're welcome and invited, and frankly a little bit expected to do so, because that's
if
part
we can
of
knock
today's
things off,
conversation.
but if staff can help us knock things off the list, that'd be real helpful.
Exactly. So I've heard some questions about the software implementation. I've heard questions about wayfinding and signage, and so.
I wanted to provide you with a factoid based on the conversation with the county. I ran the impact fees that we collect for transportation this week or last week. In 10 years, we have sent $12.5 million to the county, and the county, the interlocal with the city, limits those dollars to new lane miles. We are not building new lane miles. So while the mayor is in these conversations, I wanted you to have that number. What we need is smart traffic lights. What we need is eventually a downtown train station. What we need is more bike ped improvements. What we need are parking, smart parking, all of that. And so that is something that I think we are going to have to tackle moving forward, is we're collecting off of new development a lot of impact fees that are not necessarily going to serve our future.
Right.
And that needs to be addressed.
So I guess mobility stays on that list.
Yeah.
There were some questions about wayfinding and signage. Are there other updates that staff can provide?
Yes, so we recently offered direction regarding the wayfinding signage. Ms. Barletto, I had a conversation with one or two of you yesterday about the status of that. This is our time. Ms. Barletto, if you would, please.
So the wayfinding signage has gone to the sign fabricator. We should start to put some of those signs out into the community starting in the next few months by December or January. Doing the larger monuments at the city's entrance is a couple of years out yet, but the project is in production and will be going on the ground here in the very near future. As far as your questions about the parking application, we're in the process of putting sensors into every parking space in the city. The parking lots that we have now, the sensors have been installed, and there have been people asking on social media exactly what those are. They look sort of like a speed bump, but they're not very tall. So they drive over. One of the problems we've had with people in the community is that they think that those sensors are not just there to count the number of cars coming into the parking lot and leaving the parking lot. They think that it's somehow magically going to charge them for being in there. The parking lots are still free, just as they have been. The commission directed us to retain the free parking lot. All it's doing is telling us how many cars are in that parking lot at a given time, so that we can eventually, once the parking app is available to the public, you can go on to the app and see, oh, look, there are 10 spaces available in the Gladiola lot right now, or there's 2 spaces at the railroad lot, and everybody can race there to try to get one of them. Eventually, we're also putting a single sensor in every parking space, every paid parking space in the downtown area, and people will be able to see that there's a parking space available in the 300 block on Atlantic Avenue, or in one of the other side streets that we charge for parking. So it should, for those people who are not going downtown just to see and be seen on a, cruise the Ave kind of moment, it will help to direct people to the available parking spaces. The implementation has been slower than what we thought it would be. We saved about $500,000 by doing the implementation, the installation of the parking sensors with city staff. So we're fitting that in as staff has the availability of time to get it done. So it's taking a little bit longer to start being able to get the data in that will help us inform future parking decisions. Up until now, we've been dependent on either an engineering firm going out and counting during our peak hours how much available parking there is, or on anecdotal information that we get back from people who mostly experience problems. We don't hear back from people who who didn't have any problem. You only hear from the ones who did. And so this will give us actual data to be able to say if we do need to start planning for additional parking opportunities in the downtown area, or if the available parking that we have is sufficient. But some of the outer areas of parking which aren't as prime are being underutilized. Did I hit all your questions in there?
Yeah, Mr. Moore, you and I had a conversation a while ago about expanding the freebie service. Is that something we should be talking about?
That is a consideration, and with that, I would like to empower both Missy Barletto and, frankly, my cohort to my right, Renee Jadasingh, because, of course, it had been a community redevelopment agency function for a number of years, and it's only become part of daily operations of the City of Delray Beach for the last year and a half or more. Not very long. So with that, that's where we are. So we've actually made adjustments to the routes and the service provisions in that regard. So perhaps I can give Renee the opportunity to briefly discuss the genesis of establishing the freebie program, followed by Missy Barletto to talk a little bit about why we are and why we are where we are with respect to the initiative.
Sure. So freebie, the CRA issued a bid for the freebie service to have like a more eco-friendly, I guess, transportation mode as a pilot program. But for CRAs, we can only spend money pretty much in our district. So that's why the district's lines were drawn the way they were. So once our contract expired, we worked with Public Works to kind of transition it. Public Works did a bid process, and freebie was awarded. So I believe his cost really is why the service is kept the way it was for now. But then I'll kick over to Missy to take on where we are today.
Renee is exactly correct. Previous commission did not have an appetite for expanding the service or the number of vehicles that are available to utilize the service. However, I will say that the community would love to see the program expanded, and freebie stands ready to add cars and add service whenever the funding for that becomes available.
Do you know roughly like what that would cost? I mean, what it is? What's the dollar amount to add a new car in? Car's the wrong word,
not off
vehicle.
the top of my head. I could venture a guess, but it would just be a guess, and I would probably be wrong.
We would be discussing this, I think, during the budget time, correct? Because I was a big proponent of expanding the area. The taxpayers are paying for it, and I feel like it should be utilized as far out from the core part of the city as we can, considering everybody's paying for it. The issue at the time was we had to select, what was important. It didn't get voted in, but I do think under the new budgets, our next budget's consideration, you should present all those options again.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Casal, I appreciate that because I should have touched on this as part of my introductory comments. The alignment philosophy I talked about during the beginning of this session actually would assist us in terms of developing considerations for the proposed budget process for fiscal year 2024-2025. So, point well taken, and again, that's a good reason for having these types of discussions so that we can achieve a same accord, and that would be part of the mix. So thank you.
So I'd like to add in, mobility was a big part of the discussion last year during goal setting. And one of the things that we effectuated as a result of that was an update to our parking rates downtown to fit in with the parking management and curbside study. And we raised the rates of the parallel parking downtown. And the other component of that, which I was glad to hear the update on, is the wayfinding to direct people to our parking garages, to get people into the parking garages, which were never really at capacity, and to get them off of circling downtown and getting into those parallel spots. And so that is, hopefully we're continuing down that path. But one of the other things that we can't ignore if we're talking about traffic downtown is where people make that left turn on 2nd Street into Pineapple Grove. And I know there's been some discussions in the past about limiting the amount of left turns people can make onto that street. I don't know if we've ever really gone down the path of exploring that, if there's a way to limit that. Maybe you could elucidate us on that, Missy.
We have actually done some traffic modeling about that left-hand turn, and limiting that left-hand turn does not do very much for us to alleviate traffic congestion, but it does do some things for the businesses that are there in that first block on Second. It limits the access to those businesses. So we haven't included that. As we move forward with the Swinton and Atlantic intersection design, there will be additional community outreach that's part of that, and we will look again at that left turn issue there at. It's not very different than we've also limited left turns into the railroad parking lot off of Atlantic for much the same reason, because it's very hard without a traffic signal there to be able to make that left turn. So we will look at that again.
Listen, I trust
as
the data
we move forward.
So I'll go with what you're telling us on that for sure.
So one of the other things before I forget. One of the other questions that Commissioner Burns had brought up was about being able to designate the difference between private parking lots and public parking lots. I wanted to give kudos to the DDA for a video that they put out this past week that, where they're showing this is public parking, this is private parking, and what that means. But we're also, the city attorney, development services, and public works are also working together to develop guidelines for how the signage in those private parking lots, what that's going to look like, and how that's going to go moving forward.
I saw the video. It's an excellent video, by the way. I'm not sure that while they focus on what the different signs look like and all that other kind of stuff, I'm not positive that because the difference in pricing is so great that there isn't really a need of a disclaimer of some sort saying this is a private lot. These prices here are not controlled by the City of Delray Beach. I don't know what the legal ramifications are. That would be up to council. But at some point, I think that sign color differentiation isn't going to be enough to let people know that they're going into a $25 an hour spot as opposed to a $4 an hour spot.
May I ask a question, Mayor? When you're going, if I'm using my app, when I enter where I am, it tells you the price.
Yeah, I don't use an app.
Okay, but if you go to pay on the machine, it tells you the price too.
I guess it probably does, but you're already in your spot then.
I've fallen victim, especially the one in the iPick garage.
Mm-hmm.
You think you're on the right floor, and you come out, and it's like, I don't know, like $70 or something to park there for a movie. Yeah, it's crazy. So it is easy to even if you know Delray, it's easy to fall into that trap by accident. These lots are predatory, and so I think we've talked about different color signs or something, like having red signs or something to kind of warn people. So anyway, I'd like Lynn to get a chance to talk though about the legal disclaimer.
So we are working on the sign ordinance. We have to be mindful that unfortunately we don't have the ability to control predatory practices. We get the calls all the time because people do think that they are our lots. So what the sign ordinance is essentially going to do is it's really time, place, manner types of regulations, and really it's just going to show a differentiation between what a city lot is and a private lot is, and we'll be able to institute that citywide.
Can I ask a question? I know we've got that app that's coming out that's going to allow us to tell our customers where parking spaces are available. Can we not, from a technology standpoint, put something in that app that points out what the hourly rate is for the lot? I'm an English major, so technology is beyond me. But
are you including the private lots on that app, or you're not? Well, private lots not.
It's only going to be city.
Right. Yes.
Well,
and we're trying to keep it very simple.
We're not
so
encouraging people to go to private.
the city, the surface lots in the city right now are all free. So there's not been a discussion about the price.
Private.
Although the app is also going to, and I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but I'm told that it will work this way. So some of this is speculation.
Okay.
So that's my disclaimer in advance.
Yeah.
But the app is supposed to also translate over into the Park Mobile application on your phone.
Wow.
So that you should be able to see on your phone in the Park Mobile app exactly what zones have available parking and where. So If we can make that happen, which I'm told we can, keeping in mind we're also the first city in south of what my old boss used to call the sweet tea line, which is I-4, that's implementing a program like this. So we're not learning from other people's mistakes. We're going to be making our own.
I can't imagine the private lot operators would be thrilled about pointing out price discrepancies by lot. I wouldn't be.
I want to give Laura a chance to get in. I think she had something back on the left turn.
Well, I know I
discussion.
have a few things, just a couple things, but just to the parking, what we're talking about now, the DDA has been pushing forward an effort for messaging and communication a lot to the public, reaching them through video and other areas. We are designing and getting ready to publish a map, a foldable map that we'll hand out to visitors and residents that'll identify all of the parking areas, and we're trying to include the private lots to that as well. So this is actually paper map to give out, but we would like to obviously make it electronic too. So that is something that will help guide the process and just help with identifying them through pictures as well as location, rates, hours, all those options. And then the other thing regarding the freebie, I just wanted to, if this is a conversation that's coming back up, we did eliminate the trolley service that we had, the free ride trolley, several years ago. And I think probably during the pandemic, we eliminated any service from the Tri-Rail. And that is a huge feeder to us, both for the visitors visiting here as well as employees. And it's an employee benefit, so I don't know if that is an option as we look forward to adding some type of service back for that. That would just be my 2 cents. So.
Thank you.
Actually, the South Florida Regional Transportation Authority has provided a service from the trolley or from the Tri-Rail into town that you can call the service when you get to the Tri-Rail station.
So I want to just ask a couple of clarifying questions on this mobility topic. Most of what I've heard you all talk about is specifically related to the downtown and parking and wayfinding and signage. Are there other aspects of mobility, it's a broad category, that this commission wants to spend some time talking about and defining success for? Is mobility really, as you all have talked about it, should we really change this to be, this is about the downtown, this is about parking and signage and wayfinding in the downtown, not necessarily, as I've heard, mobility beyond that?
If I can, from a sustainability standpoint, greenhouse gases coming from transportation are more than 50%. So downtown, extremely important. The shuttle and freebie, those are great ways to improve air quality, for one thing, built on the economy, but an example where sustainability and the economy really come together. But it's a broader issue, throughout the city.
So I got to just last week go on an audit with the TPA, and members of the CRA were with us, and members of Palm Trails HOA were with us. Members of the city came out. It was a great experience to walk and see where we're missing sidewalk, where we're missing bike paths, different things like that. And there's a lot of opportunities to get federal dollars for certain things like that through working with our TPA. And we are doing a lot of great work as far as establishing more bike paths around the city as well. And I'd like to see us continue to pursue that and continue to make our city more walkable and improve our sidewalks in whatever areas we can. So yeah, I think we are doing a lot of that already, but I agree that it should at least be mentioned in the conversation of mobility. I'd hate to not mention it.
Any other comments around that?
I do actually have just one more comment to that. We've just in the past year completed a bicycle and pedestrian master plan that gives us a framework for how to move forward with implementation of those types of projects. We've made a commitment to kind of slow down a little bit just because of the finances involved with coming up with the matching funds for doing those, because those projects don't pay 100% for everything that we do. So, as we move forward with doing the major neighborhood revitalizations and some of the very expensive projects that we have coming forward, we've incorporated those kinds of issues into those neighborhood projects and let putting new projects in for new bike lanes and that sort of thing take a little bit, not a lot, not a huge back seat, but a little bit of a back seat, just to make sure we can afford all of the commitments that we've made.
So what I'm hearing is the mobility focus area for this commission is about the ease of transportation downtown, particularly as it relates to parking and accessibility of parking, as well as continuing the efforts that are currently underway to encourage pedestrian and bike mobility options. Anything else? This is when I look to staff to make sure that there's clarity. If there's questions around that, this is the opportunity.
My only question is, and I look at, because I focus on downtown a lot, and I don't know how many others are, but that's where I'm getting most of my comments. But, we have projects underway in different parts of the town which have, I'll use Germantown Road as an example, where there's a big development going on at the corner of Congress and Germantown, but there's a whole road redevelopment program going, which has 10 feet or 12-foot sidewalks on each side of the road. They're all saying, well, because it's for bikes, it's for this. People don't ride their bikes out there. You have to get in your car to go anywhere. So I'm not understanding, and I understand it's probably with matching funds, and so we're doing it based on things such as that. But I'm watching money to be spent on creating 10-foot sidewalks on the north and south side of the road, where it's not within a community which is known for. I mean, they walk their dogs, but they're not getting into their bike and going to Atlantic Avenue. So when you talk about mobility and you talk about it as citywide, I'm focusing on the downtown where I'm seeing its most, and some blocks north and south of downtown and east and west of downtown. But I'm more concerned with implementing that policy citywide, where there's portions of the city where it just doesn't fit, but yet we're doing it.
Could I just politely reference the Old Germantown Road, just because I live on Old Germantown Road, and there actually is a decent amount of bike traffic there, myself included. And those paths are meant to be walking and bike paths, but we also have access basically right off of Congress to the El Rio Trail, which is a huge bike trail that goes the whole way to FAU. And so it actually, I think that's probably one of the reasons they decided to do that. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys understood that. I do think there is some reason that they decided to do it. Now, there has been some discussion over whether 10 feet is 10 feet too wide or not. And the argument is that you want to have room for people to go both ways on each side of the road, so you're not like colliding, and people talk about walking their dogs there. They don't want to get in the way of bike traffic. And so I think, believe me, I've been to a bunch of the town halls about this, and I've heard a lot of folks that think that's way too much, or they're worried about it affecting the landscaping around it, for instance, because we have Australian pines there.
Oh, I know. That's the Australian pine question. I know.
It always comes back to the Australian pines. But anyway, I'm really looking forward to see the direction of that project, but there are actually a lot of us bikers on Old Germantown Road, just so you know.
So, and if I could add to that, it actually ties into other projects that we're completing or have completed recently. The Old Germantown Road project ties into the Homewood Boulevard project that was just recently completed, which ties into the Lowson Boulevard project where we've just implemented, and that is actually there's schools and major shopping on those areas, so it does also tie in internally to our own.
I understand the project, although I don't understand why Germantown Road is being narrowed in portions. But taking that aside, because I'm not a traffic engineer, I was only commenting on the width of the sidewalks, because we're talking about not having enough money to do sidewalks in other part of the city, and the question is, do we really need 10 or 12 feet on the north on the north and south side of that road on both sides? that
The-
part of sidewalk? Or wouldn't it be better to make them smaller and take some of that money and
The shared use paths like that, I'm excited to have a chance to explain it.
Okay.
In a public forum.
That's all right. I'm just
The shared use
trying to
paths
squeeze the
like
dollars
that
for sidewalks.
are actually part of the Vision Zero plan that the city has voted to participate in to reduce the amount of bicycle and pedestrian accidents. In order to move bicycle lanes off of the roadway where the cars are, we have to make the shared use paths, the sidewalks, wide enough to actually accommodate both bicycle traffic and pedestrian traffic, including people walking their dogs, which was a major concern of people in that community because they.
I'll be delighted to go through it with you. I don't want to take up the time on it. It's both sides of the road, which is I understand one side.
It's a requirement for the funding.
Okay. That's what I thought. That's what a match funds kind of situation. Anyway, I'm sorry.
So anything else on mobility? We'll move to the next focus area to get your feedback on. So since we were talking a lot about the downtown, let's move to the downtown. That was a focus area that the group talked about last year. Much of the conversation probably dovetails into what you all just said. It was about wayfinding. It was also about diversifying the uses, office space that supports restaurants, maintaining the character and diversity, safety, vibrancy of the downtown. Are there other aspects of the downtown that this commission specifically wants to focus on that we haven't already talked about under the mobility topic?
Well, with retaining the charm, I think we need to talk about size, keeping the size, and that's the Atlantic Historic District.
Well, the elephant in the room is there's a whole group in town that wants to have Atlantic Avenue designated as a historic district.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's another part of town which all believes that we want to preserve, the character of Atlantic, but without necessarily imposing an additional regulatory burden. You can see where I'm coming from.
Mm-hmm.
An additional regulatory burden of having a historic district. And my view on this, and I just campaigned and heard a lot on the street of both sides, is that everybody has the same idea that they want to keep the charm of Atlantic, but it's what's the best mechanism to get there? And nobody wants to kill the golden goose, frankly, but I'm going to be the first to say I'm not sure that doing an actual historic district is the way to do it, because it creates a whole level of regulatory burdens. When you talk about the Swinton Avenue to Federal Highway that are generating, 5% or so of the total tax. The ad valorem's coming into the city. I am not so positive that I can make the assumption that they're going to do anything to wreck their revenue streams either. But I do understand a need for really strong guidelines. And maybe the guidelines, my whole thing on this, what I spoke about, was creating, with the input of the stakeholders and the city and the historic people, and getting everyone into a room to figure out what do we want those guidelines to be. I'm not talking about historic district. What do you want those guidelines to be? And then create a set of guidelines which maybe in order to get a variance or waiver, you need a supermajority of a commission to do that, not just 3 votes. So it ensures that you're going to have some continuity of the guidelines. Because I thought that the historic district, again, creates a whole new regulatory element that I don't think it is fair to put the people through that kind of time. Your timeline is greatly extended by trying to operate within that framework than it would be without that framework. So that's where I was. And so I had the conversation. Yeah.
One of the concerns that I have, though, if you don't mind me saying this, 2017, our staff started working on this. Our taxpayers have been putting money into this. If it's not going to happen, if the majority, I'm in favor of it. I totally appreciate all the things we've discussed. you're trying to find a great middle ground that will satisfy everybody, and I really appreciate that. But we need to figure out where we're going. We have our staff working on it. We have the gentleman who put together our survey going out to resurvey any buildings that have changed. We are putting taxpayer money in this. If it's not happening, lay it on the table today.
Well, I'm trying to.
So then what, I mean, we need to figure out. That means Frog Alley comes off the table?
No, we're not talking Frog Alley. I am talking specifically Atlantic Avenue from Swinton to Federal Highway.
So then,
I mean, even the plan even wanted to include the bridge from all the way to the bridge.
okay, so we should probably figure out.
The bridge is already designated.
Yeah.
That ship sailed years ago.
No, I know.
It was before I was here.
Yeah, right. I understand that.
Okay, I understand, and the five of you are going to have to decide how you want to tackle this. But you have a couple of options. So first, I want to say that the code that was adopted in 2015 for downtown is a Dray House award-winning form-based code. It was nationally recognized, and that part of that national recognition was the architecture design guidelines. So I think we have some choices. The mayor, I think we could convene and say, here's the styles, here's the 5, here's the options, and say, for Atlantic, we think that only these 2 are appropriate, and don't bring the more modern or whatever. You know, I'm for instance saying we would need a public, obviously, outreach to try to zero in on where it's wrong. The other thing that has been done over time, but to Vice Mayor Casal's point, stopping and starting is wasting both money and effort, because now there's been a big enough gap that to bring forward an ordinance, we're having to reassess buildings that have changed in the meantime. So that, you know, staff will do whatever it is that the will of the commission is, you know, to move forward. But this is where I think direction is we've got to figure out where we want to go, and then we'll help you get there. There are a lot of things that are embedded in the code now to maintain the scale. Like, we're really proud of Delray Beach's low scale. It at this point distinguishes us from our neighbors that kind of went sky high and changed, right? We have in lieu is coming back around, right? We have a current zip on in lieu. And there's discussions about whether in lieu should only be used for historic buildings or for use changes of buildings that are a certain size. Like, there's ways to use the tools to reinforce where you want to go. The other issues is that to stop the agglomeration where we have like really big projects that came in, right? And there's nothing wrong, they're lovely projects, but a loft where they buy a whole half a block, right? Right now the code has a parking benefit if you maintain that lot that's less than 65 feet wide, and so that keeps those properties able to stay alive at that smaller increment. So we have a lot of tools, but we're still not quite where everybody is happy, right? Because we wouldn't be talking about preservation if everything that changed was like, yay. I mean, like the Vatican, they rebuilt it 6 times. Everybody's like, yay, new church, right? So we need to figure out where it's changing too much for that village by the sea goal that our community has, and then whether it's a district or we refine or limit the architectural style, maybe that's where we should go. And those are, I think you're both on to options.
I'm all for strict guidelines. I'm all for this, and I said I'm even for supermajority votes if you want to make any alteration of them. My issue was creating a different layer of regulatory burden, and that's what it is, on the people that are investing. I mean, RACS pays $125,000 a year in taxes.
Right.
The next one down says $140,000 a year in taxes. I'm assuming that the people who are throwing in paying that kind of tax money every year should also have a say in it, as to what they would like their neighborhood to look like. In addition to
right. So my philosophy is that it should not be hard to own a historic property. That's all I own. That's my home, not in Delray. So we have actually embedded things in the recent change to the process to make it easier to have a historic property. For example, the Historic Preservation Board can grant variances. Mm-hmm. They can grant waivers to downtown without going up to commission first and back down. So it's meant to streamline if you have a historic property. keep in mind, downtown has design guidelines. You're still being held to design guidelines. Historic has design guidelines. You have a slightly faster process with historic. I know that is not what the general public thinks, but the way the process is developed right now, it's faster for historic downtown. And, so we're trying to get there.
I want to make sure that all of you have an opportunity to weigh in. So we've heard from Vice Mayor Casal and from the mayor. Others of you.
I have a question, Anthea. Do we operate like competitive cities right now when it comes to granting variances? Because just as a newbie, having attended the city commission meetings for the past year or so, it just seems like we have guidelines, but then everything is an exception. Every project seems to be a unicorn. Like they either don't want to follow or they can't follow the guidelines, and then they come before a committee or the commission and they're asking for waivers, and more times than not, we seem to be granting them. So, are we operating like a competitive city? Does it just seem from the corporate world? If I lay down guidelines for the Nielsen organization, if somebody wants to do business with us, you got to play in the playbook. There aren't any exceptions because we don't want exceptions all the time, and it just seems like we seem to be a city of exceptions right now.
I don't know that compared to our other cities that we're more lenient. I think that you're right. I think it depends on where you are. Like 20 years ago with the CRA, come on in, there's no parking requirement. As we've evolved, in my opinion, our standards should be really high. And when I'm out in the community, nobody is coming to me saying, I really wish these buildings were bigger. So to me, we have high standards. We need to hold to them. And waivers should be because what's coming forward is equal to or better than what the code would have brought. That said, the world is not flat. Sometimes projects, they need some relief valve to be realized, but it should be, I think, carefully considered. Absolutely. And the design review that is mostly charged with the lower boards needs to be, very, very high and rigorous, and that's important.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Long, and then, go ahead, Commissioner Burns.
Yes, I was just going to say that in terms of the historic designation, I think that, based on the research that I've done and the information I have, that the safeguards that the community was concerned about are already in place. And to like the mayor said, to make it a historic region or designation just brings on a whole lot of other regulations that come along with it. So as long as we find out or verify what the community is concerned about in terms of height, density, parking it, to my understanding, we already have those things in place. Those safeguards are in place. So that's my 2 cents.
So I wanted to briefly touch on the waiver discussion before I reference the historic district. I don't think waivers are necessarily a bad thing. I think they're oftentimes done for good reason, and often I think we exist and our boards exist so we can have a more subjective review of projects. Like Anthea said, the world isn't flat. Not everything just fits into the code, as stated, right? We have growing, evolving documents, and so I think sometimes waivers are a good thing, depending on what is trying to be accomplished, right? As long as, like you said, by code, it's meant to improve the project. I think waivers can be a good thing, and there's been some attitudes historically on some of the boards where I've heard people say, well, I'm not for any waivers, right? And that's the wrong attitude. We have to look at waivers in a technical, specific way. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of reference that. I don't think waivers are always a bad thing. I think sometimes they can be a good thing. They can benefit the community. They can benefit projects. But anyway, back to the historic overlay concept. I think the mayor kind of nailed it as far as the compromise that maybe makes the most sense here. I think in principle, the historic overlay is spot on. It's designed to protect our historic charm of Delray Beach, something that we all care about. But, one of the themes over the last year on the commission since I've been here has been to try and find efficiencies And one of those efforts was our effort to combine our planning and zoning board and SPRAB board more or less and kind of move a lot of those functions over and streamline that, change our permitting process, which was a Herculean effort by our staff and by Anthea's team, which was unbelievable. And I hate to add in another regulatory level to our downtown process, and I think that moving more towards how do we use our existing protections and how do we strengthen those, and how do we have some meetings to figure that out and move in that direction. That's where I'm at. I support kind of what the mayor laid out initially.
The reason I went to the supermajority thing is as I was campaigning, and these are bona fide concerns, they said any 3 commissioners can change the rules. So I looked at it and I said, well, why do we make it 4? Why don't we make it's hard to get a supermajority unless somebody is really, really correct. And everybody will be reasonable. So I looked at all our guidelines. I said they all worked. And, you know, I know the theory is that the historic board can do all these things. They certainly can. I disagree that it's a faster process. I've watched things take an extraordinarily long amount of time to go through that. And you know this, and I've had this conversation with you where I watch things take months that should have been done administratively, but that's okay because it's historic. But my concern is to preserve the charm of downtown and to best do it. And if none of the stakeholders think it's a good idea, notwithstanding you said that it's easier, if none of the stakeholders who have places down there think it's a good idea, there may be 1 or 2, but the vast majority of them, then I think we need to rethink what we're going to impose on our Golden Goose owners to see what could work for them. And I thought that if everyone says the guidelines, and as has been articulated, we have great guidelines down there, and if the concern is that any 3 can change it, make it 4. Preserve the guidelines. Let's put some teeth into the guidelines and not make it easy to get your waivers and your variances. Make it hard.
What percentage of projects, Anthea, this is going to be a hard question, but what percentage of these projects that are being contemplated down there adhere to our guidelines, and what percent require a variance?
Okay, I don't have that off the top of my head. We do 300 private applications a year. Some of them are small, some of them are big. But I mean, if I'm off the top of our heads, we could probably start listing what came up. You have a waiver on the next meeting.
Just as an outsider, it's my observation that everything is a unicorn. Yeah. Every project requires a variance. And Rob, you've got more experience at this than I do. I generally think having some variances is a good thing, but 100% of the time?
No, but excuse me, you don't see the ones that don't come in front of us. There are so many projects that are like that are being done in the city. It's what's coming in front of us is for an exception, sometimes slight, sometimes. But, many projects are going on in the city.
The smaller ones, I'm sure, but the larger ones, it's just my observation that it's 100% of the time.
I mean, maybe what we could do is I have a workshop on this, and as long as I have all the questions, we can start building out more data, diving deeper into these. I don't know.
Because Mr. Mayor, I don't want to disagree with your position, but just looking at the raw data, there's an exception brought every time on these major projects. It's 100% of the time, and I just don't know without putting some teeth in this if we're going to get where we want to go as a city. We want to preserve the charm, but if every project is an exception, it's falling outside of our guidelines. I mean, we haven't done our job.
I don't think that every project is an exception because you don't see the projects that don't require the exceptions are showing up on your appealable reports.
Yeah,
so when you see how long those are.
Yeah, the vast majority of projects, Commissioner, don't have any waivers or variances. But they're small. But they're small, right? I mean, separate them out from the bigger, meaningful ones to the smaller ones.
I did 19 units from staff that there are big ones that also go through without.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of the just in my experience alone, we did a 19-unit condominium project on the beach. We had no waivers, no variances. It didn't go to the commission. Okay.
So maybe it would be helpful to put some data around this.
We'll start some research.
So that there may be. The question I think is, what percentage of the projects are coming forward for waivers, and also what I hear is, what are the waivers for? Because they may be for all different things. they may be for one, I'm sure this is not the case. I'm sure they're very different. But if there are certain issues within the guidelines that continually come back, that's an important data point for you all to know, and then perhaps make adjustments. If it's more widespread, then that's a different kind of conversation. But I think perhaps having some information or some data behind this conversation may be helpful and instructive.
And the data is important because, by way of example, one that was recently that we looked at, where the city said, well, you have to do a dedication of 2 feet for the alley. Okay. So then all of a sudden the house was being constructed, whatever was needed a setback variance. Okay. Because they were supposed to be 15 feet and they went to 13, or whether it was 12 feet, whatever it was. But the reason the variance was created is because the city required a dedication of land for an alley. Okay. So in order to mitigate that effect on somebody, you say, okay, we'll give you a waiver for your setback. Okay. Those I look at those very differently, and the vast majority of when you do the city, you're going to see a lot of the waivers and variants we have are because of that circumstance. So the city has asked somebody for a curb cut. City has asked somebody for this. All of a sudden, you got an overhang problem. You got a setback problem. You got whatever problem. So under those circumstances, I agree with you totally on where they're just asking for a variance because they want to do something totally with the it's a self-inflicted. I mean, they didn't do. There was nothing burdening them from the outside to cause that variance, and they just decided they want to have this variance. And I agree with you 100% on those.
And if I could dovetail off of that, I think you're spot on because a lot of the waivers I've seen over the years have to do with existing nonconformities and how do we work with those properties that are grandfathered into certain things but allow them to make certain updates that benefit the community or benefit the project because sometimes it gets really complicated. And we need to have that flexibility kind of built into the code to be able to effectuate the best project. It's rarely a situation, I mean, it happens where an applicant's like, we just want more density. And like, we don't approve waivers just to give projects more density so they make more money. I mean, they try. It happens once in a while, but that's not most of the time. It's more technical than that. But I do think we're going to talk about making certain things more difficult or have a supermajority or whatever to pass through the commission as it pertains to historical properties. I think we need to be specific about that specifically, not just all waivers or all variances. I just want to make sure that we're being specific when we're talking. It's not all waivers are created equal. And I would hate to pass anything that's like any waiver on any project is a supermajority. I hope that's not what we're talking about. I hope we're specifically talking about things that pertain.
I'm referring to Atlantic. I'm referring to Atlantic Ave.
Could we go back for a second because this is getting to be a lengthy conversation. Do you support the overlay or not?
I do.
Okay, so you have 2 people up here who support the historic overlay on Atlantic and 3 who don't. So I think we have to direct staff to stop working additionally on the survey and what have you. I don't think we should be expending more of the taxpayers' money if we are not going to be going forward with that.
Your attorney wanted to get in, so I want to.
Sorry, Lynn.
The deputy vice mayor took my line. That's exactly what I was going to say. Not all waivers and variances are created equal. And my concern with in getting data to the commission, while you should always have the information before you, sometimes the data is not going to tell you what you want because there are certain situations where there's a waiver because, the city wanted a dedication and they need that information. And I can tell you that sometimes when we keep seeing the same types of variances, that triggers development services to look at the code. And sometimes we make a change because when you start seeing the same thing over and over again, it tells you that the code's not working the way that it's written, and we need to do an amendment. So I just want to be careful because at the end of the day, the ones that I think you see that gain the most momentum, either positive or negative, are the ones that are usually excessive, right? And that's not typically what the norm is. A lot of these waivers and variances that you see are due to the lot size, are due to requirements that the city has in its code in order to develop something that makes a project almost unbuildable, and they do need to get some relief. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
And if I could say one more thing. The amazing thing about the Atlantic Ave Historic District, well, first of all, you went out to a lot of the residents. I mean, since 2017, residents have been engaged in this possibility. And I would say many very, very excited. But the reason that I feel strongly about it, as opposed to just implementing more rules and regulations, is that it then falls under the historic element of our comprehensive plan, and it does have different types of protections that I think are very important. And I hope, I know where we sit today, and staff will stop working on it, but I hope everybody gives it some more thought for the future. Thank you.
So I want to bring this conversation to a close, but make sure that we have clarity. As the Vice Mayor said, there does not appear to be a majority that's interested in the overlay at this time, and therefore that would mean staff would not continue work in that direction. But I hear an interest in still having some conversation about reviewing the guidelines and making sure that the guidelines are appropriate using your existing tools. And the question I would ask back to the body is, how do you want to continue to have that conversation? I think I heard Anthea talk about perhaps a workshop or a separate conversation around that, but wanted to make sure that you all walk out of this conversation with some clarity. Mr. Manager.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate the feedback, because via my last report, the April 26, 2024 City Commission information letter, we offer some commitments for a workshop to generally address this item via the August 13, 2024 City Commission workshop engagement. So given the clarity and direction having been achieved today, we will pivot that workshop meeting to focus on the associated data analytics. And Ms. Ginyotis and I, we are having a side caucus while Ms. Jadasingh is sitting in the middle between us, but I think we're on the same accord in terms of direction to that effect. So the basis of the August 13th City Commission workshop meeting engagement will be for that particular purpose in terms of how we can work together based on what capabilities exist, not to mention the associated data analytics. Such will be the direction moving forward, and I take the outcome as expressed today as consensus to proceed, as I've just said.
Well, I'm agreeing, and I just wanted to say that I don't know if the option 3 is to create a different process. If you got the designation, is there a different process that could be informed? As opposed to a faster track process. The biggest issue is the timetable.
What I'm hearing is the existing capabilities
you
as
heard me.
outlined,
Yeah. I
and
think we
that
have
would
good
be
guidance.
the basis for the
Yes.
workshop meeting August 13, 2024.
God, we look forward to the workshop.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And Thea, thank you, ma'am.
The next focus area is public spaces. And so the the conversation last year was focused more on outdoor spaces, beachfront, parks and recreation, parks-related spaces. I heard a little I think you talked about city facilities, but are there aspects of public spaces that this commission wants to focus on?
Preservation of public spaces. Actually, I was speaking with Anthea. She's leaving the room, but I don't need you. No, go. I don't need you.
Is she gone now for good?
Regarding the parking spaces down at Veterans Park that were to be utilized by the, I believe it's Edwards Company for Atlantic Crossing. That item is, I was actually lawn bowling the other day for my first time ever. Could be my retirement sport.
Lawn bowling?
Yes. We have lawn bowling, a lawn bowling club here in Delray Beach.
A very famous one.
I know. It's amazing. They're lovely individuals. And I think we should work towards preserving the lawn bowling. I've spoken to Anthea. And the prior direction of potentially using that space as a parking lot for Atlantic Crossing is not set in stone. We can direct otherwise, and I would like, it's a pretty amazing space. It's an interesting sport. I believe there are only 7 other lawn bowling organizations if you do a search online in Florida. So it's quite unique, and we are unique. And I would like to move to preserve that space and also put forth some money to make it more usable, user-friendly.
And I'd just chime in on that. When I was campaigning, Price Patton took me down there, and we walked it, and it was full. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The courts were full. People were loving it. So I agree with Julie. I would like to preserve that.
And I'm sorry, I missed the location. Could you?
Veterans Park.
Veterans Park. Thank you.
Veterans Park adjacent to Atlantic Crossing, so there's some dynamics going on back and forth. And Therefore, the interest would be to establish a footprint to proceed as
there's a big dynamic there because it also includes discussions about closing 7th Avenue, what space we need to do 7th Avenue, because that's going to take up some land. There's a lot of components, a lot of moving parts to this.
And I've recently offered an update in terms of any path forward considerations regarding Northeast 7th Avenue as well. So I think there's a comfort level proceeding in that regard based on my engagements with all of you all. And the opportunity here today is to achieve formal consensus so that we can make sure it's part of the package.
Right. Thank you.
Any other conversation on public spaces?
I mean, would the golf course be included in public spaces?
We're going to talk about that separately.
That's a separate thing?
That'll be a separate conversation.
Good question.
I got it.
We got golf courses as specific.
We're chomping at the bit to talk about the golf course, I think.
So I'm sorry, just so staff is clear, because I'm getting looks. What is the consensus?
We are going to just halt where we are right now and then put that into a discussion.
Yeah, I think before we get rid of the green space, there needs to be a greater discussion
100%,
about
thank you,
what we want to do,
Mayor
what we want to do about it, which will dovetail into the golf course. But yes.
Okay, so
if I could, just for a little bit more clarity. And I know Anthea left, so I'm kind of speaking
She's
up
coming back.
for both of us.
Heard her name.
So the developer had come to the commission and kind of asked for some direction as they worked on their plan with the idea that they were going to come back and present that plan.
Right.
Are you interested in that presentation still?
No.
Or just
I'm not.
You don't want to hear that?
I'm interested in it. I'd like to hear the entire thing.
Well, it involves taking that space and them utilizing it. So I'm not, because once the space is gone, and I mean, if they have other options that they'd like us to consider, but if the consideration is that lawn bowling space, I would say I'm not. Sorry. I don't want to waste their valuable time.
I haven't seen the full. I've seen so many different renderings.
Same.
That's why I jumped in with that. Are you still interested in seeing their plan, or are we just?
I'm not interested in just halting with something that's been in progress without everyone at least being aware of what's going on.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I generally opposed to getting rid of green space.
Right. Me too.
So, and I jumped in a little bit. That's why I was hedging a little bit. They brought up Veterans Park.
So the proposal, and I think I've just sent out. I can find the date that there was a full presentation of what Edwards was proposing, and ultimately it was a reconfiguration. There was not any loss of park space. It was a reconfiguration. But if you want to go in a different direction, I think we should invite them to come back and show you what they want to do, and then you can provide direction.
You very kindly sent me the presentation, which I appreciate, which I got a chance to look at. But I have a lot of questions, and I'm sure that we all have questions. So,
So, ladies and gentlemen, the follow-up presentation will incorporate the consensus having just been achieved with respect to lawn bowling, preserving green space, et cetera. That's why I was clear with the consensus the first time around. So as we prepare for that follow-up presentation, meeting with the representatives, et cetera, we will offer the feedback having been achieved by the commission today so that we can strike a balance and offer an updated presentation in terms of
it would be
where to go.
updated to incorporate.
Okay, but
that's
to be
what we'll
clear,
try
this
to
is not staff's request, so you would like Ms. Yuley from Edwards to come back, or the gentleman that gave it last time to come and have this conversation with you.
Would it be the same conversation they've already had, though, or are we talking a new conversation?
They are proceeding with the direction that they received after two commission meetings where it was, I'm trying to remember, maybe you're the common denominator.
I think I was in one of them,
One, but not both.
Not both.
You might have been in the first one. I don't know.
I don't remember.
But they received a pretty, they gave a more detailed presentation on was it November or October? I just looked it up for you, but have gone back and are ready to submit, having followed the direction of the then commission. So if it's going to shift, then
I feel
the sooner we have that conversation with them, probably the better.
If you would do that, I think that's probably a great idea.
We'll invite them.
I think that's a great point that you brought up. And Mayor, you kind of mentioned like a loss of green space, right, which the plan doesn't really entail. So it's tough for us to answer certain questions on behalf of the developer. Like, for example, and it's just hypothetical, would you be interested in moving the lawn bowling? That would still, so we can't answer those questions for you or them. So maybe this is the best path forward.
So we invite them back with the direction in mind.
Thank you.
And let them know what our thoughts are, and look, they could be very creative too. So
Right.
I'm just.
And to clarify, the direction is no loss in green space, preserving lawn bowling. That's what I heard. Is that accurate?
Well, yeah,
That's what I'm saying. I don't
I
know
think
what
that's
it
what you.
is.
But technically, as Mr. Mitot said, technically there was probably greater green space after the loss of the lawn bowling because of the shifting of the parking. But if there's going to be an effort to preserve the lawn bowling, then we need to be creative to see where we can put the parking without losing the lawn bowling. And is that what I'm talking about?
And that's what you're going to put back on them. I think your direction,
Correct.
what I hear is that what's important to you all is preserving green space, and lawn bowling.
Right.
The developer can come back and say how they
we're gonna park it.
achieve that.
Yes.
Is that-
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Clarification.
Anything else on public spaces?
If I can,
go ahead.
I was just going to say sustainability feature, looking at green spaces, looking at native vegetation, keeping out the invasives. From a maintenance standpoint, will reduce our costs and really bring character to the community.
Thank you.
I want to know, do we have clear direction on what we're doing with the GEO bond, the funds that are specifically designated for parks?
That is another conversation
Well,
after,
that's a separate one, too. What
after golf course.
I think
And
we have a
Old School
workshop.
Square.
We have a workshop scheduled for that.
Sorry, I need to do a lot better job looking at the agenda, I guess.
Yeah.
The old guys are remembering the agenda. The young guys, your nimble minds should know this.
Anything else on public spaces?
Just what Mr. Edwards added.
About sustainability?
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Next topic area, let's see, is the set. And so are there specific action items or priority focus areas under or relative to the set that this commission wants to advance?
Well,
I'm ready. I have the mic.
Well, yeah. Well, we actually have an update. I guess before the plan can be totally implemented, we are currently in the process of updating the plan. So that's a great step. So I don't know what else that we can do prior to getting the update.
Well, I'll give it. I actually have an email that I've been working on to send you all Monday.
Okay.
So to update you on where we are. So for the newer commissioners, a few months ago, the board asked us to start working on updating the set transformation plan. It's currently the West Atlantic Master Plan, but part of that effort is to rename it and go back to having it as a set transformation plan. So at the time we started discussing it, we were looking at the scope. It was just the implementation plan, like a few pages in the back. But that implementation plan really ties into the entire plan. So at the time, the board said, not if the quotes we're getting from consultants are over $65,000, to bring it back to the board to find out what to do, and because why is it costing so much money, basically. So we went out, got quotes from the individuals that we had on our planning wheel back, I think in the 2014 or somewhere around there. I think only 2 firms were still around, and we received quotes back from both of them that were about $63,000, which I thought was high just for what they were doing. I mean, some of the things were like change the name for $5,000, and that was just not. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, I'll do it. So then,
I'll cut and paste it.
exactly right. So.
Saving the taxpayers' money.
Yes, exactly. And to reading and getting up to speed. And one of the consultants was the consultant we used originally. So, we were kind of looking at that, saying it's a lot of money for what we're doing, and I don't think we fully have a full idea of what we're doing yet to update the plan. So before making that big jump, we kind of had an idea. Why don't we break it up a little bit? So there are a lot of demographics and data that are in the plan that are what they are. The statistics and everything doesn't change. It's just programs that you pull that information from. So we ended up hiring a firm for much less to just do the demographics and the data. So they can update all of that, give us the same charts that are in the current plan,
and we can do the name change on our own. So we've already started that. We hired the consultant about 3 weeks ago. I think he's supposed to have a draft to us maybe it was supposed to be this week, but he's not feeling well, so maybe next week. We'll have a better idea of where he is. So the idea was after that, we make sure that that's all looking correct. We would bring this to the board to ask for a steering committee, because we do need some direction from the community input on the next phase, whatever that will be, whether it's implementation plan, going through and updating more, we don't know. But once you have the information, the data, we thought that the board can kind of see, has a lot changed? Are there still things that are needed that aren't there? That type of thing. So it's working. It's going, yes. So we'll probably have this on maybe this coming May board meeting to talk about a steering committee and let you all start thinking about it, maybe do some selecting in June. And then I'll mention, so there was a part of this separate discussion, but kind of ties in, was the accessory dwelling units. So we're excited about that. This is something that Anthea, we've been working on for several years. It was kind of like a COVID back burner type of other things started taking precedent in front of it. But I think we do have a consultant now who is really great to work on that study, but that also needs a steering committee. So we were thinking that they overlap instead of having two different steering committees, because it's a similar concept, that we just have one steering committee that will kind of handle both, because the ADU study is only in the set. That was the pilot area. So it's studying the same area, similar topic. So that will be something for you all to decide if you want two different groups or you want the same group.
Is that made up of community members, or is that like an inner staff sort of?
No. It will be community members. The steering committee is community members.
Since we're in the process of appointing the RAC board still, which is ostensibly a committee, it's not really a board, it's more of a committee. Would it make sense to be looking to have that be like a de facto steering committee for some of these things, to try and streamline things, or does that not really work?
So my only concern there is that the RAC committee, I guess based on the discussions that we had at the last meeting, we were extending it to 8, one person per sub area. So that's dealing with the entire sub area, whereas this is really focused in the set. Right. So I would kind of have a little concern about having outside people kind of making decisions for the set, whereas this committee, maybe 5 people or a few more, just they have to live in the set because it's their neighborhood.
Maybe those members of the RAC board that are within the set could be like members on the steering committee potentially.
We can still talk about it. I think that was one of the, we can add that, I guess, to the topic list if you want for the RAC committee, because you're just getting input. So we can absolutely ask them, but I think the driving should really be the outside committee.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Anything else on the set? So
I had more.
Go ahead.
I had one more thing. So we brought up about the study with the police station and moving the police station. So just to give the newer members a little context there as well, a few months ago we hired Curry, Sards, and Aguilar's firm to look at our properties on West Atlantic and just kind of see what's possible based on the code, because we've been trying to have a development on a few of our lots that hasn't been successful. So we thought, why don't we, during this time, do a little bit of planning on our end and hire a consultant and architect to look at that. Right after we did that, there was a discussion about moving the police station onto one of our larger lots. So we thought, well, why don't we had a joint workshop with the city and CRA. We suggested tasking Curry, Sards, and Aguilar with adding that into the study because they were already drawing. So they do have some drawings, and what came out of that was to leave the police station on its current site with the parking garage, potentially move the fire station later. So we have images and also of the drawings that were on West Atlantic. So we wanted to show the newer commissioners that. Also, I can follow up with you all next week about it and email it to you. But we can have the consultant do individual presentations so you see it.
And if I could add to that,
it is very.
It's we all sat down separately with you and saw it, and the commission was unanimously in favor of that proposal. And we heard a lot of community feedback as well. I think it really checked all the boxes. They did a great job. You guys did a great job with it. I was so impressed at how much they could fit into that one lot. I was blown away. Mm-hmm. So I'm excited for the rest of you guys to see the plan, but I think everyone will be on board with it. It really works.
Yeah, the single campus is a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
And, look, the police department needs new facilities. Fire, I mean, they all need. I thought the idea of moving them all into one thing and then making that other land on the north side of the road available to the, to for taxpayer dollars ad valorem dollars made a heck of a lot of sense too. I wanted to say one thing about the set plan, by the way, and I didn't really read the set plan until like over Christmas before the election. I wanted to read it because I knew it was going to be an issue. So I read through. I mean, I read it in bits and pieces and I heard presentations. The only issue that I had with the set plan, which by the way was extremely well written, I don't know who wrote it, but it was a very fabulous. It was a well thought out plan. My only issue with it, and continues, and I don't know how the reconfiguration is that at the end of the day, there were non-elected, non-people subject to the ethics rules, non-people subject to the sunshine laws that would be making decisions on where the money would go. It's public money, and anybody that's going to be involved with distributing or granting or doing whatever with public funds needs to have one of those three elements. So if you're not subject to the Board of Ethics, if you're not subject to the sunshine laws, or you're not elected, which by the way the elected is covered by them both, then I don't think private groups should have the last say on how dollars should be spent. That was the only. If that provision had not been in that plan, I would have embraced it entirely. It was that one provision because I've been very consistent on how public funds are spent. Mm-hmm. That was the issue with it. So I don't know how you're going to address that.
Yes.
It was taken.
So there's the set transformation plan. Just background. That was the original plan, but when it was changed to the West Atlantic Master Plan, that was removed.
That was taken away.
Exactly. So we weren't really tasked to revert to that text about the private groups. We were just tasked with changing the name back to the set. So maybe, though, after the steering committee starts going, there might be some insight as that goes along, and that might be where that discussion comes up.
That was my only concern. I just wanted to make sure that as you were
we're not changing that,
reinventing the name, and that portion of the original plan was not going to be part of the reader. I just wanted some basic minimum standards before anyone can hand out money.
No problem. Staff we weren't making that change at all. So, but thank you for the insight.
Just to clarify.
Is it lunchtime before we move to the next subject? No offense, but breakfast was so long ago.
Yes.
I'm starving. Fabulous.
Anything else on the set? And she just willed it into being. It is lunchtime. And I believe, I'm going to look to Marie, I believe they're going to serve you at your places. So working lunches are wonderful, but not that wonderful. So they're efficient, but not really helpful. So it's just about noon right now. So we will check back in and start back up on going through these topics at 12:30. So is that acceptable? 30 minutes enough to?
Yep.
Perfect. We are, in terms of our agenda, we're working on the key focus areas, going through those from 2023. We're almost halfway through those, and then we will move on to the 3 other topics that you have on your agenda to provide some policy guidance on. And just as a reminder, those 3 topics are the golf course, Old School Square campus, and public engagement for the park improvement projects.
Reserving the right to add 1 or 2 items to that list.
Sure. And also being mindful that we are here until 4 or until you all decide that you're done. So.
What have we ordered for dinner? Kidding, everybody. But we're going to have it at the bar. It'll be a lot more fun. Trust me, it'll be a lot more fun. Interesting.
All right, so we talked about the set, and next on your list is economic affordability. Were there particular items that this commission wanted to advance as it relates to economic affordability?
Well, we're talking housing, correct? I mean, we don't have control over a lot of things like
it was diverse,
and
at least how the commission last year described economic affordability. It was not specifically about housing. It was about diversifying the tax base and encouraging more young professionals, creating more of a lunchtime crowd, reducing reliance on property tax.
Diversifying the tax base? I'm trying to think about one.
I think at the time a lot of that discussion revolved around the idea of having more Class A office space downtown and bringing in a younger crowd that would help a lot of the restaurants and things like that. But I think since the market has shifted considerably, and I think we learned about that shortly after, and there's just not really a market for more Class A. And also we have a lot coming online anyway with the PEB project. So I think that's kind of where we were at last year, if I'm recalling it. But as far as affordability goes, I know we had some updates coming to some affordable housing discussions that have been in the works for a long time as far as those accessory units and stuff like that and different solutions for like especially in the Northwest, Southwest communities. Some of that was already, a lot of that's already been in progress, and I think maybe becoming before us soon. Maybe, Anthea, whenever you're done eating, you could update us on that. Sorry to interrupt.
So for the ADUs, you'll see an interlocal coming forward because that's a partnership between the CRA and the city, and we are starting with the set, and that's actually, I wanted to circle back for Commissioner Burns, that's going to address the setbacks and the other things as well on what fits there. So the idea is to try to get as many different types of affordable housing in. So those small units are different than sometimes the density bonuses that come, provided a percentage is set aside for deed restricted housing. Ironically, the city's current bonuses actually are better than what Live Local brings to the table. So we think that our local programs are going to be the ones that people are using. So I don't know, did I hit on everything or no?
What about fortifying the current housing that we have? Would that fall under, well, I don't see it up there yet, but what's the category that we're on now?
It is economic affordability. And again, this was what the commission last year said, and they didn't include housing specifically in it. You may decide that economic affordability as it was written isn't appropriate given some of the things that have just been said. Conditions have changed, and this may not be an appropriate focus area. You may want to have a different focus area, perhaps specifically on housing is something that you have heard mentioned.
I think some direction around fortifying current housing, which is going to be the biggest thing that we can do for affordability because of lack of land and space to build new housing. Maybe putting more dollars into fortifying what our residents have so they can afford to stay in what they already own.
Well, I'd just like to share a little bit. The Neighborhood Services Division of our department has just a few options in terms of helping rehab houses to bring them up to code. And of course, there's means testing. People have to qualify for that assistance up to $60,000 in terms of things that we can do to bring homeowners their houses up to code. So that's limited because we use federal dollars such as community development block grant money, SHIP money, and we do use some workforce housing dollars to execute those programs. But in a given year, you're not going to have but maybe a few dozen of those homes qualify and actually have a contractor to make those upgrades. So it's very important to stabilize, I believe, the existing residents who may be retired, maybe on a fixed income, et cetera, but it's not the broadest that it could be given the limitation in terms of the funding.
So, is there something specifically under economic affordability or particularly housing that this commission wants to advance as a focus area?
And trying to get into what you said the subject matter was, I really wonder what the city's doing to encourage new business to come into the city. What are we doing about, we have nobody really focused on corporate relocations. I'm talking about the 30, 40, 50 person kind of companies to kind of move in, all of which will diversify the economic base because there will be different companies. And of course, education, which we'll get to, will fall into that because they're looking at how our education is, and they're not relocating here because they think the education is not what they would hope for where they're coming from. But the housing, I don't know. I mean, I hear all kinds of stuff. These tiny houses. Everyone talks about tiny houses. Is tiny houses something we're I mean, does it make sense for Delray, these tiny houses? I don't know.
Yeah, sure does.
So that's part of the study that we're about to bring forward the contracts for. It's ADUs. Again, we're concentrating it because our comp plan says that we do this on a careful neighborhood by neighborhood basis. So that's one of the questions that the consultant's been asked to answer is the difference between a tiny home and an ADU, and then there's concepts of cottage courts. These actually came up in Commissioner Casal's last tenure. So
exciting.
We're moving forward.
I know, I love it. Thank you.
But also, I'll just add that like you said, we started with the set, but it is something that can be expanded, especially when you're talking about affordable housing. You want to be careful not to concentrate all your affordable housing in one area. So a lot of times we always talk about affordable housing in the set, but I think it's something just to kind of keep in the back of the mind of kind of spreading that out so there's other areas so it's not all in one neighborhood, because that's not that great either.
And I totally agree with you, and I thank you because I was going to say that, because we often look at the set because we look at the economic system and the structure in the city, but there are other areas in the city where people have needs as well and are struggling just to make it in this current economy with the rise in costs of everything. So I think we should look to put it all over.
All over.
Yeah, it would be amazing.
I think recently neighborhood services had expanded. Maybe Sammy can talk about that. But I think a recent conversation for Arlene, I believe some of the housing programs were expanded to other areas besides just the set.
It's pretty much citywide now based on our CDBG eligible areas. It was more limited, and now it's expanded out. So the limitation for us is always the funding to be able to either do housing rehab or to do purchase assistance. And with the CRA funding, the curb appeal, so those are ways to help either stabilize existing homeowners in their homes or help folks who are qualified by the bank close that gap to actually purchase. So it's really a citywide thing, and ultimately, if we're going to do more, the funding has to be there, of course, as we know.
Right.
I think one of the things that I would say about when we talk about affordable housing is what that means to people, because sometimes people think the connotation of affordable housing means different things.
Right.
If you're talking about a teacher, you're talking about a paramedic, a firefighter, someone starting out in any sector of work, they may need help to get in. So you're not talking about some freebie that may be the connotation in the minds of some.
I know what you're saying. Thank you.
You know, Sam, you bring up a very good point, because in a lot of times with the development applications, they're always saying, well, we're going to have workforce housing. Well, workforce housing could be for someone making $100,000 a year, $90,000 a year. I'm talking about the housing where someone, their down payment's going to be $25,000. So, you know, that they just don't have the revenues, because that's really what I could consider affordable housing, which, and let's say there's a lot of challenges in South Florida, but Delray in particular, because we just don't have the space. I mean,
Right.
we're surrounded by areas of the county and some other cities which have space to do that. But so I just don't know how to I want to do it, and I want to figure out a way to do it. I want to figure out a way to help people come up with down payments, but I just don't know how to do it.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we do have that through some of our federally funded programs and through the workforce money that we have in play now, which is very limited. So if there's a push for helping people get into homes, the target would be helping more people get that purchase assistance who are first-time home buyers.
I also want to jump in just to your point about the income levels. I think what we're seeing, and correct me, Sammy, if I'm wrong, is that the crunch is also hitting the middle.
Right.
So so you have our workforce housing program divides the income levels up. Are you 60% of area median income or less? And that's really where the Housing Authority and the project that you guys built last year really they serve that group. And then you go to 60 to 80 and 80 to 120. And 80 to 120 are those folks that are making about $100,000, and they are priced out of Delray too.
Right.
So, you know, so we have the recent changes that we've done with any of the density programs has been a couple of things. One, it used to be that you could buy out your share. You could make a one-time payment that then Neighborhood and Community Services under Sammy's leadership would help people use that money to do a down payment. Now those changes have been, no, we want you to build it on site in the building,
Right.
because we want the brick and mortar space. And then it's deed restricted, and they deal with the income qualifications when the tenant or the buyer. But it's a drop in the bucket.
Are developers still allowed to buy out of that requirement? Because in the old days, and not so long ago, you know, you would build 100 units, of which 10 would be workforce, and the developer could essentially buy it back.
So downtown, as we've changed them, we haven't. There are still some sections where you can, and that might be something that we should jump in and go through and.
Because I think if you have a workforce housing requirement, you ought to be
right.
The developer who's doing well, and having represented a lot of developers, some of them do very well.
Right.
But we shouldn't allow them to buy out that component. We either have it or we don't. If you don't want to have it, then get rid of it. But if you're going to have it, let's ensure that they have to fulfill their obligation to keep it workforce housing.
So if there's consensus that it's a good idea to shift it all to construct on site, that's something that we could start working on right away.
Well, it's going to be, you know, we can discuss it here or whatever, but you either have the program or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
You have comments about that?
Before we move on to a different topic, I
feel
want
there's
to
a
make
lot
sure
of that.
Everyone's agreeing with me.
No, wait, I didn't necessarily agree with that. I think it's a conversation we're going to have because I know what you're saying, but if you're talking about a large luxury place, I don't know how. We'd have to have a discussion on this because I don't know how it works. I'm concerned that what we're approving is at a level that's not even satisfying the residents. That aura, which I didn't vote for, they're less than 40% of the workforce units are full at this point in time. Why would that be? If, you know, because people can't, even though it's workforce at the level it's at, it's not affordable. Plus they have all those a la carte additions to the charges. What I think we need to focus on is if we're going to do this, we've got to do it right so we're really providing something to our residents. Because thus far, and it's no offense, we really haven't been. We're approving these apartment building projects that are putting in some percentage of what they're calling workforce, but really people cannot afford it at the level it is. So if we're going to do it, we have minimal space. Let's do it right. I know you've said, Anthea, we can't direct people, or I think Mr. Long said, on what they can bring in. You know, we can't tell them to be at a certain level, but we can certainly suggest that that's what we need in our city.
So we can at some level. So for example, the county defines workforce housing up to 140% of AMI.
Right.
This commission years ago made the decision we were staying at 120. We didn't
Right.
care that the county did a different tier. We stayed at 120. So all of our programs at this point, because of state regulation, have had to shift to a density bonus. You can build without providing any, and your density is down here. If you're willing to include it, your density goes up, right? So we can change the levels of
I think we have to
you
change the
get,
levels,
and
but
that's
we're not
something we should
accommodating.
probably start looking into. What are the
Yeah.
qualification income amounts, and look at our census data and come back to you.
And not allow people to buy out.
I think it's a great discussion we should have.
Yeah, I agree that we need to have further discussion on it so that we all are clear.
So
Just-
what I'm hearing is there's an interest in
Yes.
having more detailed conversation with some potential options for looking at your requirements specifically focused on affordable
Right.
workforce housing.
Housing that match salaries. Yeah.
Before we move on, another option, a lot of federal grants are moving more towards going directly to the public. So community-based organizations is now described in a possible recipients. We're trying to provide information directly to the community. Also, there's a Florida grant, so the My Say Florida Home, which got $100 million plus put into it this year. They have a inspection program followed by a implementation program. So we're trying to get that information in the hands of the community to help existing homeowners.
Oh, I like that.
That's good. Yeah. I'd like to learn more about it.
The next area is community engagement and civility. I think there was some conversation earlier this morning that there's a lot that's already being done in this area and that you're interested in continuing the good work there. But is there anything specific that this commission wants to highlight or focus on as it relates to community engagement? Knowing that we're going to talk about the parks engagement or community engagement for parks improvement projects.
Right. Well, I raised the issue at my first meeting after joining the commission about having a Visions 2030 as a method of community engagement to try to have it towards the end of the year with the reports being issued, I guess, at the beginning of next year, in line with what we did for the 2000, 2010, and 2020 Visions programs. So I wanted to do a Visions 2030 program. That may not be, and I understood doing the master plan was a community engagement, with things, but they're all a little bit different. But the Visions program, which I'm going to share, by the way, I'm going to send everybody in this at this table. I'm going to send them so that you have it at the ready. The 2020, the 2010 and the 2020, so you can see what I'm talking about in terms of doing a visioning program. And that's not exclusive, not also having charrettes from time to time. I happen to believe in those, but I don't know. Some people like them, some people don't like them. But to me, the more community engagement we have, the better off we were. Because if you go back to those prior lists were filled with all those developments that were a result of community engagement. So that's me. And I'll keep the civility too. I think that's a good idea.
I think when we brought this up, a lot of what we brought up with the staff has done a great job at effectuating with the town halls that we've been having, and with Gina doing a lot with our public information that's been coming out through the city and our newsletter and other things. So I do think we're on a great track with that, with community engagement in general. And as far as civility goes, one of the things I brought up recently was what Lynn was able to change in our local rules regarding civility of folks coming in to give public comment. And I think that we have one sort of minor update now, but it could make a big difference as far as how we engage with folks that come in. And I think that's still an ongoing mission to tighten that up as much as possible. But I think overall, we're really on a great path when it comes to this category.
So what's the avenue for Vision 2030? Is that something that comes up as part of your budget discussions?
Well,
frankly, given the individual discussions I've had with pretty much all of you to one degree or another, the fact that consensus can be achieved to create an environment such that we can get to that place, this would be an endeavor for the upcoming fiscal year. So to your point, Michelle Ferguson, as we engage the proposed budget process for 2024-2025, we would endeavor resources for respective consultancy services so that we can structure an environment to that effect. But I would like for us to proceed along those lines and make it a goal and objective in that regard based on what we're receiving today.
I haven't discussed this with you at all.
I said some of you, not all of you.
Okay. I don't even know. I would have to look at the document. I'd like to see what it looks like as it relates to our comp plan and all the other plans. I remember the first time I ever ran for commission, I kept talking about, what's our vision? I don't know what it is. We don't know what it is. And then I get elected, and then Mr. Gretzis basically handed me about 75 plans that had been done over time for me to read, and I laughed. But I'm all for a vision. I just want to make sure if we're allocating resources, it's not something that's duplicating an effort we've already had, and I'd like to discuss that with staff before I give consensus.
Fair enough.
So what I would recommend is a workshop meeting discussion early in the new fiscal year to begin the process of outlining what the footprint to that effect would look like. And from there, we would endeavor respective consultancy services to proceed based on the structure that is agreed upon by way of an early 2024-2025 workshop engagement.
Great, and you'll get us copies of that as well so I can see what it actually is.
So the Vision 2020, Vision 20, the most recent,
or both, maybe?
Sure, I would recommend the last two vision documents. We will forward that to all 5 members of the City Commission so that they can be oriented accordingly. Mr. Carney, from my individual discussions with each of you all, you appear to be the most familiar and involved to that effect. So,
I participated in 3 of them.
Yes, sir. That's my point. So, on that note, Michelle Pandolfo, if you can convene next week to assemble individual copies for the last couple visioning plans, if you will, and that will help us to prepare for a workshop meeting engagement later this calendar year, commensurate with the early part of the new fiscal year.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. So that's how we'll handle it.
The next area is,
I'm sorry, just to circle back on our engagement. As a result of goal setting from last year, we did start town halls this year, but there's another element that we're actually starting at the end of the year, and that's our Citizens Academy. So that's going to be just another level of outreach to get those people that are really interested in being a part of the city, learning more about the city, and having a direct contact with our directors involved. So that'll be we're creating the curriculum now, and it'll be starting later this year.
That's great. I'm saying I'm going to send this so you can see what it did, because I just pointed out to Commissioner Long, one of the things was, create pedestrian areas outside of downtown. Well, this is all the stuff that we did, that we tried to do. So all of it is it's an amalgamation of all of those different things in kind of one format, I think.
And then does it get encompassed in the LDRs, or does it go into the comp plan? Like,
no,
what happened to it?
It's more of a guideline of where you want to go.
Okay.
I mean,
that's what I'm thinking.
A lot of it was adopted. We adopted a lot of this stuff.
Right. Yeah, that was my question.
Because when you looked at the first, the downtown plans, which talked about everybody living downtown, and then all of a sudden there were plans for people not living downtown, and then they each one changes. With each 10 years, you have different
obviously
needs. As Commissioner Long said about the office, that environment has changed. COVID changed a lot of
100%
building offices.
Yeah.
So things change.
Right. The next area is staff development and retention. This was a big topic last year, given the nature of turnover and the workforce, and the commission talked a lot about wanting to maintain stability among the staff and ensuring that staff had adequate access to professional development opportunities, training, those things. Anything this commission wants to highlight here?
I want to give a shout out to our police chief. Him and his staff did an incredible job filling a lot of vacancies over the last year plus. But we had, I think, a historic number of vacancies in our police department that now a lot of those folks are ready to come out of their year-long training and start, getting on the streets, which was fantastic. But I think this conversation came out of exactly what you said. There had been a lot of turnover historically, and I do think we've seen that slow down quite a bit, and I think that I'm optimistic that will continue.
I kind of want to give some numbers out about retention. So we looked at it and we had a 12-month rolling number. We were in double-digit turnover when the last commission met, and we've narrowed that down to 4.6% turnover with 966 employees, which is really great considering the national average is still double digits. Some of the things that we've done to incorporate that is talked about. We've increased the training through the Human Resources Department. As you all know, we have an internship program that has yielded great results in bringing on employees here at the City of Delray Beach, and we also have a shadow day that we've a 6th year running this year. This year will be the first year that we're working with the crafts to incorporate an apprenticeship program in the trades. And we're really excited about that. So we think that'll yield some great results as well. And kind of like talking about, part of these numbers that I just talked about were during what they considered the Great Resignation in the first part of 2020, up to June of 2023. So that we've kind of seen that slack off, the resignation piece, the Great Resignation come to an end, so to speak. And we also have, we're doing at the direction of the last commission, we've started and we're still in the process of a class and comp study that we will yield the results to this commission for guidance on what to do with that. So I think we've taken a proactive approach to this. We're all in, and I want to give a special shout out to all the department directors here that have been incorporating their efforts into helping us do that. So,
and thank you and your team, Dwayne. I didn't mean to leave you out of the shout out that I gave. You and your team deserve a lot of accolades for that.
I can just jump on that. When Florida's booming like it is right now with construction, particularly for my team, it can be very difficult to keep those people that are involved in development on this side of the table. And, HR has really worked with us the last couple of years to make sure that we're competitive and we're not losing plan reviewers and inspectors to either neighboring municipalities or to private development, because we have to be competitive so we can keep a high level of service. And right now, we finally have successfully, as of this month, gotten at least 2 people on each discipline that reviews building permits, because my team works really, really hard. I've given some of you the production numbers of what goes through, but when you're running a department where people are afraid to take a vacation because they know no one's there to cover, you're running a burnout culture. And we've really, I feel like, made great strides in the last couple of years with HR. And Terrence has supported all of these changes as well.
We were the great training ground for all of it, particularly in development services. And when I was on the other side of the aisle, I would run into different towns, and I said, "Don't I know you from Delray?" And it was the truth. So I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. So, it's and we've had this conversation over the years about retention.
Yeah. So. And could I add to that, because what you said was similar to what I'm thinking. It's not just the upper level staff, it's making sure you have the appropriate support staff so that you're working to your potential but not overworked. And I think because we are going into budgeting, that I'm going to ask, and I'm sure my fellow commissioners would agree, that when people are proposing their budget, I know Missy, she's conservative, she's going to give us the budget that she knows will get approved, and she may not be asking for everything she needs. I, as a commissioner, would like to know what her real needs are in her department and then how you're working down from that. And I think I spoke to Mr. Moore about this. And last time I was involved with the budget, I asked for the first worksheet that's produced, but I don't even know that the first worksheet really provides all the information. I think we would like to look at this, the whole picture, and then work our way out. I think you're going to find we're an active group and we'll be very engaged in the budget. And if you all agree, I would like for the department heads to really ask for what they need and then see what you're getting at the end of the day. Because I think one of the things that we all know is there are some financial concerns. There is a financial reality that we're working with. But knowing what the needs are is important to understanding. Are we giving our residents what they deserve in our services? And I'd like to know that, if you all agree.
I do, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that I think that we need to take a sharp pencil to.
Totally agree with you.
I certainly want the department to take sharp pencils and
I
don't
feel
wanna-
the same, but I think knowing what they're crossing out will help us understand what we may be missing.
So I'm
It
gonna
also
be,
helps you all make those hard policy choices, because oftentimes when it comes to diminishing resources and increasing expectations, that perhaps your level of service needs to change, that you can't always provide everything that everybody wants with the budget that you have.
Exactly.
There's a trade-off there. And
Right.
so that's, again,
Knowing
those
what
are
you're
policy
trading.
decisions for you all to make when it
Right.
comes to what are those service level expectations and policy choices that you all want to make collectively.
Thank you.
so I'm going to tell you right now, I did not put in for level of services increases in planning and zoning because I have nowhere to put the vacant positions
Right.
that I have already.
You need space.
So there's no point in asking you for more employees. I can't sit all the employees that are already in my budget without putting them in hallways and things like that, which we were already doing. So for me, my biggest budgetary concern is that we maintain the CIP budget that we have from last year to gut the floor and move into a more cubicle, situation. It's the only way we're going to fit in that building. So I'm sorry, I'm looking at Missy because she knows that
We're on it.
I know, we're on
Thank
it.
you.
Just don't take it away.
Okay,
Because
thanks
we
for
need it
letting us-
terribly.
It's important that we know that. Thank you.
But I think what Julie's asking is there's nobody's going to be smarter than the department manager sitting around the table, and I think I would like to just understand what you decided to live without, and what's that going to what is that decision going to cost us? And
That's a good idea.
I mean, I think that's what Julie's asking for.
Correct. Thank you.
And I'm very sensitive, having toured your area. If you haven't toured her area, it's the conditions are really rough. I mean, people are sitting on top of one another. There's multiple people in offices. It's a tough situation, and I'm sorry for that.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, ma'am. So, in essence, what will be provided as a function of the 2024-2025 proposed budget process is a level of service request summary to essentially accomplish what you're talking about relative to desires, needs, requests, vis-a-vis what the recommendations from the Office of the City Manager will be as it pertains to a balanced budget recommendation. So that is the specific instrument that will be forthcoming in response to the interests having been expressed.
Thank you.
And that is an administrative directive coming from the Office of the City Manager. I appreciate the feedback and support from the Commission. However, direction to this effect has already been offered, working with the Department of Finance to get us to where we need to be. So I look forward to making that a hallmark feature of the proposed budget process so that comparative analysis can be achieved. If there is an interest on part of anyone offering requests for a specific level of service outcomes or additional resource allocation because of it, does not necessarily translate into a recommendation by the Office of the City Manager to approve it or make adjustments because of associated financial realities. However, all information, as I've just summarized, is to be accomplished. And again, documentation working with the Department of Finance to provide that information as a function of the process will be made available. So thank you.
Thank you. The next area is sustainability and resiliency. Again, something I know you all have talked about throughout many of these focus areas, but is there something specific in terms of actions that this commission is interested in pursuing?
Yes, Mr. Edwards, calling on you.
Thank you. As I mentioned in the beginning today, sustainability and resilience really is a principle that can be looked at in each of the project areas, almost every area. So in transportation, I mentioned reducing greenhouse gases, looking at a transportation plan, using multi ways to get around, and affordable housing, using grants, and there is a tremendous amount of grant money that is available. There's a resilience factor there because you're keeping people in their homes and you're making homes that are resistant to storms that come through. I mean, we've all seen the reports and really the devastating human effects that happen, and having homes that have hurricane windows and doors, have roofs that are that are functional, make a difference there. In our public spaces. This is not just a nice thing to have. Okay, the environmental functions that come, reduced erosion, health effects from air. So having the right kind of vegetation there that can withstand the heat, can take the rain, is going to play nice with the other vegetation around. Those are features that we've talked about so far. But as you're looking at a visioning plan going forward, I really encourage you to think about what are the sustainability elements that are affordable, that make for quality of life going forward. What are the resilience factors there that really prepare us for the effects of climate change? This coming summer, I'm going to go on record. You can ridicule me later. This is going to be the hottest summer ever. We're going to have Category 4, Category 5 storms that form again. Back when Andrew hit, that was unusual. Category 5 storm, I lived in Florida at that point. We didn't have them. Now, every year they form. If you want to look for a vision over the next 10 years for Delray Beach to be functional, to really be a model, and when we were looking at terms, I think the future really is South Florida model. And South Florida model is a city that's sustainable and resilient.
Thank you.
Well said, Kent. Really appreciate that. And, I'll say my first involvement with the city of Delray was volunteering on the Green Implementation Advancement Board. Delray kind of being a leader in sustainability and green technology was what kind of brought me to it way back in 2016. And so I agree that we should be considering that with pretty much everything we do. One of the more recent things that came up was we had a project come through that, based on the FEMA flood maps, had to be built really like several feet higher than the project next to it on the barrier island. Because of that, it was causing a privacy fence issue on the property next to it. And we spoke about how do we address that? How do we build that into the code? Because this issue is going to keep coming up as we keep having to raise the floodplain lines, basically. So I think that's a major component of this. How do we build that into the code so every time an issue like this comes up, maybe we can kind of streamline that process? That's one of the things that came up recently, but there's 100 other things like that I think we should be making sure it's part of our repertoire when we're going through these conversations.
Anything else under this area? City facilities. Other than your CIP and your budget process, are there specific elements that you all want to raise? You've talked a little bit earlier about the police station and the fire station, that process. Is there anything else that this body wants to advance relative to city facilities?
Last year we talked about a new city hall someday, and as I know, I had an anxiety attack last time I was in the development services area. It's crazy. They're working out of the hallway. Come on.
I still see my files on her floor. There's no place to store them.
So I don't know if there's any universe where this could happen in our lifetimes, but I'd love to at least see if there's any conversation to be had about a new city hall sometime we could at least start planning for or exploring.
So if I could pop in just a little bit, because of all of the other projects that we have ongoing, a new police department, new fire stations, those kinds of things, we did not think that this city would be prepared to address a new city hall facility for a minimum of 10 years, just looking out over the projects that are already on the ground and started. Therefore, we have undertaken a space needs analysis for all of the departments that are in City Hall right now, looking at the way that the City Hall building that we have was built. It was an original one-story building. They built a two-story building around it. There is a tremendous amount of wasted space in that building. Our initial look at not just the current employee needs Anthea has 14 positions right now that she can't fill because she has no place for them to sit. So Sammy also is in that same ballpark, and the working conditions that are there are not optimal by any means. So we have done a space needs analysis by taking out a lot of the walls and a lot of the things on the north end of City Hall. We can actually house the departments that need to be in City Hall, and also accommodate for future needs up to 10 to 15 years. Wow. So there are things that we can do in the space that we have currently that will greatly improve the working conditions for everyone. Another one of the ideas that we have is to take our existing community center and completely partition off the gymnasium part of it across the back and make that usable space for the tennis center, and then redo the front part of that building to make additional office space for City Hall workers, so that will buy us a few more years down the road. So there are a lot of things that we can do in the building that we have, and then a future commission can look at maybe replacing it with something down the road.
Would it make sense to make the community center? We're going to have Pompey Park not in the immediate future, but in the near future, to convert the community center into a planning and zoning building department, all individually standing. I don't know that I'm trying to visualize the size of it. I don't even know how much space is there, but you have all those offices. No offense, because obviously your offices would move somewhere else, but I wonder if that building should just be, if that department.
Sam's 100% on board with moving somewhere else.
Oh yeah, good.
Yeah,
there you
he's
go.
okay.
I wonder if there's a way to make that.
No, I think it's you segued into that perfectly, and that's kind of been my position through this study and approach, is that parks and recreation typically can be housed almost anywhere within a city, right? 'Cause
Right.
you're always close to a park,
Mhm.
and being in a more remote location is perfectly fine from a parks and rec. It's very, very common, and that community center right now functions very little like a
Exactly.
community center. It's
Yeah.
essentially a gymnasium in what is now just office space for my expanded administrative
Right.
team. And whoever you use in there, whatever department that is, whatever offices we need, I think is functional. And just like you said, the new plan for Pompey Park calls for a double gym
Right.
side by side, which gives you flexibility with a curtain and a lot of ability that way, where this community center could function in an entirely different way, with the only caveat being what Missy did. And I just want to reiterate this point, that there are contractual obligations of that community center and building that relate to the tennis tournament, right? So we just want to make sure that we always have those pieces in mind.
We've been talking about that since for at least 10 years, that the
Is it
tennis
10?
the tournament's use of it, there really are no facilities, so they're limited in what they can do, and you're limited in what you can do. So, I mean, the idea of taking a portion of it and finally upgrading it, I guess, probably makes some sense. As I said, they were talking about it when I was there in 2012, so I'm sure it hasn't gotten any better.
We would look at upgrading both portions of it to make the one portion that the tennis tournament utilizes during that short time that they need it, make it completely usable for their needs, upgrading the locker rooms and doing that kind of thing for them. Maybe moving the ticket booth to a different area and requiring, instead of people entering from the side entrance there, they can entrance from the front off of Atlantic Avenue. Really looking at that footprint and layout to make sure that if we do move a department, whichever one it winds up being that fits there, if we do move them into that space, that they can still function during the tennis tournament, because none of us have the ability to shut down for that 3 or 4 week period.
Yeah, that's it. Just a quick question, Missy. Well, 2 quick questions. If we didn't want to redo all of City Hall, is there a wing or, not a floor, but a portion that we could we could affect change on?
Right now, in the CIP budget for this year, we have $4 million to affect change on the north wing of City Hall. As preparation for that, we've looked at doing space needs for all of the departments at City Hall, but we will start slow, and we'll try to renovate spaces and move departments in as we renovate the spaces that they're in currently, so that city function isn't interrupted and we don't have to go out onto the market and rent space, office space for people to work in while we do renovations. That gets very expensive very fast.
That was going to be my second question, which I think you answered. Can we go out and bring a trailer in to put in the parking lot to help relieve some of the overcrowding we have?
It's a potential. I mean, there's already some parking issues are everywhere, but we do have a space behind the building that we would have to rezone in order to put a manufactured unit or some kind of temporary housing back there, which we have talked about repurposing the unit that is currently housing Fire Station 113. Once they move into their building, maybe moving that unit back there for temporary. But that building is, firemen live hard and rough on a building. I'll say that.
That's actually a great segue to what I wanted to ask about, which was fire stations. I know we have some money in the GO bond to do some hardening on the fire stations, and thank God we're started on construction for the one on Linton as of last year. And we just lost the Highland Beach station. That just happened. And I got to do a tour of the fire stations last year. It was great. I got to see all of them, but especially the one on the beach. It's in rough shape. There's spalling inside of it. There's structural issues inside of it. And also we're going to have a lack of service now on the barrier island after losing Highland Beach, and I don't know that we have enough space to. So anyway, do we have a game plan for that? I know we talked about with the GeoBond thing with building the police and fire station together and relocating the one downtown, but that doesn't address the issues on the beach. I don't know that we've ever really got our arms around that issue.
What we're doing initially with the GeoBond money is all focused on the barrier island. This year we did apply for a Resilient Florida state grant that would have given us 50% matching funds for replacement of Fire Station 112, and it did come about. It was on the funded list. There were 196 projects submitted. It was ranked 190. So I think it's on the list, but I don't think that the funding amount that the legislature gave to that program will go far enough to fund that particular project for this year. But that doesn't mean we'll give up asking. Okay. We will continue to ask. In the meantime, this year we're going to be looking at replacing the kitchen in Fire Station 112, which was not well designed for the needs of a fire station. Is that why they couldn't even
close the cabinet doors and stuff? Was that one?
Yes, because they put in office cabinets instead of kitchen cabinets, so plates are wider than the cabinet.
Right.
Which I've asked them to go and buy rectangular plates so that their doors will close. They won't do it.
I don't. Yeah.
But anyway, no, we're looking at replacing their kitchen this year, and we have gotten quotes for repairing the spalling, so the building will be safe, and we'll stay on top of that until such time as we can replace that fire station. That's another one of the city buildings where there's a lot of unusual space, and that if you've toured it, you know what I'm saying.
It's really it's a really weird building.
It is really odd.
Is there a way to make up for that capacity that we're losing with the Highland Beach station?
Yeah, I was going to ask the fire chief that as well. Because we've always had first responders have always had wonderful interlocal agreements with the surrounding communities that when it's necessary, they're coming in. But are we planning some kind of an interlocal agreement with Highland Beach, a new station in Highland Beach, to serve that part, the southern parts of Delray Beach along the beach?
So, as of right now, the guidance that's been given to the battalion chief on duty and the crews on duty, which mirrors the guidance that was given by Palm Beach County Fire Rescue and other municipalities in the area, is that if there is a call for service by Highland Beach, that we will go. And then after that call for service, then leadership in both town and other municipalities will come together and establish what a formal direction and policy. We do not have any formal interlocal agreement or mutual aid or automatic aid agreement with town of Highland Beach at this current juncture. The previous fire chief was working with the city manager towards that end, and I don't know exactly where that is. But
If I meant call to service from Delray to Highland Beach, if we need on the southern part of Delray.
From we call Highland Beach for
well, they're going to have a proximity station in southern.
Right. So what we've done now is we just renewed our ISO 1 classification. That was done with the departure of the Highland Beach station, and then part of that process is that we're going to be moving an aerial truck, a ladder truck, to the station off of Andrews, so that we have a ladder truck on the barrier island, which is important because we just lost one. Based on how we operate with the station proximity of 113, which is the one on Linton, and then 112, we'll be able to cover all applicable areas of Delray Beach within our normal acceptable response times. There should not be an impact. And then we have automatic aid agreements with Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, who could segment if need be.
Okay.
And I'll say I spoke with 3 of the 5 commissioners in Highland Beach last year, including the mayor. There does seem to be an appetite from them to sit down with the city of Delray and try and figure out if there is some kind of mutual aid agreement that's frankly mutually beneficial. I don't know if there frankly is a solution that's going to work short term, but I think it might be worth trying to plan something to talk to that group. Maybe there's that commission has had considerable turnover since the original conversation to leave Delray happen. It's kind of a different group now, so maybe there's a different mindset. It might be worth exploring.
When the temperatures come down.
Exactly.
In meetings that we've had with other fire chiefs from other municipalities in the surrounding area, the concern with the mutual aid agreement with town of Highland Beach is that the aid would not be mutual. Right. Is that we bring much more to the table than they would bring to the table, given the size and scope of their department. But I do agree with Commissioner Long that there's dialogue is important, and potentially there could be something that could be done.
So the other project that we're working on for the fire department is increasing space at Anchor Park, not changing the footprint of the building in any way, but adding outdoor storage for their garage area for their ATVs and their paddle boards and all of their equipment, and then utilizing what is current garage space underneath for moving locker rooms and showers there and creating additional office space on the second floor to give them room to grow.
Okay, I want to be mindful of time. We still have 2 more areas to go before we get into the other policy discussion.
Can we just
a couple
add
final
one-
comments on city facilities.
One thing that I think, and we don't need to touch on it too much, but not our facility, but our responsibility is the wastewater treatment plant, and we need digesters. We were presented with options, some very large, which would include us creating gas, which I think we are probably not looking at that. But even going the lowest scale of our required needs, there's going to be a substantial financial input required. I don't know about grants and whatnot, but that will be our responsibility, at least 1 digester. Thank you, Mr. Hajimiri.
Sure, good afternoon again. Yes, as at this time we're planning for 1 digester, and that is with that facility, all the CIP are being 50-50 between City of Delray and City of Boynton Beach. But those are under the utilities funds, under water utilities, which is the enterprise fund. That utility has to, unfortunately, shell out the money. But we are working on many grants at this time. So jointly with the City of Boynton, hopefully we can recoup half of the cost of such facilities. And by the way, the cost is about $20 million.
Right. What do we have in the utility fund?
I'm sorry?
How much money is in the utility fund right now?
As far as the reserve, every year we allocate money for the CIP at
Right.
the South Central.
Yeah.
So right now we have 750,000 every year that we contribute toward.
Right.
But for any capital improvement, then it has to be planned in
Like this one.
advance. Correct.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, the next topic area is education. I know there was some conversation earlier about education. Are there specific items that this commission wants to raise up?
Well, I guess I'll jump in. I had a conversation with the city manager the other day because I've been focusing on, I've been looking at the minutes for the education board for the last year or so. I digested all of the last presentation that was made by members of the school board to the city. I see that we are, I don't want to go through the list here, but, for example, in biology, Atlantic High School is 53%, which was fine. But then you get into other things like science. Village Academy, 16% of the students are ready and proficient in sciences. And the county average is 49%. I mean, they go on. I've got all the statistics here. And I'm watching on a year-by-year basis the proficiency levels in a variety of subjects. And I'm not including like Spady, which is a magnet school, and others like that who always do well. But in many of the public schools and in Atlantic High School, I'm not seeing the kind of results that I think when I go back to talking about economic development, which is why I mentioned it before, to get people to move here and invest here and raise their children here, we have to have good schools. I don't know the status of the interlocal agreement, which is what I was discussing with the city manager, because in the old days we had an interlocal agreement where we had certain demands we would make of the school board, what we would want. We give the school board, I think it was $34 million came out of Delray last year to go to the school board. I'm not seeing that come back invested into programs. I mean, yes, they finally did in Pine Grove Elementary. They finally redid that facility, which needed it for a long time. But they're not translating into results. So I'm trying to figure out how to play what our education board should be doing to, and I understand you're new, so I understand. But I mean, we're not doing enough, I don't think, to try to push the school board. I understand it's not our responsibility, the school board's money, but we give them this money. But we will suffer as a community if we are not forcing the school board to up their game in terms of dealing with the schools in our own district, in our own city. And that's what my conversation with Mr. Moore was about, is trying to make more demands, do an interlocal agreement, which have them do, I mean, you can't have, I mean, you can't have these results. I just, high school, I mean, Atlantic High School, 21% of the students were proficient in algebra. Really? 21%?
I agree with you. Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Manager, you wanted to jump in?
Yes, in anticipation of this dialogue being a feature of today's engagement.
Yeah.
That's quite all right. So, Education and Workforce Development Coordinator Jeanette Bowens and I had an opportunity to discuss the status of the agreement, the associated history of which I've asked her to be prepared to talk a little bit about that so that this commission can have the opportunity to offer direction of which we would be prepared to respond fairly promptly. Ms. Bowens, if you would, please.
Thank you. So currently we only have one standing interlocal agreement, and that's the interlocal agreement for coordinated planning. Mr. Orris and we had a chance to go over it with legal, and within that agreement, it specifically talks about the use of facilities in Delray Beach. So that means that, the school board of Palm Beach County cannot come. They can't make changes to facilities or schools or programming without notifying the city, right? But in terms of legal holding, all they have to do is provide us with the information, bring us to the table. We can, of course, they're going to encourage dialogue regarding facility use, but that agreement doesn't have anything to deal with academic proficiency.
Right.
And so a lot of the conversation that I've been having, especially with the education board, is developing an interlocal agreement in terms of academic outcomes and planning, which is something that we currently do not have. And I just had a meeting with the regional superintendent asking about the data. I have the data here, and in terms of enrollment as well, because we're seeing a steep decrease in enrollment in our schools. And so when I ask where our students going, we pull the zone plan and we see that there are other schools with more attractive choice programs that our students are going to. And so while we have 76% of our students that attend Delray Beach Public Schools reside in this municipality, we are not attracting other students from different cities to come to our schools, which in turn, it hurts us. It hurts us with funding, with FTE dollars. Right now, the state has, the ESSER funds, which a lot of the schools were receiving to supplement reading interventions. So those are like, additional teachers or supplemental educators that will come in and take our most vulnerable population and provide small group support, which means like one-on-one tutoring. A lot of that money is going away. Not a lot of it, all of the money is going away. The money that was being used for reading programs, for enrichment curriculum, that money is going away. That was tied to ESSER funds. And so that was where the genesis of the 2024 education grant came about, because we wanted to continue to support our schools with these efforts so that they can continue to provide these enrichment and remediation opportunities to our students. And so when I do talk to Rachel Capitano, which is our South Area Superintendent, a lot of the conversation that I have is, are we doing a root cause analysis as to why our schools are failing? Because I think that we look at the national average, we look at the district, we look at the state, and we see where they are. And it's easy to chalk up to just say, this is where we are as a nation, in terms of education. But Delray Beach has specific needs. So I'm constantly advocating for a root cause analysis as to why Delray Beach, not Boca, not Boynton, why our schools are in the shape that is in. But I do believe that we should have some type of legal standing behind those conversations so that the things that we want as a city can stick with what they're doing or what they're supplying in the school district of Palm Beach County.
Right, and they also offered that tax credit starting last year where you get the $7,000 if you send your child to private school. Mm-hmm. So people are moving their kids out of the public schools and into the private schools. And I think that's going to be a growing problem, because you're going to get the kids who are struggling maybe staying in the school, and so what you're going to see are the numbers are going to be even worse every single year. And it's a good question, because I think you have a commission here who wants to help. What can we do as a city? And can we demand some information about the money? We're giving you this much in tax dollars. How much money is coming back to us? I'd like to see how the finances look.
Yeah, I asked for a report regarding like the 2018 referendum, including improvements on facilities and where the money is going. So a lot of our money went to, $20 million went to Delray Full Service to complete Delray Full Service, which is in the last stages of completion. I believe that they have some historic preservation conversation regarding the use of Delray Full Service, which was historic Carver and programming. And then a few of the other referendum dollars went toward mental health support services, so providing counselors or additional counselors. And I think some of that money was tied to arts and music and keeping performance arts into the schools. But I think that is a good point, to really see where our tax dollars are going, where that referendum dollars are going, and how we can enhance and leverage the money that we're putting into our schools, for more probable academic outcomes. Right. I think that's a great conversation.
Thank you. And if we can acquire that information, then we can have it. Thanks. I appreciate that.
In terms of additional information, the other piece of our conversation, Ms. Bowens, in response to the dialogue we had a couple days ago, actually, is the status of the existing agreement. We recently had a presentation for City Commission review and dialogue prior to the current commission taking its place, and it may necessitate some opportunity or appetite to have that matter reconsidered in light of the observations you share with me one-on-one, Ms. Bowens, as well as what you've just provided today. What do you think?
Yes, I think that conversation needs to happen. And I believe, Mayor Carney, the document that you were referring to was the 1994 Sharing for Excellence. And so that, unfortunately, is not an agreement, but it was more so a proposal done by the City Commission and the mayor with demands in terms of, we were dealing with the same problems in Delray in 1994 as we are today. And because it wasn't, it never turned into, I believe it was supposed to lead to an agreement with the school board, but it just never, it never happened. So I think that we should definitely redo kind of like that type of document, looking at the data, looking at where we are and outlining our plans and our demands, and then bringing up the conversation for an additional interlocal agreement.
And our data sharing agreements also
has,
we don't have a data sharing agreement anymore either.
No, we do not have a data sharing agreement.
And, you know, and I noted that because it's on the agenda Tuesday, we're giving the Karen Foundation money back to the school board. I'm wanting to know why, you know, wouldn't we have been better? And I'm not second guessing it. Well, maybe I am second guessing it, because in the years past, some of that money went to some of the not-for-profits to support some of these drug programs and things such as that. Because we have some wonderful not-for-profits in the cities. I mean, most of us visited Milagro the other day. I mean, they're doing fantastic work, and they're just one, and there are many like them.
Right.
So, you know, I wonder why I'm giving the school board money that we could use here when they're giving me. I don't know. I don't want to keep going through these results because I'm shocked from where we were 10 years ago and to where we are today in terms of the various proficiencies of our graduating classes. Forgetting the grade, which we won the All-America Award because our grade-on-grade reading program for third grade, we've fallen down to 40% now.
Right.
All right. We couldn't even enter the contest now to get that award. So these are genuine concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle Ferguson. I have a recommendation, and that is consistent with an update I provided to the City Commission via information letter report last week, and it pertains to the fact that leadership of the city's education board would be offering a presentation relative to goals and objectives for fiscal year or program year, I should say 2024-2025. And much of that is fairly consistent with the observations that you and I expressed individually, as well as what's being shared here today. So that would be an opportunity for some formal direction and consensus to get back to the place of agreements, tools, metrics, reporting that we've all had an opportunity to highlight today. So that's actually consistent with arrangements being made to that effect, and so I would like to give that an opportunity to be successul.
By the way, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for all the time. I mean, you keep mentioning, as you and I have talked about, because we're doing a lot of subjects, you give me time every day, and I'm bothering you every day, and I appreciate it. But these are, kind of important issues that I haven't seen flushed out, and I think that everybody up here, knows that they're like. The problem is our priority list is like this.
Yes, sir.
You're doing an amazing job. I don't think you're bothering him. He appreciates it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the city manager shares that view, but
actually,
or the city attorney who I'll call.
Your success is their success. I do.
Lynn has told me you're bothering her.
I know it's true.
I'd like to point out their coffee and cookies are here.
She's just sorry she's on salary because if she was billed by the hour, she'd be a wealthy woman.
So in any event, ladies and gentlemen, that's the concrete recommendation. That's your opportunity. So upcoming path forward within the next few weeks, literally, to get to that place so some direction can be achieved. It's likewise an opportunity for the City Commission and the Education Board of the City of Delray Beach to be in alignment with respect to expectations. And so Ms. Bowens, an excellent job getting us to this place in this regard and nice dialogue, but I think we're on our way.
So
I agree,
Ms.
I also want to add one thing. Sorry, before you summarize, I wanted to just add a quick thing there. Sorry to interrupt, Michelle. I agree, by the way, Ms. Bowens. I think you're doing a great job, and I think there's a lot of positive movement in this direction. And if I could add to that, would it make sense to maybe have some kind of forum or workshop where we invited our two school board representatives here to talk? Because I know both of them, they came to present these sort of horrific numbers to us, and we're all just regrouping after that, really. But we don't really see them much outside of that, and I know both of those representatives are very hardworking, and they have a lot of cities, and I don't feel like Delray necessarily is a priority to either of them, unfortunately, and I don't blame them for that. But I'm a big believer in the squeaky wheel sort of philosophy. Maybe if we invited them in and had a collaborative conversation about how do we get you to advocate for Delray a little bit more, Would that make sense as part of kind of some of these ongoing efforts that we're doing?
I think that that's an excellent idea. Something that I did bring up to Mr. Moore was developing maybe like a roundtable discussion where elected officials, the superintendent of Palm Beach County, our school board members, so teachers and students, and anyone else that has something fruitful to add to the conversation regarding academic outcomes, we should sit down and we should discuss what that could look like and future plans and implementation that we can put in place so that we can have sustainable results in Delray Beach. So I think that's a wonderful suggestion. I'll be more than happy to facilitate that.
And I just wanted to say thank you for that. I think that all stakeholders having a part and say so in that would be wonderful. And other than everything that everybody said, the voucher system, the money follows the kid, and the people are taking their kids out of the public school. Mm-hmm. So the best and brightest are leaving, and then you're leaving the struggling kids, which is why you have those numbers. So, but collaboration with everybody, all stakeholders, I applaud that and look forward to it.
So the final area from last year was arts and culture. And it was, for those of you who were here may remember, it was sort of an add-on at the end that somebody said, hey, wait a minute, we didn't talk about all the great things that are happening in this community as it relates to arts and culture, some of which are certainly within the city's jurisdiction, and others are from external partners that are doing lots of things in that area. And so I'd ask the question, are there certain elements of arts and culture that this commission wants to advance in your list of priorities?
I think a lot of that conversation, obviously last year, was in regards to Old School Square, and that'll be kind of a separate category here, but I want to give credit to the DDA for doing a great job in regards to that, and give Parks and Rec a great job for all of the amazing events, which I still consider part of arts and culture. All these amazing events we've done in the city since I've been here have just all been seamless in the way they've been produced.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And, you said it best one day, Sam. We're a small community in so many ways, but we have this amazing experience like a big city. And Sam had pointed out to me that many cities have one event a year, maybe 2 events a year. We're having events all the time, and not small events, large events. I appreciate everything you're all doing to that end, especially you, Laura, taking on that Old School Square and how you've turned it around in the outside. And it's all anybody's talking about. And it goes without saying that Parks and Rec, it's just everything you do is amazing. I appreciate everything. Thank you.
So that covers the specific topics that came up last year. And so now there were, on your agenda, there are a couple of specific, bigger issues. Many of you have referenced them in the course of the conversation so far, that we wanted to create space for you all to have some conversation around providing policy direction to the staff on issues. Again, many of these you've mentioned already that are big issues that have been on the agenda for a long time and really need some clarity. The first of which is where we are today, and the golf course. As you all know, there's a long history, longer than we could probably go through this afternoon, but certainly a process that's been in place with the National Golf Foundation to set up the RFQ, RFP process. And there's a need to have some clarity around the vision for this property and what will happen. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the manager to help set a little more context.
Thank you. So in essence, we are simply seeking specific direction in terms of vision. What would you all like to see here at Delray Beach Municipal Golf Course in terms of the scope of the renovation program? There's been several attempts to get to that place over the years, most recently 2022 to the beginning of 2023. As Ms. Ferguson just articulated, the city has developed a consulting relationship with the National Golf Foundation, a fellow by the name of Richard Singer, who is in position to help us to initiate the next step in terms of an RFP process. The current standing is that we have this dialogue today, outline vision and expectations of what that might look like in terms of operations and management, as well as bringing on board an external partner to help us get to where we need to be. In my individual discussions with both you all and staff members, quite frankly, a preliminary concern is, of course, how would any expenditures be covered? I share with you all specific experiences I've had in other municipalities as a city manager, particularly my very first, which was actually here in the state of Florida, with the renovation of a 18-hole par 72 PGA certified championship golf course. And in essence, some of the parallels are consistent with the current experience in Delray Beach, Florida. The necessity for rate adjustments in order to take care of some of the initial financial expenses associated with this endeavor. What's unique about the Delray Beach opportunity is the utilities piece.
Mm-hmm.
I would ask you all to not so much focus at this particular point in time regarding financing specific strategies in that regard, because there are a number of different options we can take. And again, I speak comfortably in that regard because of some actual successful experiences I've had as a city manager dealing with the municipal golf course and getting us to where we needed to be in that regard. So this is a brief yet solid discussion, an opportunity for direction so that we can have a follow-up meeting with the National Golf Foundation to resume the request for proposal process based on the feedback and information being garnered today so that we can get to work in that regard. Once those proposals are finalized and submitted, recommendations will follow relative to financial structure, what commitments would be made by the City of Delray Beach in order to make this opportunity work.
Could I ask a question?
Absolutely.
What are they Are they going to suggest how the green should look, what work needs to be done, what the cost is going to be? What will they be providing us? What information?
They being the National Golf Foundation,
Correct.
Mr. Singer.
Yes.
So right now, their job is an extension of staff to help us compile a request for proposal process to essentially define some of the features you just outlined.
Okay.
What we're seeking is some general sense and direction as to what your initial vision may be so that we can provide that individual and that organization with guidance and feedback so that we can develop an RFP process soon.
And I believe I had asked at one point for the Donald Ross Society to participate. Would they still be involved in that conversation? Are they involved in this conversation? How does that work?
We would have to follow up with the National Golf Foundation. So the short answer is that I believe there's a relationship between them. However, our agent is Mr. Singer of the National Golf Foundation, but they do have a connection and relationship as noted.
Okay. And then lastly, are we contemplating this building as well, or are we thinking that we ourselves, Delray, will work the course and maybe have a P3 on this building itself, the clubhouse?
That's part of the vision. That's part of
Okay.
the vision I'm seeking from you, ladies and gentlemen, today. If there's any interest or merit for the golf course in terms of renovation, adjustments, whatever the case may be, should that be part of the mix? Should that be an option as part of the mix? That's what I like to hear.
I think
we all
we need to
hear.
see it financially both ways to make a determination, right?
Okay.
Because this could have a great purpose for our residents in the city. But in its current state, it maybe doesn't satisfy a lot of people's needs. So the question is, if we go out and look at it twofold, the whole facility, including this clubhouse, and then separate out just the golf, because we may find the project is just too much to ask our residents to pay for. Maybe we just do a P3 on this and make this an amazingly functional clubhouse. I don't know. I mean, experts will tell us what to do, but I think I'd like to look at it from those two perspectives: the cost of the exterior and then this building separate, so we can figure out if we can do it all or if we need to get into a P3 just for this, potentially just for this clubhouse.
I mean, I think everyone agrees that the golf course needs to be redone.
Yeah.
And we want to keep it a Donald Ross course to the extent we can. He's historic. It's a big name. Everyone knows it.
Right.
So we obviously want to work so we don't lose that designation. And I think we all kind of agree that the clubhouse could be much better utilized than it is if it were configured differently or built with a second floor or a restaurant or whatever it is that could be used. But the components on how we get there, whether or not this is a separate thing as to the golf course, or whether it's combined, I really haven't given that any thought. I just know that they both need to be done.
Correct.
And I
Right.
just know I don't want to get rid of any portion of the golf course.
No.
And I want it
Totally
brought up
agree.
to par. And I've said this to the golfers. I mean, they all. I met with them over this past few months, and I think I shared this with Mr. Moore. I said, they're all outlining the golf course that they want, which is going to resemble Augusta, and they all want to pay $25. And I'm going to say, I said, well, that's just, I apologize, it's just not going to happen. This is not going to happen. So, but
I think
but
Mr.
we all
Alford
know
left.
we all know what people are paying. I mean, the Seagate. I was just earlier. I was saying the Seagate Country Club is now up their feet adjoined to $250,000.
Wow.
Okay, that's the Troll Torch to join now. Then people will come, and they come in and they pay a lot of money to play golf. And if we had the right kind of facility here, they would be coming to our hotels and paying the money to play golf. And I'm not talking $55. I'm talking maybe our residents get a break.
Right.
But this could really be a really well-defined course for others to come and play.
Agree.
So that's what I want to do with the golf course. If it makes economic sense, all of the devil's in the details, and I know that. And how we're going to finance it, and whether it's going to be a private partnership with respect to the clubhouse portion. I'm not opposed to that either. I just, whatever's going to best work. I mean, it's just my sole objection when it first started. I didn't want to sell off whatever the land was to pay for it. I just thought, the golf course has always made money, not a lot of money, but a little money, but it hasn't been. We haven't been great in reinvesting it into the golf course, and so whether that would have really made an ultimate difference over the period of years, I don't know, but. We now have an opportunity because everybody seems to be on board, including the principal users, to get the place fixed up. And I think they're willing to ante up to understanding that they're going to have to ante up to play.
So just to be clear, so I think I agree with what you said. So we're not going to contemplate selling any green space off.
Correct.
And we're not going to contemplate having someone come in and potentially operate this building.
No, I didn't say that. I mean, this may be a separate. Okay. The golf functions may be separate from the facility functions.
Right.
I think they're going to have to be integrated in many respects.
That's what I thought.
But
The finances will dictate our next move.
Sure.
We just are saying we want to get it done.
Yep.
I'm on board with getting it done.
Thank you.
Yeah, same. I think we're still waiting on the historic designation component of it for both the Dick Wilson and the Donald Ross side, right?
Yes, sir. And let me, if I may please, that's a very important distinction because in our recent staff dialogue, Ms. Geniotis, feel free to chime in, and then after we're done, I'll pivot to Sam. But we talked about the prospect of the historic designation process not compromising the progress we would make in terms of any renovation activity that we are looking to endeavor. So I bring that point up because for a while we've been thinking concurrently. They all have to flow concurrently with one another, and as a clarification we recently made, not necessarily so. So with the direction to proceed with an RFP process, we can still treat that effort somewhat separately, but it's all related to the overall goal and objective of making the golf course whole. So I just wish to point that detail out. We just had a discussion about this about a week ago, and therefore that helps us to move forward.
And that's what I wanted to get at, that wasn't a hurdle that was going to prevent us from moving forward. And regarding this building, the jury's kind of still out as to whether it's even could be historically designated. And I agree with my colleagues that I think we should be flexible on how we treat this building and see what kind of options we do have within that process. If it's separate, that's fine. But I don't want this building to hold us up from moving forward on the rest of the course,
Absolutely.
I want this to be the commission that figures this out and to figure it out sooner than later. So whatever the quickest pathway is to us figuring this out. What I don't want to do is throw little chunks of money at it and do patchwork. Here's some sod, whatever. I don't want to do that. I want to figure it out and do the whole thing. Like that's what it needs. We need to spend some real money to do it. Let's figure out how to finance it. And I think all my colleagues nailed it. Let's move full speed ahead.
Golf clubs love naming holes. So maybe the longest hole we name it the Rob Long.
I love that idea.
There you go.
Done.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. It's getting late in the day.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, I'd like, Cynthia, you okay? Okay, very well. I'd like to briefly, one other staff contribution, and Mr. Mitad, I'll bring you up because, of course, you've had an opportunity to share with individual elected officials touring the grounds, the facilities, et cetera. So above and beyond what I just talked about in terms of concrete direction and the path forward, and now conclude what our next steps will be after we're done with this discussion. But any additional feedback you may wish to offer in terms of moving forward?
Yeah, I'm probably going to be a little bit more difficult on this one than what we've just heard. So what I would say first and start is it's not uncommon at Delray Beach. This isn't a unique problem. This happens in many, many cities with this exact same scenario. Mr. Moore mentioned it earlier. He's dealt with it even. So we have many things in play. As you've probably heard, we've explored so many different options, right? Whether we do it ourselves, a partnership here at the clubhouse to finance it somehow. The P3s, we've explored a number of options. each time not being able to carry the ball across the goal at the end, right? And I know everyone's saying that, yes, we want to get it done, but we haven't had a commission yet that said they didn't want to do it, right? That everybody wanted to get it done. And I only say that like half jokingly because this is how we get here, right? Mm-hmm. And then maybe 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago now, whatever, we did a top 8 coming out of this where we ranked the top 8 biggest projects in the city. And I think, if I can remember, I think the tennis or the golf course was number 8. And I'm assuming, based on the agenda today and stuff, we're probably higher on that list right now, which is time to get something done, right? So I would offer that if we're not looking at how we're financing today, and we're just saying like we're going to try to figure out how we can finance it, but we want to come up with a plan. I think I'm hearing that P3 is kind of off the table, where we sell off some land and reconfigure. We want to keep the Donald Ross, and I think that's a fair thing that I heard already. I'd like to offer, and I know we've talked about it to different degrees, that at one point this was the direction, exactly what we're saying, maybe 4 years ago. And the city staff was working with a consultant, working with a team that was designing, and I think we got to I always say 70, am I 60? To 60% plans of design that did the things we're talking about, keeping the Donald Ross layout, reconfiguring some of the fairway and bunkers to more align with that original traditional feel, fixing the bridge, just a whole new plan. And we got estimates. I also heard someone say the fastest way possible. So I don't know if it's possible or not to reach back out to that firm. Is that something you'd be interested in, where we can maybe pick up there instead of returning all the way back to the start line, if that's something you guys are interested in? I know that makes it more convoluted, but...
I met his name. George was his name, right? The designer. I remember the guys. I remember meeting him like 3 or 4 years.
Sanford?
Yeah, Sanford was the designer. Mr. Singer that Terrence referenced earlier was a part of the design team. Kimley Horn did the utilities design for replacing the raw water transmission lines that are underneath the existing golf course. So, and we weren't looking at doing any of the additional utilities that are here on this piece of property, because Hassan and his department have a plan for that. So that was all part of that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, Commissioner Burns, did you?
No, I was just waiting for your comment.
Oh, thank you. So, given that feedback, frankly, that's all part of the mix. We have that information at our disposal, and the next step is simply a follow-up meeting with Mr. Singer to give us the opportunity to structure an RFP package that may include some additional tweaks and adjustments to some of the information having been assembled. But my interest is to get started in that regard and to follow up with the commission in terms of progress reports, direction, what that looks like, timeline, et cetera.
Is what you're saying, though, that perhaps we don't need the RFP, we just pick up where we left off?
I don't know if that's an option, but that's kind of what I was asking.
Is that an option?
That was an option
for money saving, money and time?
That will be a discussion with Mr. Singer. That's a discussion with Mr. Singer. So an RFP process or some other selection process, given what was just discussed at this particular point in time, we would have to take a look at it all. So my interest is to have a follow-up.
I'm sorry, because I'm lacking clarification here. If Mr. Singer was part of the design team but not like the original designer, wouldn't it be best to go back and reach out to the original designer? At a minimum, if we've already expended money, and I'm going to say, because I remember this went on for years and years, there's probably a pretty substantial amount of money already put out there. If we have a design that's 60% done, going back to the original designer and getting the 40% might save us a lot of time and some money as well.
I believe we did close that project out.
Okay.
At the point where we were directed by commission to look at the P3 options. We can go back to the team. There was a selection process with the city attorney's assistants.
Right.
We can go back to them and see if they're willing to come back to the table and renegotiate completing the plans, which they have reached out to us from time to time as these discussions have gone on. I feel like they would be.
I think that would be the best first option, Mr. Moore, and then jump to the second if we can't, if that's not workable. You agree? I think.
Well, I
there's
agree.
agreement. Yeah.
Sanford's is a well-known. I know we looked at this. He was the guy I met with. I guess John was his first name. Met with him about 3 or 4 years ago, talking about the design. He had pulled it, and then he said they were doing an updated design or something. I don't know whatever happened with that. That was that was a few years back. But I mean, it does make some sense to go to the person who had a general idea and understands the course.
And
Right?
started the
I mean, I don't
project,
want. It's obviously going to be up to Mr. Singer. He's the one who's got to work with him. I'm not going to tell him who he needs to work with. But it seems to me that we certainly get a good working idea from him. Now, we're not talking about. We're in this. You said you don't want to talk about the wells and the department, right? The part that Hassan is involved with in terms of all of the collecting of water that we use for the city, which also is going to need to be redone.
That will have to be addressed as part of the mix.
Okay.
So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, just to move us forward, and I'd appreciate everybody's support, I think the next steps will simply be a follow-up meeting with Mr. Singer. We made a commitment to get past this place to have a follow-up with that individual representing the National Golf Foundation to explore the couple different approaches, if you will, based on the feedback and guidance haven't been achieved at this time. So, if I may, Marie Catalano, didn't think you would have to participate in this very much, did you? Ha-ha. Surprise, surprise. No big deal. So upon returning back to work Monday, I'd like to arrange a meeting for myself, Mr. Singer, Mr. Mitat, Ms. Barletto, and Mr. Dunkley to begin the process of evaluating what's what. We tabled any action with him a few weeks ago until we got to this place today so that we can offer some guidance in terms of next steps and keep the commission informed from there. So that is my direction. I hope that's supported by you, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, I'd like to proceed as I've just outlined.
Proceed.
If I could, just
We
a
are
couple
going
of...
to be the commission that gets this done. We are the commission that gets this done.
Sorry, Ken Edwards, you...
Thank you. As you're looking at the project, there are sustainability aspects on the course. There's vegetation. You can build in extra water quality treatment, all that makes it a very nice place and will bring in even more of certain kind of golfer. Also on the buildings, you can have sustainable aspects. It's going to be a green building. You can include features like solar panels that then will charge carts so you don't have gas on the site and that kind of thing. So again, as you're looking at the project, be sure to include the sustainability features.
Thank you.
Let's take a break. Stretch your legs, get some of that, those beverages and cookies that are there. And let's try to keep it to no more than 10 minutes. So we'll be back no later than 2:30.
We're not going to get to my list.
That doesn't help me.
next topic area that we want to get the commission's consensus on is the Old School Square campus. That's hard to say if you don't live here. It doesn't roll off the tongue. I have to look every time to make sure I get the order right. But the Old School Square campus and the Crest Theater. And again, I'll turn it over to the manager to help provide some context.
Thank you, Michelle Ferguson, once again. So this is a highly anticipated opportunity, much of which is in response to the fact that the Crest Theater building renovation project recently completed. Friday, March 1st, 2024, we had a very favorable ribbon cutting ceremony, and of course there's been some efforts to bring on board an external partner. The genesis of that is a discussion that took place in September 2023, a joint meeting of the then City Commission and that of the Downtown Development Authority Board of Directors, in which direction was offered at the time that the Crest Theater building dynamic would be a separate agreement or a separate consideration apart from the other activities that the Downtown Development Authority had been operating via sponsorship and support of the City of Delray Beach, Florida. And of course, we initiated the one formal process that had been initiated was a request for letter of interest, and that actually concluded in light of why we are where we are. And of course, other interests appear to exist with respect to that particular facility. So a couple questions are appropriate. Number one, the future expectations regarding the Old School Square campus as a whole, given the relationship we've enjoyed with the Downtown Development Authority to this effect. Number two, the focus relative to the Crest Theater building and the applicability of partnerships and creating opportunities to get to that place. I will share candidly that my observations, speaking with several of you all individually, there are a variety of perspectives is what the Office of the City Manager has been experiencing, and therefore my response is that we'll use the May 3rd, 2024 goal-setting engagement as an opportunity to achieve direction and feedback so that we can get down to business in that regard. Again, the renovation of the Crest Theater facility, about 2 months old now. We've been celebrating that. There's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm to get to that place. Therefore, my interest, as is that of staff involved in the effort, to hear from you all so that we can proceed accordingly.
Are there questions? Okay.
I was wondering, could you discuss more about what options we have? You said that you have interest. Did you want to discuss that?
Sure. So, of course, we've received an unsolicited expression of interest from one organization, that being the Boca Raton Museum of Art, in the Crest Theater building specifically. And, of course, there's no specific proposals in position as of yet, just a short letter expressing an interest to proceed in that regard, of which unsolicited feedback along those lines is appropriate. That can be made available. However, there's nothing specific as of yet, and quite frankly, this is an opportunity to define some structure in terms of what the path forward should be in terms of reviewing a proposal or proposals to bring back to the City Commission regarding that facility. Again, my interest is not only that particular facility, but the overall environment as a whole, the Old School Square campus. But that's about where we are at this point in time.
Could I offer some context from kind of where we started with this last year to where we are now, and maybe ask some questions? Because I remember at the time having a litany of options at our disposal for how to move forward with this, and the Commission unanimously chose to move forward with this RFLI process, which took the better part of a year. And that seemed to have sort of just quietly ended a few weeks ago without any sort of ranking or information or feedback to all of the applicants who had put a considerable amount of work into their applications. I'm wondering what the results of that process were, and why aren't we considering those applicants, or are we considering those applicants as we move forward? Because again, we spent a lot of time and discussions as a commission to do it this way, which was the most transparent way possible to do it, which we didn't have to do it that way. We decided to do it So the results of that process would be beyond reproach, so they'd be as transparent as possible. And I'm frankly a bit disappointed with the way it ended up, so I'm hoping for some clarity on that front.
So the request for letter of interest process actually began back in the fall, approximately October 2023, November 2023, after the aforementioned meeting in September 2023. And recent notification was made so that the commission can be provided an opportunity to offer concrete direction. In light of the fact that we have a new city commission who's in position to offer direction as regard, number one. Number two, the comprehensive question relative to the Old School Square campus, what do we do in that regard? And the fact that the facility had been renovated 2 months ago, or the renovation program had been completed 2 months ago. So with appropriate direction at this time, we can proceed across the board in terms of finalizing some structure with respect to a selection process to bring on an external partner. Because again, interest does prevail in this regard. And as I've stated, as just showcased here, there's some parallel points of view in terms of how we proceed. As we talked about at the beginning of this engagement this morning, the necessity for concrete structure direction from the commission so that we can comfortably proceed. Given where we are now in terms of the composition of the city commission, concrete direction is not in place. In order to proceed comfortably, we need to get to that place. So I'm hoping and anxiously anticipating some sense of direction so that we can move forward one way or another.
And I'll just quickly add, I'm open to all suggestions on the table, and I want to hear what else we have in the works. But did we achieve any actionable steps forward from the process that we painstakingly went through and put a lot of effort in, a lot of folks put a lot of effort into over the last month or frankly year? Did we come up with anything actionable from that process that can be part of the calculus for the decision that we're going to be really talking about today?
Just letters of interest.
And there's no ranking among the participants or
no,
or anything? I mean, the letters of interest were given initially. That was just the initial part of the application. What happened during the rest of the procurement process?
Only letters of interest. So the next step, if there's an interest in proceeding in this regard, would be a more formal proposal process such that we can evaluate concrete considerations. So nothing actionable to this point.
So ostensibly we could move forward with the applicants already involved in that process and then potentially with anyone else, like for instance the Boca Museum of Art, we could move forward with a process that included all of those as applicants in another procurement or another solicitation?
My best response to that effect would be a request for proposal process, which would be a next step opportunity to consider whatever interest might exist in that regard.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think I'm about to ask the same question. So we established a process, and so where we are in that process is step one, the letters of interest. That's as far as we've gotten in the process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And to clarify, the city's received some letters of interest. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. Formally and informally now.
And has that been shared? Has everyone reviewed those?
No, ma'am. I've offered general updates months ago in one of my weekly reports in terms of the status in that regard. But again, in terms of specific proposals, concrete, no, we have not gotten to that place yet. And that's part of the question today. What would the next steps be in that regard? What would the commission feel comfortable with so that we can offer some sense of guidance so that we can ultimately bring on board a partner to reactivate activity at the building?
So you have a process that was laid out in the past. It was started. Some letters of interest have been received, and now it's back before this group to decide what the next step is, what your direction is to staff to do after this. That's what I'm hearing.
Go ahead, Carney.
Yeah, I just have I'm probably asking a stupid question.
Not at all.
No, I do that quite often. My wife says, the proposals that came back were they to just manage the Crest Theater and the classrooms, or more broadly than that?
They were not proposals. They were just letters of interest to explore whatever possibilities might become available.
Okay.
Again, that would not what you're just talked about would typically be the result of a request for proposal or even a request for qualification process.
Okay.
If there was an interest in proceeding with some concrete next step selection process, it would be a request for proposal.
Okay.
And that way we would define specifics as to what that would look like in terms of partnership, contributions, what's brought to the table in this regard, et cetera. Nothing like that has yet happened.
Okay.
Letters of interest are essentially what is defined as, or as it sounds like, a letter of interest. We have an interest in working with the city to advance this consideration and that. And again, given where we are, nothing has transpired as of yet. Once we get past this discussion today, we'll be prepared to get to work based on the feedback and guidance offered by the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that the recent one unsolicited was for just the Crest Theater and that structure.
Yes, sir.
Would not have included the museum, the amphitheater, and the crowd. Okay, so I guess the first thing we have to decide, and I don't know what the sense is are we looking for someone to manage the entire campus, or are we happy with having components of the campus being separately managed or programmed, or whatever the operative term is? Because I know people that only do amphitheaters. People that only do museums. I know people that only do theaters. So what is the sense? What are we really looking for? Are we looking for one person to manage the whole campus, or are we looking for various expertise? So you're expert for this, you're expert for this. Because that's the sense we have to go, because that will dictate what we want for the RFP.
Right.
And I don't know, were your RFPs for the whole campus, for all of them, or was it just for components?
No RFPs occurred at all.
I don't mean RFPs. Your
previous
LOIs.
That was just for the Crest Theater building.
The LOIs for everybody that submitted was just for the Crest?
Letter of interest. It was only for the Crest. We have not engaged in any activity relative to the entire campus. Because, and again, the genesis of this was the discussion we had back in September 2023. The Downtown Development Authority expressed an interest in not including the Crest Theater building as part of its relationship with the city.
Okay.
So
I see.
discussions
So that's the
took
genesis
place
of
back then. Okay, let's have some avenue to ascertain any partnership opportunities regarding the Crest. Okay. That's how that became separate.
If I can add, I think what happened originally is we tried to get somebody for the entire place, but it's really broken into 5. It's a venue where you have catering, maybe weddings or events. You have the outside, you have the museum, then you have classroom, and then you have the theater. And at the end of the day, when we went out for somebody for the whole thing, we were not successful. So the question is, how can we as a commission be successful in our endeavor here? And I think Laura Simon is doing an amazing job. All we hear are fabulous reviews. At some point, we have to figure out what to do with the classroom and the Crest Theater. So you have 3. Can you want to just give us a little bit about the organizations that have interest and what they're offering specifically? Is anyone able to go in right now and take over and open classrooms immediately? Is anyone able to go out and get grant money for the Crest Theater? Do we have a situation where we can see success in the short term? Because that's really, for me, what I'm looking for here.
I would have to have some direction to proceed with a more structured selection process or a proposal process to answer those questions. Again, the only outcomes have been letters of interest, of which no specifics
Who did
have
you
been brought
receive
back.
letters of interest from?
The most recent unsolicited one, as I stated earlier, Boca Raton Museum of Arts, going back to the process a few months prior, the Old School Square Center for the Arts submitted, a couple other organizations, and one resident of the community off the top.
So I'd be in favor of moving forward with an RFP process, as you mentioned, and bare minimum inviting the folks who have participated in the letter of interest process to join that solicitation. And I think we need to offer some clarity to those folks as well. I've heard from some of the folks that were involved in that process, and there was a lack of clarity on what they thought was going to be the end result and what happened. I think there was a lack of information that came back to them when that process ended. So I'd like to see the city maybe reach out to some of those groups. I know there was 5 different groups that reached out. I'd like to see the city give more of an explanation as to what's going on in the process, because they think is that the process was just abandoned. right? And I'm getting a lot of calls about people that think we just abandoned that process a couple weeks ago. And I don't think that's what happened, but let's make sure that folks understand that. I do not want people to get the wrong idea here. But I'd love for us to move forward with a structured solicitation just for Crest Theater at this point would be my opinion on this. And I think we could include the Boca Arts Museum, whoever else is sending a letter of interest, and move forward in that regard.
If I may, I think Attorney Jelen said we don't have to go out to a formal solicitation process because this includes arts. I would think what we could do is look at each of these applicants individually for what they bring to us. Who could open the classes the most quickly? Who could get the grant money? I mean, and this is no offense to the OSS Center, but we really know there are still some serious financial unanswered questions. I don't know how that organization could necessarily get grant funding, honestly, and I think in light of what we know in the city, those of us who are here and had access to all those documents, there should be some issues of concern in that type of engagement. I don't know what the other individual brings to the table, but the real question is, who's going to serve the residents the best, work as the best partner with the different city organizations? And, you know, I think that's what we should be looking for you to cultivate from these people, and then come back to us with, this is what this person brings to the table, this is what this person brings to the table. You don't have to do a formal process, right, Lynn? He could just get this information for us and bring it back to us.
Can I jump in for 1 second? Because I think there's a bigger, broader question before you get into process that I heard mentioned that I'm not sure you all have weighed in on. One is, yes, you have this existing process that was focused on getting letters of interest that doesn't have the level of detail, I'm going to assume, that you're asking questions about appropriately. That was focused on, that letter of interest process was focused on just the Crest Theater.
Correct.
What I've heard is some conversation or question about whether or not there's an interest among this commission in looking more broadly than just the Crest Theater and looking at the full campus. I'm not sure that question has been, I haven't heard everybody weigh in on that question first. And then the issue is, once you decide that, then there may be some specific direction that this commission has about what type of information you may be interested in soliciting from those people who have expressed letters or expressed interest. Mind you, they've only expressed interest in the theater. That then
and the classrooms
that would have to come back to.
Correct.
They would have to have time to develop whatever the answers to those questions that you asked might be. But I think there's a sort of a scope question of, are you interested in looking at conversations around the full campus, or at this point is it focused solely on the theater?
That was my question.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to decide whether we're going to look at it as a whole or as components, because at some point, with great respect to the DDA, you know, at some point that we may get out of these certain things as I'll use in the amphitheater because I know there's companies that just do amphitheaters. You know, maybe that's the amphitheater company, and maybe the museum is the museum. I mean, you know, that's my only thinking. So
I have a question.
But that's a different question of whether or not we're going to have one organization be responsible for all those components.
Yeah. My question is, are we currently under contract with the DDA for the other? So we're already in a contract.
Yeah, we are, right.
We have an ILA.
Right. Yeah,
So it's just a Crest for right now.
Right. I mean, down the road, there's going to be. We don't know how those other components are going to play. How we can maximize value for those other components as well. That's all I'm saying. I think the only piece that's broken right now, or it could be improved, is the Crest Theater. So I think we should keep the scope tight on that for right now.
Right.
And you know, just move quick.
And if we do that, so would the 5 letters of interest that we receive have an opportunity to receive this RFP?
Before we address that question, I would have to have feedback and guidance as to what the next steps will be. Vice Mayor Casal talked about another option less formal than an RFP process, whereas a couple of you are speaking about the merits of our RFP process. Once we have clarity in that regard, we can go from there and we can better answer that question.
So if I could, well, actually, I want to hear from Ms. Jelen first on that.
Okay, so there's two there's two different ways you can do this, right? You can do a competitive solicitation, which is always a best practice, right? Because you're basically casting a net into the marketplace to see what you get out of it. The problem that we've encountered with that is because of, it's hard to put in writing what we want to do with this property, because sometimes we just don't really know, right? We want people to tell us what they can offer us, and it doesn't always work out. I can tell you with the letters of interest that we received, I would say one, maybe two, or actually something that could have been responsive to the city's letter original solicitation. The others were not responsive, and so our purchasing policies and procedures do allow us to exempt the competitive process, meaning we don't have to utilize it for certain things. Right. And art and artistic services is one of those things, and so. The same way that when we enter the ILA with the DDA, we exempt it from the competitive process because they're another governmental agency, we can do that if the commission were to receive information. But you would have to essentially get the information and then direct staff to say, this is something we as a body want to go forward with. We're going to exempt the competitive process, and we're going to direct you to, come up with an agreement with them. Right now, we do have something from the Boca Museum of Art. I advised Mr. Moore that we don't really have the P3 process that we have is really more for construction and development, like with the golf course. It's not really for these types of endeavors. And so I did tell Mr. Moore that what they submitted was not sufficient to satisfy the city's P3 policy. They have to do certain things in order to be compliant with the policy, so that one would be rejected for failure to comply with our P3 policy. I did recommend that we come up with something in our purchasing policies and procedures that allows us to entertain these types of offers without necessarily having to go through the formality of a full P3.
So I have to ask if during that initial RFLI process, one or two of the candidates or applicants were only one or two of them are actually able to potentially do this. Why don't we have some kind of ranking? Why don't we have that information? That was kind of the point of it.
Right.
I thought.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Dunkley for that. I wasn't part of that.
Yes. So the initial intent was as a request for letters of interest, and in that case, we have had to set forth the criteria for ranking and so forth. Because that was not the initial intent, we therefore did not move forward with the ranking. The initial intent was to solicit letters of interest from interested entities and then thereafter put out a formal request for a proposal, knowing that the marketplace had the vendors to provide the requested services.
I mean, can we rank them given that we have the ability to kind of choose how we want to move forward with this process, and we've already put all this work into that component of the process, and there's clearly been some internal discussion about which ones are even capable of moving forward with this. Before we move forward with another similar process, could we use the information we have to get some kind of preliminary ranking?
No.
It's a little bit difficult to do it after the fact because the thing is that
if we can't, we can't.
It's
I mean,
not designed for that, but there is a bona fide question here that you had some people that expressed an interest that would have complied, and you've had since then an unsolicited interest, which may or may not apply. But the result would be that there are some people out there that, if there were an RFP, might be able to might be able to respond to an RFP favorably, that we could then rank people, right?
Exactly.
Now, how short of a because. I don't know. I mean, I'm tired of driving by there and it's dark. I mean, this is. I mean, past is the past. Water bridge, jam, everything gone. But the reality is, we're sitting here with space that's not being used. To a large extent, the Crest Theater is not being used, and the classrooms certainly aren't being used. So I would like to, if you have a general idea of what you think we want or what kind of program you think you want to have, et cetera, whether it's use of the classrooms or whether it's use of the theater or both, I think that we should give. I'm all for transparency, and I'm all for what the competitive best practices are, and let's see what people come back with. We can make it a very short. I mean, if people have already done letters of intent, and others, they're going to kind of know what they want to do. Is there kind of a short form RFP that we can do that would allow a short form reply, which then allow us to then decide to sit down and negotiate with one or all?
In the request for letters of interest, we did not specify that we were going to limit responses from only those entities that reply.
No, I'm not saying you do. I'm saying we do one now.
Yeah,
we may get somebody out of left field coming in.
We'll
that's
be able
the manna from heaven. I don't know.
Yeah, precisely. We can put one out and have a 30 to 45-day response period, and I think we'll be able to get something together rather quickly for the Commission's consideration, or we can also form a separate evaluation committee made up of subject matter experts to rank and recommend a top-ranked proposal to the Commission.
Well, as long as the subject matter experts include the City Commission, I'm happy with that.
Mayor,
You know.
what I had recommended was that whatever solicitation we come up with, the Commission should be able to evaluate all the proposals.
Yep.
Well, you're the subject matter expert, in my opinion.
In this case, that's
so you would
exactly
be
right.
the evaluation and the selection committee.
Yep.
And staff would bring those to you. We would do them in a public meeting. You would, if you get multiple proposals, you could narrow them down, and then you could have either all or some come before the Commission, do a presentation, and then you would make your selection at that time.
I like it.
But I think because of the weight of it, I think it should be done by the Commission as opposed to staff.
Right.
Staff can determine if
Absolutely.
they're responsive and responsible. They can make that analysis.
I agree with
but I think the rest of it should go to the Commission.
I agree with you.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. We can put something together in short form, short order.
Because I would like to see. I mean, I'd like by the end of the summer this question to be off the table, that we're doing something.
End of the summer, we could do this
Well, I'd like
much
to get
faster.
it done by the summer too. But
Yeah,
I mean, that would. I don't know how. I mean, I
If
know
you
you
do
don't
it
work,
right, you
but,
could have classes in there this summer. If we do it quickly, we could have classes in there this summer.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think Mr. Dunkley defined what the short form would look like. Mr. Kearney, you're asking as to what the short form engagement would be considered. It's about a 30-day process. The direction, given the feedback, and I'm seeing consensus on part of most of you shaking your heads. Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. So, a short form process, 30-day request for proposal process. Yes.
Yes.
And that will likewise trigger the opportunity for the Commission to serve as the evaluation and selection committee, as it were, to get us to where we need to be, which is a process I've long advocaate for, given the scope of this particular process.
You think you need 30 days for one facility? 21 days? I mean, or am I being unrealistic?
Well, candidly, the purchasing manager, her last day is today. And so, staff's bandwidth is very low. So, I think this is, I
Yes, I
think
know.
30 to 45 days is very unrealistic, candidly, to
So
get an
30
RFP
We're talking
completed.
30
And
days.
but I think to even draft it, I think it's they'll do their best, but they don't have a purchasing manager or an assistant
If I
purchasing
may,
manager.
back to the beginning. We can go back to every person who put in a proposal to us, even those that you maybe say don't meet the qualifications. Why can't we just do that and ask them to come in front of us if we have this ability with the fact that this is arts to, I mean, wouldn't it?
Well, because you're blending processes now, right?
Okay.
So you have one that was a more formal process that you utilized,
Right.
And those were rejected. So we closed out that solicitation because they were going to go with an RFP. So that one was closed out. So typically, the process when it's when you're using an exempt process, you don't even go through all this. You basically say, I want to do business with this firm, and the Commission comes up with the terms of the agreement, and then you move forward. So I'm not saying you can't do that, but I'm also saying as the best practice, you typically, and the law wants you to do a competitive solicitation,
Right.
But you do have exemptions, and you have
But
times when you don't.
put them. You've already we've sort of gone down this road to an extent a couple of times. So I guess
Yeah, but
my
we're also
question
receiving
is
unsolicited. So
Right.
I mean, I'd like to get an RFP.
You're
mean,
trying
we
to
went
get-
down this road for a
trying
reason.
to get them all together.
I'm trying
I
to
mean,
get
what I
everyone
hear is
together.
you're trying to get
Yes.
this process together so you all can get your arms around it.
Right.
You received some interest from a handful of people, some
Correct.
of whom you've heard from staff may be able to actually do what you want them to do, some of whom may not be able to. However, they should all be invited to
Correct.
respond to this
Yes.
request for proposals. And it'll take the city some time to get that solicitation out. It will also take the respondents some time. now, probably having heard a little bit of this conversation today, knowing the kinds of things that you all are interested in and them being able to respond to, they'll have to put their plan together and then respond, and then it'll come back to all of you. But I hear the interest in not trying to blend the process, but take those people who responded, give them an opportunity to put a more formal proposal together. You know, the letter of interest is just, yeah, hey, I'm interested.
Right.
Proposal is, here's how I'm actually going to do the work for you. And then you all will have the opportunity to review it. Those people who responded to the raise their hand letter of interest, as well as others who may be interested and able to meet the criteria that will be set in that RFP.
Right.
Right. I mean, there's no reason to basically abandon or walk away from the process we started a year ago when we can simply continue that, but allow new applicants to join in. And we were given the same advice a year ago. We could have done some other method and not gone with a formal solicitation to bring someone on board, but we decided, again, to keep it transparent and formalized so it would be beyond reproach when we came to a conclusion. And I think that we should continue down that track. I think it's the wisest and most fair way to continue this process.
So since we're having this discussion, it's going to be a formal solicitation. I think we need direction on whoever wants to come in and offer these services. Is there going to be a contribution from the city? Is there going to be an expectation that some of the proceeds be returned to the city? Is there going to be an expectation that they should, invest in the Crest Theater if the Crest Theater is going to be part of it? So I think that's where staff gets hung up, I think, because there's a lot of different models that we could use. And we need that direction. If the city wants to consider, being a 50-50 partner in this endeavor, we need to know that. If it's, 100% and they're basically going to get a license to use these facilities and there's an expectation that there's going to be rent, then we need to have that direction. But I think that's the challenge in this, that there's so many different ways that this could be put out there for proposals. And that's the direction we need. So we've isolated that it's going to be the Crest in the classrooms. And so now, what is the commission's consensus on what that model should look like for any type of proposal?
If I could just chime in quickly on as another element. I know you spoke of rushing to get this, something by this summer and something by this fall. Just going back to when Parks kind of oversaw the grounds for a period of a year or so in between the DDA, we were working with the Boca Art Museum because that was the route at that time. Now, I don't want to speak for them, but just to make everybody aware of expectations, and that was they were concerned about doing anything in the middle of their budget year as well. And I would assume it'd be the same for any other organization that would be interested, that it wasn't easy for them to just ramp up instantly and go. So just temper any kind of we're going to have it by July or August, because I think that might be more challenging than even the proposers are prepared for, regardless of the RFP process.
That's helpful to kind of align our expectations. But yeah, and I do think some of these applicants had resources that they could bring to the table, if I'm not mistaken. I think that needs to be taken into account when we figure this out as maybe a requirement, that they bring certain resources.
And timing. How fast it can get up and running.
Right.
I don't want someone to say I can get this ready for you in 2 years. I'm not
Yeah.
as interested in that as someone to say I can get it for you in 6 months.
Right.
So your attorney laid out a couple of big picture questions.
So can we pose those questions and then look for the responses? In other words, what are you willing to pay in rent? Are you willing to pay rent? What are you willing to pay in rent? What are your expectations in terms of the Crest Theater?
Revenue sharing.
Some people I think if they're going to fix the Crest Theater, the revenue sharing wouldn't happen till down the road. Yep. That's the thing. So some of these questions beget other questions or determined by other answers. But I think that the organization that is willing to contribute is the one that I would be more interested in. We benefit a lot from having things going on there, and I'm not saying that we don't, but also we benefit a little bit by holding someone responsible for their part in the relationship partnership. So I would say we would have to be asking for something. I would also say that we should see if people can get their own funding for the Crest Theater through grants or what have you. I'd like to know who can be up and operational most quickly. I do think that if we're charging rent, then the amount of rent we're charging depends on if we're asking for revenue sharing, because I think if we're charging rent,
Right.
a reasonable rent, we can't really ask for revenue sharing, and if they're fixing the theater. So I don't know what a good amount of rent. I think in the beginning it would have to be minimal and maybe increase on a scale over time, just because we're asking people to fix the Crest Theater.
Vice Mayor, just to quickly interject, and I think this is kind of the essence of the RFP process.
Speak into the microphone.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I think this is the essence of the RFP process, that you've kind of laid a broad schematic of what you're looking for, and so we can incorporate into the RFP for the respondents to give us a financial plan.
Right.
What's your project plan? We can invariably put those things in the RFP, because the thing is that we may necessarily not know what the best approach is.
Right.
We're expecting the respondents to propose an approach.
Exactly.
And that's where you come in as evaluation committee.
Right.
We're going to assign points to those specific elements.
Mhm.
And so it's commonplace at times for the beneficiary to not know what the best
Right.
thing out
We're
there.
hoping they present us with something that
Exactly.
says,
and so
okay,
that's
this
why
works
the
for us.
RFP process.
Exactly. Right.
Because we don't necessarily want to box ourselves in
I totally agree with you.
by putting specific requirements. So we could create a boundary
Right.
and let the
I
respondent.
think we just ask the
tolerate
questions. What
Precisely.
are you willing to contribute? And you're right, your financial plan over the course of 5 or 10 years. Obviously, if someone's going to come in and they're going to fix the Crest Theater, they're probably going to be looking for a lease or rent that is more long term.
Exactly.
So
So just to give you some framework for rent, the building is just under 10,000 square feet. The going rate for a nonprofit in a building of that nature would be around $10 a square foot. That's nearly $100,000 a month if that's what you're going to look for.
No.
The going rate for somebody who wanted to operate it as a for-profit business would be around $50 a square foot in a building such as that. Just to give you an idea what you might be asking these people to contribute.
right, that would be obscene.
It's a lot.
I agree.
Right.
I
So,
agree.
if I may, and I apologize that I keep hearkening back to the same thing, but I recall us having a similar discussion last year, and we were wrestling with the same issue, which is one of the reasons we didn't move forward with an RFP, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, which is why we decided to do an LOI, was to identify different models that could exist. We wanted to keep it more of an open-ended sort of process, so we would hear from applicants kind of what they were proposing, and from there we could identify different strategies for moving forward with an RFP. And so that's how I recall that conversation going, and I had anticipated getting some feedback from that process that would be helpful now, frankly. So I'm just, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm off base, but help me out here.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, given the feedback offered by all of you all, I would like to have the opportunity for us to employ our ingenuity to move forward with the direction and the expectations you've all outlined pretty well. Mr. Long, I think we've explained it pretty well in terms of why we are where we are with respect to why our letter of interest process was initiated. I think you've filled in the blanks pretty well. It's really not much more to it than that, and therefore I would love to have the opportunity to go ahead and work with staff, employ our ingenuity relative to a selection process. And Mr. Dunkley, given the clarity that you provided, that's along the lines of what I've been thinking, and there seems to be some consensus to that effect as well. So for the sake of time and brevity, I would like to have the opportunity to move forward.
I just want to add one thing. Commissioner Casals said something very important, because it may be that the best interest of the city is for the city to actually affect the repairs and then bring somebody in to run it. Because I don't want to get beholden to a group just because they're agreeing to fix up the Crest Theater, because at the end of the day, we've been talking about doing repairs on this building since I was back on the CRA. We all knew it was an old building then, and we were going to have to do it. So,
Well, it's a much nicer building right now overall.
I'm not
given
suggesting you
what we
don't.
have.
You've done a wonderful job. You've done a wonderful job.
I think the cost is approximately $5 million. But I think what
But
you
that's
said,
okay.
Mr. Dunkley, is so accurate. And I know what you're saying, Lynn. We need to pose questions and get answers. But what he's saying is, let's just put it
That's
broadly
fine.
out there. What do you bring to the table? I don't know.
We've gone down that path, and the problem is that then you get proposals that are all over the place, and you can't even
Compare
condense
apples
them.
to orange-
It becomes
oranges.
apples to orange. It becomes very
So-
challenging. So
That goes back to my question I just asked, though, and unfortunately didn't get answered. And I don't mean to be difficult here, and I agree with moving forward with the RFP process. We're all on the same page there. I'm asking, did the LOI give us any feedback that would be useful to help us narrow down what we're doing?
Not
it didn't
really, it
generate
did
any
not.
of
No.
that, because that was the point of it. And now we're having this, it's like kind of like deja vu. We're talking about the same thing again a little bit.
And again, it was just to ascertain the marketplace. Who would be interested in working with the City of Delray Beach regarding this endeavor? That's what the letter of interest process accomplished. In terms of any specifics, any brevity in that regard, the answer to that question is no.
But didn't we ask at the time, wasn't it designed to give us feedback on how to move forward? I mean, am I taking crazy pills, or was that part of the discussion back then?
But the outcome is what I've stated. It was not a lot of specifics.
there was one that was more specific.
Just
towards
one.
Exactly what you're talking about, and the others simply weren't. They
Right.
were truly just. I mean, one of them, the response was, if I could get into the building, I'll give you a response. That should have been kicked out. That's not a responsive letter of interest to what we were looking for. The goal was, in my mind, to bring those letters of interest to the commission. Because the problem that we're running into is when you get these letters of interest, and really you can narrow it down to one that's really responsive, you can't formulate a solicitation based on what's in there.
Right.
Because then it looks like you're gearing
You're
it
creating
towards
your
one group.
solicitation.
So that defeats the whole purpose of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that was the concern. And so, we can work with Mr. Buffington, the outside purchasing consultant, and maybe he should probably do this solicitation.
He will.
But we can work with him to maybe, it may not be an RFP. Maybe it's something more general, because the goal is to just go out into the marketplace, see who's interested, bring them before the commission, have them make a presentation, and then you can make a decision.
Right.
So the formality is what's really holding us back.
Right.
Because we have to, when you go the competitive process route, you do have to follow, Florida statute and your own policies and procedures. But because of the complexity of this property and the challenges and what do we really want to do with it, that's what's holding us back from getting true proposals that are worthy of your consideration. And so I think that maybe we work with Mr. Buffington and try to see if there's some type of a process where we can just post that we're interested in these proposals, let the commission evaluate whatever we get, you guys narrow it down, we do the presentations, and then you can decide at that point, and at least it's open enough that you can see everything that's being proposed to you, and then at that point you'll decide, are we making a financial investment? Is a Crest Theater going to be included in this? Because at least you'll have all the information. Right now, it's just very general, and it's very hard to conceptualize and then memorialize it in a solicitation in order to get you where you need to be so that you can make these decisions.
I think I only brought up about the financing because I think if we did it, had fixed the building ourselves, you'd get a different quality of respondent
Yes,
than
sir.
if somebody who has to go in and
Of course.
fix it up and get grants themselves. That was my point. But you kind of know what we all want, so
Thank you.
give it your best shot.
Any final comments on the theater? So the third policy issue, or the third issue seeking policy direction, relates to public engagement for parks improvement projects. This is related to the bond. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Ms. Michelle Ferguson. The bond referenda I discussed during the early part of the meeting, a successful achievement in March 2023, resulting in an outcome for public safety improvements, which are very specific. That's clear, not much of a question about that. We know how to proceed in that regard, as well as a $20 million general obligation bond consideration for citywide park improvements. Out of that exercise, staff working with the commission previously, had defined some specific outcomes in this regard. Of course, there's opportunities for additional improvements to be made in other areas of the city that have not yet been fully defined. And speaking with at least a couple of you all, there's some interest in creating an avenue for public engagement to help define what scope of specific improvements should be achieved in auspicious areas around the community. We are in the midst of the general obligation bond transaction process for various projects. As it relates to the Parks Improvement Bond, we are able to structure financing based on what we already know. We do not have to finance the complete $20 million bond transaction all at once. As a matter of fact, last week and this week, the Office of the City Manager explicitly offered direction to our external financial advisors to sit tight until we have some opportunity for dialogue and for this matter today. With that, this is simply an opportunity for the City Commission to offer consensus to initiate some external public engagement exercise to help define what improvements should be made available in different parts of the community, number one. And number two, for what we already know that needs to be accomplished relative to park projects, that will be the basis of the initial bond financing transaction. Mr. Mitat, I'd like to give you an opportunity to offer additional word or two, followed by direction from the Commission.
My apologies. I think you summarized it pretty well. If we go back to when we were discussing the different potential projects, we gave a presentation to the Commission, which was very in favor of moving forward, with the one exception. I think many of us have talked about this. Public Works and I had been working on a plan for Atlantic Dune for some time, and it calls for the removal of a number of Australian pines. I know you already mentioned that today, and the request was at the time from the dais was to remove that project from the overall plan, but to keep the number requested for the bond at that level that allowed for some miscellaneous improvements throughout the rest of the park system. That the Commission could weigh in on and that the public could weigh in on, that benefit the whole community. There's a couple main elements of the proposal for bond that we looked at and that we advertised and spoke with to the community when we were speaking about that with the community, and that was I just wrote them down real quick. Number one was the citywide bathrooms in the public parks, right? You don't realize how quickly they add up, but I think our number is approaching almost 40 bathrooms in our public park spaces. So almost all of them need a little bit of love. And then there was a real big push for a pickleball facility over at Miller Park, an expansion of our pickleball. We looked at Catherine Strong as one of the major parks that would be renovated in this. Separately, we all know that Pompeii has a whole big plan that everyone's been approving through the process. CRA has been supportive of that. So just as a note, why would our biggest park not be involved in this? And that's why, because that plan was already being facilitated. And then we really looked at the projects that holistically, what hasn't been improved yet, meaning the playgrounds, different parks that have received an enhancement already, and also something that kind of touched all the different elements of your city, where everybody benefited to some degree, right? So the next thing we looked at would maybe sports lighting at the sports fields, going LED versus the old lighting system. And then last but not least would be an artificial field at the Seacrest Hilltopper complex. Not to get too far in the weeds, what we call Hilltopper, which is where the Delray Rocks play, but also the soccer and lacrosse clubs throughout the year. One of the interesting factors is football plays all day there on Saturday. And because of that, and it also does a lot of damage, right? Football beats up the field, especially if it's wet. So because of that, that field rests Monday through Friday and on Sunday. We basically, during football season, only use it on Saturday because we don't want the overuse to ruin the field, which means you lose all of that field space time from August to early December. That's why we looked at that field first and foremost from an artificial field standpoint, because you'd get all those hours of use back into your park system. So Just, I don't know, very quickly, broad level, but those were the projects, and then other miscellaneous items that a setting like this might be able to look at different projects. I know the mayor's mentioned Merritt Park for some improvements, which I think kind of fits into exactly that type of realm.
I raised the issue originally with you, as you remember, very early on. And I did raise Merritt Park because there are football fields that want to practice there, and the field is really, and we all know, everyone's talked about doing that one again for years, and so, hopefully that'll get accomplished. My concern was when I read the bond resolution, I read everything that was passed, and then I read the proposed expenditures, that we're talking about a covered field and covered courts at Catherine Strong. Now, understand that FAU doesn't have covered, University of Miami doesn't have covered, nobody has covered, but at the tune of $5 to $6 million, in other words, 25 to 30% of the bond proceeds are going to be used for one project, which is to create covered fields. And my point to that was, I think that if people had thought that they were going to have covered fields at a particular park for whatever reason, they might have thought twice about authorizing the bond issuance. And
yeah.
I mean, I understand all the discussions that took place, but they weren't articulated in things people voted on. And my view is that we have a limited amount of money with this park bonds. There's a lot that could be done to all the other parks, and spending $6 million or $5 million or $4 million, I saw the estimates as high as $8 million, but I'm using the lower end, to create a covered field made absolutely no sense to me. Because as I said, I don't know any other place that, I mean, it's a great wish list if the money were unlimited, but money's not unlimited. And we talk about saving money here and saving money there. Yeah, I know it's sunny and I know it's Florida. I grew up in this. But I just didn't see the need for that expenditure, that particular expenditure. Understood all the other ones. So that's why I raised the issue, and that was the line item that I was concerned about with the use of the proceeds, because it's such a hefty percentage of the use of proceeds. I'm done.
Just in response to that, I would just like to at least point out the Catherine Strong was an entire park remodel for that number, not just the covered facilities. It would be an artificial half field with a covered facility that provided a practice area for Delray Rocks or anyone else throughout the year. Inclement weather, it provided a space to have summer camps outdoors without being in just a building, and a number of things. Covered the basketball courts as well with a band shell. And there's a huge retention area right adjacent to the park. It would have expanded the park and included that, much like we see in Barwick, where the retention area is part of the park in a bowl. The park would almost double in size. It also included a small building being built. That's why the number is that big.
That's why I dropped off the original number and went down to 4.
Yeah.
Because that's the covered field.
The shells themselves are maybe $500,000 a piece, to give perspective on the shells. Also, the pickleball facility, I just think it's important to add this in so we're all on the same pages. The pickleball facility at Miller Park is proposed to be covered as well. And then I didn't get into more of a nuanced thing, but a lot of discussion about shade over playgrounds, right? So shade and all that was a very central theme and discussion point for a lot. And that's where the genesis of that was. And you probably see the covered facilities popping up very, very frequently right now in all of your suburban park systems that have more families, more kids. Margate has the first and covered artificial field that we're talking about, and a number of parks now have covered basketball courts. That's becoming a very staple thing. So I understand the direction, and we'll move forward as you all choose. But that's where kind of the thought process was, and where those discussion points were throughout the process.
I'm just trying to stretch our dollars and to do more with parks, and if I can do that without having several millions of dollars to have a covered basketball court or a covered pickleball court or a covered field, then I would rather do that. But that's me. And I don't know where anybody. I obviously discuss this with anybody because I can't. But that's my view.
Sure.
So I throw out my view to all of you to.
So, Mayor, your concern was to get more public input on that?
Well, no. When I raised it about public input, that was I thought the public should be involved in deciding what they would like to see in
Right.
the parks. You know, the other was just a line item on the $20 million.
That's right, okay.
But the overall comment was,
How
we have
spending
these
it.
great plans for the park, but is this what the people want?
Right.
So
If
can
I
we
may.
clarify what the question is before you all?
Are we going, didn't we say we're having a little workshop on this, though, at some point? Because maybe you just threw out all that information for us to absorb, and then we can finalize it in that workshop. I thought you said we were having a workshop on this.
Well, an opportunity for public engagement, a public outreach session to connect the dots in that regard is the thinking. So what we can accomplish is, a lot of that can be achieved today, if I may, ladies and gentlemen. Any other questions before I proceed?
No, go ahead. No,
Thank
I'm
you.
done.
So in any event, I think it would be very helpful, and this is something we discussed at the staff level a little bit, when the authorization was granted back in September 2022 to proceed with the general obligation bond referendum question for March 2023, there are legal specific obligations relative to improvements. It did not encompass the entire $20 million budget. There is opportunity, therefore, to engage with the public to provide feedback relative to what the other projects should look like. That will define the first step relative to the financial transaction process in that regard. So, Mr. Meatad, if I can get your assistance, and if you can articulate for everyone here today, what are our obligations on that basis? What are the estimates on that basis, so that we can then proceed with some level of public engagement to define what the remaining improvements will be? That will provide clarity for the commission and all participants today, number one. Number two, both myself and Hugh Dunkley can get back to our external financial advisors to advise them what the initial transaction process will look like as a result.
I might need a little help from Lynn on this one, but if I remember correctly, there was a limited number of texts that you could use within the bond referendum. So you tried to explain it the best you could, but you didn't get into all the details. So I know Miller Park specifically was addressed, and Catherine Strong specifically was addressed, et cetera. But it didn't go into a ton of detail because, like I said, even a Catherine Strong would require an entire plan, expanding retention areas, artificial fields, covered fields, new building, relocating facilities. So you didn't get into that much detail. So unless I'm wrong here, Lynn, there is some flexibility if there was a change or requested, but those projects are the essential components of this, where we couldn't just say we're not doing Catherine Strong, because Catherine Strong, Miller Park, et cetera, were specifically addressed, and those were the driving force for the community to vote for it.
So on the bond question, there's a limit on the number of words you can use, Mary, you know this. And so you can't delineate every single thing that you're going to use the monies for. However, when we did the readings, the first and second readings, when we did all the public outreach, when we had all the workshops with the commission, whatever the discussion centered around, so long as it was Catherine Strong Park, Miller Park, and city-owned parks, the monies could be used for that, but it had to be discussed publicly. And so we had presentations, staff put on presentations, the commission fine-tuned those presentations, took some things out, put some things in. But, what our bond counsel has told us is that we're limited to the city-owned parks, Miller Park, Catherine Strong, to renovations, improvements, and recreational equipment. And in order to, further limit that, it had to have been discussed publicly by the commission when they voted on these things.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just disputing the certain line items.
And you have that ability.
Are we better to allocate some of those line items all within the? I'm not talking about adding other parks. I'm not talking about the beach. I'm not talking about the golf course.
You can do that. This commission, when those items come before you, you can use all the money, some of the money, or none of the money, right? So you don't have to feel compelled to spend all this money. Really, what should motivate you is that the voters did vote for this, and so it is something that your constituents want. But at the end of the day, we're not at the point where we're spending the money yet, and that will come before you either through a purchase order, a budget line item, or I would hope as a capital improvement project that you're going to see before you during this budget cycle. So you will absolutely have the ability to make those changes. The only thing you can't do is add, for example, the beach. Yeah. The beach isn't included in this, right? The golf course isn't included in this. And so long as we're within the four corners of those resolutions, you'll be fine.
So I want to clarify, because I hear a couple different questions. One question is the specific projects that the money is being used for in the parks that have been identified as part of the bond. So cover, just say the cover. There's a question about whether or not that's appropriate. Then there's this other question about public participation or public conversation in that. So I think the question that I'll ask the body is there an interest in the commission going back out to the public to have some conversation about the specific projects within these parks? Does this commission want to have additional conversation about the list of specific projects that have been offered today? I'm not sure that there's agreement among the group about what the question is that's being posed before you all, and then how you all want to proceed.
I just wanted to clarify. When I'm not saying, when you use the word inappropriate, I'm not saying it's inappropriate. I'm saying, is it the best use? I'm sure everything. This is not a question of legality. This is a question of, is it the best use of the funds to spend that kind of money on a project where I think that money could be better spread around to use in other parks. That was my concern.
And so that's a question then I think for the rest of the commission. Do you all want to have a conversation about the specific projects that have been proposed by staff for these bond proceeds? And then the sub-question to that is there some engagement that you all want to have with the public about that?
Well, I think the public was already involved, right? I mean, and I think if you put it out there, say you put out, we're contemplating covering the field, you know you're going to get every parent whose child is on the Rocks team and all of their relatives to come in and suggest that it's a good idea. So I'm not saying that we still need to go back out to the public, but I think Mayor Carney makes a really good point. When we're looking at the budget, we may see shortcomings in other parks that we might need to fill holes in, at which time then, because he's right, that's a big expenditure for shade, which you don't see customarily in other locations. So I think that I wouldn't disagree with you, and I think once we get looking down at the budget and how the money is being allocated, we know how we can use this money specifically, and it is pretty specific. We may need it in other locations for other things, park-related.
So as part of the process already in play, will we have a chance to get more specifics or get a presentation on these? Because I'd like to see it in more detail, and then we can review it. But as part of the process, I don't want to jam up the process is what I'm getting at. I don't want to be here next year and be explaining to constituents why this wasn't on this year's budget cycle. I want to keep moving ahead, but I do think us having a detailed look at what these projects are going to look like, and if we want to make some changes, having that ability, but as much as we can do that while moving forward, I think, that to me, that would be the best of both worlds if that's possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to offer a recommendation, and that is for the May 14th workshop meeting. We have a scheduled workshop meeting for May 14th, Tuesday. We have one item, and that is involving the Downtown Development Authority. I would like to include this as a second item to achieve that sense of clarity and direction so that everybody can thoroughly understand publicly where we are with respect to obligations, so that the A and B, so that the commission can offer specifics in terms of adjustments and what that will help us to accomplish. And Mr. Dunkley, we will therefore advise external financial advisors to sit tight until we get past that place, because what needs to happen pretty soon is specific direction in terms of how much of the $20 million will have to be transacted soon. The other part of it will be based on public engagement and feedback as we proceed over the next couple months or so. So with that, I think that would be quite helpful so that everybody can have the sense of what you just, both Mr. Carney and Mr. Long, you all talked a little bit about the merits of having a full sense of where we are in terms of specifics, as much of it as we can provide. Because, again, a lot of the specifics, to the extent we were able to make them available, occurred under the previous commission. Frankly, Commissioner Burns, you were not in position. Deputy Vice Mayor Long, you were not in position when we first got into this place. So this would be a good holistic opportunity for everybody to get comfortable and squared away. And I think we can allow space via the May 14th meeting. That's not terribly long from now. And Mr. Mitat, you and I will work next week to get details squared away in that regard with the consensus to proceed as I've just suggested.
But the good news is you've got a AAA rating now, and
Yes,
rates
sir.
are probably coming down.
Yes,
so
sir.
This little bit of a delay is not.
We're talking
may
another
actually
week and a
be
half,
help.
2 weeks.
For that meeting, Sam, would it be a lot of work for you to be able to come back to us and say, if I don't put the roofs on, as Mr. Carney is suggesting, I'll have X amount of dollars, and here's where I would reallocate it?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair request, and we can look at
And
that.
then we can evaluate, because it maybe there isn't a lot of other stuff out there, and the roofs are appropriate. I don't know.
And I would also just offer, agreed, and we can put that out there, that it's not an all or nothing, to answer your first question, Mr. Long, that we can start working over the next few years on sports lighting and restrooms and stuff, and that Catherine Strong and even the Miller Park are down the road, right? So Miller Park can't come online until fire department moves out of that park and over to their fire station. And Catherine Strong is a much bigger, more expansive project. So artificial fields, sports lighting, restrooms, that stuff can get up and running first and was designed to be that way. So no, this discussion shouldn't slow it down at all as far as and I think Mr. Dunkley already mentioned that when you do the bond, you don't just take out all $20 million and hold it. You take it out as you need it and are ready to go on. So I think you guys are well on the way. We can have that discussion on the 14th.
So I'd like to have you all's support to that effect. May 14th it is. Mr. Mitat will work next week to get it squared away, and I think that will be extremely helpful. And at that point, we'll initiate the first steps associated with the bond transaction process. Not all $20 million, but based on the feedback we received initially via the May 14th engagement, we'll have a sense as to what portion of that will start, and the rest will follow based on public input and engagement. Part of May 14th will begin the process of offering some approximate timeframes for public engagement and feedback in terms of participation and outlook. So with that, I appreciate it, and thank you.
And with that, you have concluded all of the specific policy items that needed some direction. And you've gone through all of the items that were on the agenda for today. So in the little bit of time that we have left, I'll just ask if there were other specific items of importance in terms of focus areas that any of the commissioners wanted to raise.
Mayor, I think you said you had a couple other issues.
No. And I'm not going to impose those on anybody today.
Okay.
I don't either.
And Thea's saying, "Oh, please." I see her praying. She found religion about 20 minutes ago when she thought I was going to go on. So. No, I think from my standpoint, I have nothing else to add. Anybody else? Anything they want to add?
Michelle, can you come to like all our meetings? Really, I mean, you really conversation. You just kind of get us. Nope, here's. Loved it. Well done. Thank you.
Michelle, great, because as I said earlier, we don't get a chance to talk a lot, and you get to flush out a lot of great ideas, and and this is a very useful, really a useful exercise, and I liked getting more specific than than maybe some of these others, because it really did. Then I know how people think, and they know how I think, and we can fashion hopefully compromises as we go down the road.
Well, it's wonderful to work as a group, but it's really hard to do that when you have sunshine laws that prevent you from having conversation like this, to really understand where each other thoughts, how to learn from each other. The different perspectives that each of you bring to your roles are really important. It's important for you all to have this opportunity. So I applaud you all for spending a day doing this. It is the most exciting day of the year because you don't get to do that. You get to do it once a year. And it is, like as we said before, not something everybody does. So as we close out today, I mentioned, I think earlier to some of you, we will take all of the things that you've talked about today, and just as we did last year, we'll put it together in a summary document so you have record of some of these conversations. I know staff has been feverishly taking notes during today's session as well too, because just as important as it is for the 5 of you to have these conversations, it's just as important for staff to hear your perspectives. They can't serve you and serve this community if they don't have a good relationship and clear understanding of what's important to you and to this community. So it's wonderful that you all encourage staff to participate in these conversations, because they can, I think as the mayor said, staff's only as good as the direction that the elected officials give them.
Absolutely.
So that's very true. So as we close out today, I do want to go around one last time just to get everybody's voice in the room as we close. And I'd invite each of you just to share a parting thought about today's conversation and maybe something that resonated with you that you will take with you. And again, I always give the mayor the option of going first or last.
I'll go first.
And we're just
Thank you all
we're
for
going to come around.
thank you
Go around this way.
thank you all for coming today, and I really appreciated all the input. I try to keep my stuff short. I know that you probably don't believe that, but I thought it was very useful to, as I said, to go through all of this, and I appreciated really all of you taking the time.
We'll go to his right since we went to the left this morning.
Well, I would like to say thank you to all of you helping me celebrate the best day of the year. And this meeting did not fail me. I think we tackled some really thorny issues. I think we got on the same page. Rob and I were saying a few minutes ago, we now know where everybody is. We we tackled these thorny projects. We got a plan, or we've got a date for a plan. And I think we're on a really good path, and I just want to thank everybody for participating all day. I know these all-day meetings can be brutal, but thank you very much.
Yes, I want to say thank you to everyone for the participation, and I certainly got my expectation that I stated at the beginning, a very clear understanding and walking away with a clear understanding of where we're going, and I think that staff has that as well. We came to consensus on many items, and feeling good. It was a very good day.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I'll thank everyone as well, and our administrative assistants, the gentleman who served us and lady the lovely lunch, the people who televised for our residents. Thank you all, and all of you for this amazing input. And I will say, Renee, one of the things that Renee said in our opening is much of our success comes from the fact that we have our department heads constantly working together, and they really go out of the way to include others. I've seen Missy and Anthea work together on things that they would otherwise be working separately on and coming to a great conclusion. And I just want to say I hope that everybody works with Mr. Edwards on everything, because every time we talked about something, you threw in a little tidbit. And I think it's really important that we feature sustainability at the top of our list of things we should be concerned about. Thank you all. Thank you. And thank you for your lovely job today. It was much appreciated.
Well, certainly thanks to staff and, of course, the commission. I think we have a little bit more clarity on some of these key items. And as I ended last year, I'll end this year. You just tell us what you want, and we will make it happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I truly feel that the goal of achieving some sense of alignment and course of direction was very well achieved today. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it, and looking forward to working with staff and all else involved to employ the necessary ingenuity to achieve productive goals, objectives, and measures. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and also to the individuals here at Delray Beach Municipal Golf Course for the refreshments, the service, excellent job, as well as much appreciation to Executive Administrative Assistants Marie Catalano, Michelle Pandolfo for your hard work and preparation and getting us to where we are. Round of applause. Thank you.
Hi. Well, thank you for allowing us to sit at this table. I know this is like a city goal setting, but I think allowing the partners to come in to give our feedback too, because we all work so closely together. So thank you all. And it was also great to see the interaction between the commission. I think this is our first one together. You never know what you're going to get, but I feel like we accomplished a lot, and we saw how everyone works together, and it was a great day. So thank you.
I just appreciate the insight into the priorities that this team has, and we'll do our best to move everything forward. So thank you.
Ditto. It was great to know what all your priorities are, what topics are near and dear to your hearts, and those are the topics that the city will be talking about over the next year.
Thank you. I think this is the longest that I've ever sat on a chair. But thank you. I got to hear Commissioner's view, and that was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you as well. This was an extremely rewarding experience and opportunity. I'm very happy to hear that, the passion and dedication involving education. And I just wanted to put on record that regardless of what the data says and what the data shows, we really do have some magnificent schools that are led by extremely passionate and talented school leaders. And I work with them constantly, and they're always doing things and thinking of innovative ways to, to extend academic outcomes. So we have great partnerships, and I just really wanted to highlight that. So I know that this work will be super easy and super powerful once we get it moving.
Yes, firstly, to Michelle, I would like to thank you for facilitating this wonderful meeting. But in turn, to the Commission, I would like to thank you for the fact that when we came to the meeting, our focus was somewhat wide. And like a funnel, you truly enabled us to narrow our focus and to make us see specifically what you want from us as department directors and managers for the upcoming year and for the long term. But we thank you, and it's been a very thought-provoking session.
We talked a little bit about aging infrastructure earlier, and I don't want us to neglect the aging technology infrastructure. And to tie it in with that discussion on the decades, in the 1970s and 80s, what did the City of Delray Beach look like technically? Well, we were running our software on a IBM mainframe. Oh. And in 2024, we're running our software on an IBM mainframe. So we've moved a lot of systems into the cloud, but we still have some key systems like our utility billing system that's still running on the 1970s technology mainframe computer. So you'll be seeing requests from us, throughout the budget years to get us more in line with the industry.
Well, public safety wasn't on the agenda, which is a good thing. Yeah. So we are hopefully doing things right. But as I stated earlier, it's a pleasure to sit through this because there's so much going on that you don't realize. There's this business behind the business, and everybody does so much here, and it's mind-blowing sometimes to hear what everybody does. You think you sit in a room with them, but there's a lot going on, and that says a lot to good management and good leadership. So I appreciate everybody, and we collaboratively work together, and we figure out a way to make it happen. So it's a pleasure to be a part of this.
I ditto almost everything everybody said, and collaboration and partnership is all part of what makes everything better. And sitting here for now probably my 14th goal setting, it's being part of this process is tremendous. And Tom, I love it. It's like a new year, so starting this, it is a great time to sit around, understand, and what the direction is to make us with this plan and what our roadmap is for our town. We do live in the best town in America, I believe. I'm a little biased, but it takes a village to make things work like this and to make our village by the sea what it is today. So I'm just happy that to hear your expectations for our city, for the downtown, and to be able to be part of that process moving forward. So thank you for including us, and thank you to the city staff for all the work that you do and your team's work. It's amazing. Michelle, I agree with Commissioner Long that you should be at everybody's meetings, probably maybe the DDA soon, but Just throw that in there. But I do think it's excellent work. It's excellent to see the planning process evolve and grow, especially over the years. And I appreciate the history. Thank you.
This is the first time I've had the opportunity to participate in something like this, and I thank you for that opportunity. It was very educational. And on behalf of your fire department, we stand ready to participate in any way to accomplish your goals for the upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you for the direction. We'll be bringing your priorities forward and asking for lots of money. So be ready for us at the next workshop.
I know I didn't get a chance to participate a lot today, so I apologize. But no, I just thank you guys for the discussion. It's always enjoyable, and look forward to some of these projects moving forward.
Great session, and the clear, actionable direction has been achieved.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson, for facilitating, and it's very interesting of how you bring all of the thoughts together, and it helps all of us, move forward. So I'm looking forward to working with everyone to bring the initiatives to the forefront.
It was a great meeting. In fact, I think that this was the best goal setting that I've ever been in, which is really saying something. I'd like to close with the biggest initiative for OSAR over the coming months will be climate action planning. Getting input, engaging with the public, seeing where we need to do our outreach and explain, and getting input that we'll bring back to the commission with these are the priorities of the community. So please look for that, and please take the survey that's up and online now. Thanks.
Hard to top Kent there, but people are really the most valuable asset of any organization, and you have excellent directors here at the city to lead over the 900 employees that are going to carry out the direction that you set here today. You can feel confident in that.
You stole my line. So I was going to say, I love coming to this because I love you getting to see your staff. And I say this all the time, but we have the best team. We collaborate. We work so nicely together. And I am confident that all of your priorities will become realities this year.
Best goal setting ever. You heard it here first. That's awesome. My favorite part of this is, getting to interact with all of you. In this kind of environment is great. And obviously thanks everyone. Everyone's already been thanked specifically and profusely. So I want to say thank you to everyone for being here. I was joking with Hugh earlier during the day. I can't imagine what this is like from staff's perspective. You have to listen to us sort of pontificate for 6 hours. And
good word, pontificate.
Thank you. I was going to say bloviate, but I thought it was too academic.
I wouldn't have figured that out.
And so you have to listen to us, and we all think we have new ideas, but it's like every commission comes through and has this idea. And at the end of the day, my goal with this, and I think the expectation for a lot of us are, how do we make your lives easier? How do we give you concrete direction moving forward? And what was great was I got to do my first one of these last year, and it was a great session as well. This one was better, but it was a great session, and I got to see some of the things that were born out of that and how we effectuated that into policy and direction that we've made progress on and accomplished, which was cool to see that because it shows that this does work. And I think this year, because of Michelle and because of Terrence, frankly, really honing down on these issues, like what are we doing? We really did reach some consensus on stuff today. I think this was a really productive meeting. And I hope that's just not me thinking. I hope you guys feel that way genuinely, because that's my concern. You're always going to humor us, but yeah, it was a great meeting. But I want you to really feel like, no, we know what we're doing now. And I'm getting that vibe. So especially since Ken said this was the best one ever in history. That's what I'm taking. In the history of the city. That's what I'm taking
The
out
world.
of it.
History of the world.
History of the world, maybe at least the country. All right. Anyway, thank you so much, guys.
Go out and celebrate the best day ever. You all had a really full agenda. I got to be honest with you. I am pretty shocked that it is 3:57. When you all had so many really important, meaty topics to talk through. to really create some consensus around. So I applaud your diligence today, your participation, your patience throughout these conversations, because it's hard to get some consensus, and it's hard to have that in a group setting. So congratulations to all of you. Go out and celebrate the best day of the year.
Mr. Carney didn't close, and we didn't use these pads either. I've been looking
When I
at
did,
these
I went
all
first,
day.
but all my final remarks would be Elvis has left the auditorium. So I mean, it's 4:00.
Oh wait, I'm told the pads were a problem.
No, they weren't a problem. It's that we padded all last year. That whole wall had.
You did have a lot on the wall. I always leave them out because I like to doodle.
Those are bigger pads for me to see than these little
I
tiny
like
ones.
to
I can tell you
doodle,
that.
and I always think it's fun to see what people leave behind after these meetings, all their doodles.
Oh,
so.
our little
I took the pads.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
taking
Well,
the
they are the
pads?
city pads, so you can. They're
Oh,
yours.
then I'll put them back.
Yeah.
City property, Carney.
Could be over $50 in value.
Thank you all very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Like we had to go.